Chapter 1173. About half a day later, Qian Tong led the 200 or so people to the vicinity of the Lu Yen sand field. After hurriedly informing his disciples and the cultivator who had followed him, he went off to find the two origin returning realm masters from Shadow Moon Hall. As if everyone had discussed this beforehand, with the arrival of the people from Shadow Moon Hall, a large number of cultivator continued to arrive, each one looking for a place where no one else was present, either huddling together or gathering in groups of 3 or 5. Those who huddled together were all disciples from great forces, while those who gathered in groups of 3 or 5 were from small families and small sects. The entire periphery of Lu Yen sand field was clearly divided. In less than a day, the number of cultivator who had gathered here had reached more than 2,000. There should still be some who hadn't arrived yet, otherwise, the number would have been even higher. Wei Guchang and Dong Xiener were also squeezed in the middle of the disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, surrounded by nearly 70 people. Wei Guchang wore a serious expression as he spoke to his fellow disciples. The Saint King realm men and women all nodded in agreement. Yang Kai didn't find any disciples from Thunder Typhoon sect, Heaven Battling Union, or Colored Glass sect here, so he figured they should have entered from another entrance. This was because there was more than one entrance to Lu Yen sand field. According to Wei Guchang, there were a total of 4 entrances in all directions. The great forces had all chosen to enter from the nearest entrance, so they weren't all gathered in one place. Compared with the liveliness of the others, Yang Kai sat cross-legged alone in a remote location. No one came to find trouble with him. Those who had seen the power of him and Wei Guchang before naturally didn't dare to provoke him again. Those who had come later seemed to realize that Yang Kai wasn't someone to be trifled with and didn't dare approach him. On the other hand, the cultivator from a small family was always surrounded by disciples from great forces. The purpose of these people was self-evident: they wanted to buy a pass from these small family cultivators. However, now that more and more people had arrived, these disciples from great forces didn't dare to bully others like Yin Jian had done before. All of them tried to persuade others with kind words and paid a sincere price. Some small family cultivator actually gave up on entering the Lu Yen sand field and instead sold their passes to these people. There were also some people who were determined to enter the Lu Yen sand field in search of benefits and opportunities, making the disciples from great forces who gathered around them unable to succeed no matter how hard they tried. When Kai Yang's eyes swept over a certain place, he suddenly paused. Letting out a soft cry of surprise, he slowly stood up and walked over. In that direction, there were 2 elderly men. They both had bitter smiles on their faces as they stood where they were. There were also a few people gathered around them, just like the people from the other small clans. Those people were taking turns to persuade them, enticing them with benefits, trying to buy the guild card from their hands. 150,000, 150,000 Saint Crystals, I can't go any higher, go ask if this price is fair. 150,000 Saint Crystals is not a small number for us, what do 2 seniors think? If you think it's enough, then we have a deal. A middle-aged man said earnestly. Although his cultivation was the same as these 2 old men, third-order Saint King, he was still a bit older. Moreover, now that they had a request, it didn't matter if they called them seniors. One of the 2 old men cupped his fists gently and said with a wry smile, "Several seniors, it's not that we don't want to give you face. It's just that we haven't seen what these passes look like yet. Our passes are in the hands of Shadow Moon Hall's elder Qian and have not been issued yet." "That doesn't matter." The middle-aged man smiled heartily, "They haven't been issued yet, but they should be issued soon. You just need to hand them over to me when you get your passes and I'll give you the Saint Crystals first." The middle-aged man spoke with great sincerity and really began to count the Saint Crystals. The 2 elderly men looked at each other with a helpless expression. 150,000 Saint Crystals was indeed a huge sum of money for them, but in comparison, they were more willing to enter the Lu Yen sand field. Inside, they might die, but there was also a chance they could gain a great deal and break through to the origin returning realm. They were old and had children, so their greatest wish in life was to break through to the origin returning realm before they died. For this wish, what harm was there in dying? They really didn't want to sell their passes. Moreover, this was a rare opportunity to enter the Lu Yen sand field, and it was only by chance that the two of them would be able to enter. If they didn't seize this opportunity, they wouldn't be able to rest in peace. However, the middle-aged man was already counting the saint crystals, so refusing now would only anger the other party. Although the two of them had come here with Shadow Moon Hall, they had no friendship with the people of Shadow Moon Hall. On the contrary, Elder Qian didn't see them as pleasing to the eye and hadn't caused them any trouble. Giving them 2 spots to enter the Lu Yen sand field was already an act of mercy, so how could the two of them possibly care about such trivial matters? Just as they were feeling anxious though, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in their ears. "What's wrong? Is someone trying to force a sale again?" This voice contained a hint of sarcasm, causing the middle-aged man who was counting the saint crystals to look towards the source of the voice coldly. After seeing the face of this newcomer, he immediately cupped his fists with a smile and said cautiously, "This friend, I am not as arrogant and despotic as those people from Blue Sparrow sect. I won't force you to buy a pass from these 2 seniors, but I'm willing to pay 150,000 saint crystals. You can ask around and see if this price is fair." The middle-aged man smiled apologetically as he quickly explained, feeling bitter in his heart, wondering why this guy had suddenly come over to intervene. Did he have some kind of relationship with these 2 old men? A day ago, the scene of Yang Kai and Wei Guchang dealing with Yin Jianzhong had been witnessed by this middle-aged man from beginning to end, so he naturally knew that Yang Kai, a first-order Saint King, was not someone to be trifled with. If he really became angry, it wouldn't be 150,000 saint crystals that could be settled, but 500,000. 500,000, the middle-aged man couldn't help trembling just thinking about it. Yang Kai? After the 2 old men saw Yang Kai, they immediately called out cautiously with embarrassed expressions. "Foreign Elder Chang, Foreign Elder Hao." Yang Kai cupped his fists to them and greeted them. Yang Kai knew these 2, otherwise, he wouldn't have come over to meddle in their business. One was Chang Chi and the other was Haoan, both foreign elders of the Hai Ku family. The former had spent several months with Yang Kai in Star Field while the latter was the one Wu Yi had always admired. Wu Yi often said that in the Hai Ku family, these 2 foreign elders treated her the best. In addition to these 2, there was also a female foreign elder named Huang Wan who had a good relationship with her. This turned out to be true. When the Hai Ku family's patriarch Ian went to the city lord's mansion to invite a master to deal with Yang Kai, these 3 foreign elders used different methods to send Wu Yi a message, telling her to leave Dragon Cave Mountain as soon as possible to avoid disaster. Although it was the Hai Ku family that faced disaster in the end, the friendship between these 3 still made Wu Yi feel grateful. These days, from time to time, she would mention the 3 of them. Unfortunately, Huang Wan had disappeared after leaving the Hai Ku family. No one knew where she had gone. Chang Chi and Haoan had remained in the Hai Ku family and occasionally contacted Wu Yi. The awkward expressions on their faces were obviously because of their identities. Yang Kai and the Hai Ku family were not on good terms, so they still used the title of foreign elders of the Hai Ku family for fear that Yang Kai would cause them trouble. So when they saw Yang Kai in Heavenly Fate City Space Array Hall, they didn't dare to come up and greet him. Firstly, they were afraid, and secondly, they felt embarrassed. But now, seeing Yang Kai actually take the initiative to salute them, the 2 of them immediately understood that they were measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Yang Kai didn't hold a grudge against them at all. Yang Kai certainly didn't hold a grudge against them. The Hai Ku family incident was simply because the patriarch named Ian didn't have eyes. Yang Kai still had a good impression of Chang Chi and Haoan, so if Wu Yi cared about them, these 2 were worthy of his help. "He wants to buy your entry passes?" Yang Kai asked. "Yes," Chang Chi nodded, his expression becoming more natural. He offered 150,000 saint crystals. Yang Kai asked again. The two nodded again. The middle-aged man smiled awkwardly and said, "Friend, you see, I didn't lie, a price of 150,000 saint crystals is indeed not low. What do you think?" Yang Kai didn't pay attention to the middle-aged man and instead turned to Changqi and Haoan. If the two of them intended to sell their entry passes, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't intervene. After all, entering this place was very dangerous, but if they didn't want to, the middle-aged man wouldn't be able to succeed. Yang Kai felt that it would be better for them to sell their entry passes. Although 150,000 saint crystals wasn't much in his opinion, to Changqi and Haoan it was not a small fortune. They wouldn't have to risk their lives and would be able to obtain saint crystals, so why not? To Yang Kai's surprise, Changqi and Haoan looked at each other and shook their heads firmly. "We don't want to sell, we want to enter the Lu Yen sand field." Yang Kai looked at them in surprise before turning to the middle-aged man and saying, "Friend, did you hear? These two seniors of mine don't want to sell their entry passes." I heard, the middle-aged man nodded repeatedly before smiling apologetically. "Then I won't disturb you any longer, farewell." Saying so, he quickly left with his fellow sect brothers. After they left, Changqi and Haoan breathed a sigh of relief as they stared at Yang Kai in surprise. They had arrived late and hadn't seen the scene of Blue Sparrow sect's disciples being humiliated, so they naturally didn't know why this middle-aged man was so afraid of Yang Kai, even sending him away with just a few words. "Two foreign elders, please come this way, there are too many people here so it's not convenient to talk." Yang Kai beckoned to them and walked towards his previous resting place. Changqi and Haoan felt a mix of emotions, some gratitude, some embarrassment, but still followed behind Yang Kai. A moment later, the three of them were far away from the noisy crowd and arrived at a secluded place. Not paying any attention, they all sat down cross-legged. Chapter 1174. After all, Changqi had been with Yang Kai for a long time, so his expression quickly recovered and he asked with a smile, "Are there many things you don't understand?" "Yes," Yang Kai nodded. "Why did the two of you come from the Haiku family?" It was precisely because there were many things Yang Kai didn't understand that he had brought these two here to ask them about the situation. Entering the Flowing Flame sand field was an opportunity that only appeared once every 400 years. The Haiku family was a small family and only had 2 or 3 spots at most. Such an opportunity should have been given to the elders or even the patriarch of the Haiku family in person. In any case, it was impossible for a foreign elder like Changqiu to come. Changqi sighed and said, "None of them wanted to come. Otherwise, how could 2 old men like us be so lucky? How come no one came?" Yang Kai was stunned. Haoan smiled and explained, "After the last incident, the Haiku family is no longer welcomed by Shadow Moon Hall. From the patriarch to the ordinary disciples, every day everyone in the family is in a state of panic. Many foreign elders have even left the Haiku family, leaving only me and old Chang. The elders are also in retreat and don't dare to go out easily. Are they afraid of me?" Yang Kai suddenly understood. "More or less," Changqi nodded. "Of course, they are afraid that you will seek them out to settle accounts. The Haiku family has already given up a large part of its properties and Ian is doing his best to shrink the family's strength, calling back all the family's disciples and forcing them to enter retreat. Coupled with Shadow Moon Hall's disdain for the family, life in the family is becoming more and more difficult. Now, in the entire Haiku family, besides me and Brother Hao, no one is willing to go out, and no one dares to." Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. He hadn't expected Patriarch En of the Haiku family to be so cautious. Even if Ian had provoked him before, out of respect for Wu Yi, Yang Kai had long since decided not to bother with him and had no intention of seeking revenge against the Haiku family. How could he have known that En was now treading on thin ice? However, they deserved it. Yang Kai wouldn't find trouble with them, but he wouldn't pity them either. Elder Qian was kind enough to give my Haiku family 2 spots to enter the Lu Yen sand field, so Brother Hao and I rushed over. Changqi continued, if Brother Hao and I don't break through, we won't have many years left to live. I just want to enter the Lu Yen desert to find some opportunities to break through, and see if I can fulfill my promise with the family head. Promise? Yang Kai frowned. What patriarch means is that now that the entire family is in retreat, there is no need for us to offer anything. As long as we can hand over half of the benefits we obtain from Lu Yen sand field, we can leave the Haiku family and find another way out. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. Is he bullying an honest man? The other foreign elders left without a word, and Ian didn't mention any conditions, but when it was Changqi and Hao An's turn, they had to hand over half of the gains they obtained from the Flowing Flame sand field. Ian's calculations were quite good. He didn't need his own family members to take risks, perhaps they could even obtain some good supplies. If this wasn't bullying an honest man, what was? At this moment, Yang Kai became more and more disgusted with Ian. Changqi and Haoan were also quite strange. The other foreign elders had all left, so why did they stay? On top of that, they had made such an unreasonable agreement with Ian. Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's doubts, Changqi explained with some sadness, Brother Hao and I are the family's foreign elders. We have received many benefits from the family over the years, so leaving like this really makes us feel uneasy, so the 2 of us agreed to the patriarch's request. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Although he didn't agree with their approach, the loyalty of these 2 made Yang Kai admire them greatly. If it weren't for the word loyalty lingering in their hearts, they wouldn't have agreed to this condition. His brow furrowed, Yang Kai asked, if the 2 of you can safely return from Lu Yen sand field, where do you plan on going? Changqi and Haoan looked at each other and slowly shook their heads. The 2 of us have spent most of our lives in the Haiku family. Once we leave the family, we really don't know where to go. Third-order Saint Kings aren't high, but they aren't low either. The key is that the 2 of us are already quite old, so I'm afraid there won't be many places that will accept us. They didn't have any children, so naturally, there was no place they could seek refuge. Yang Kai smiled, if the 2 of you don't mind, how about settling down on Dragon Cave Mountain? Wu Yi and Yufeng often talk about you, and there are many disciples who originally belonged to the Haiku family there. With the 2 of you there, those little brats should be obedient. Changqi and Hao An's eyes lit up, the former exclaiming in disbelief, can we go? Of course, it's not a restricted area, Junior is more than happy to welcome you, Yang Kai laughed. The 2 foreign elders' faces flushed with excitement as their beards trembled, Changqi stuttering, this, how could we accept this? It was obvious that he was very interested in going to Dragon Cave Mountain. Today's Dragon Cave Mountain was no longer the same as it used to be. The mountain peaks were shrouded in clouds and the world energy aura was extremely dense, enough to be used as a spirit land for the establishment of a sect. As time passed, the world energy aura there would only become richer and richer. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, none of us are outsiders. When you go there, you can also take some time to guide the cultivation of those disciples. The 2 foreign elders looked at each other, got up at the same time, cupped their fists, and said in unison, if that's the case, it would be impolite of us to refuse. Changqi then added, if we can return safely this time, our 2 old lives will be sold to little brother. Senior is too serious, 2 seniors being alive is more important than anything else. Yang Kai quickly asked them to sit down before continuing to ask, I wonder if 2 seniors have made any preparations to enter the Lu Yen sand field? We have made some preparations, but I don't know if they will be of any use, Haoan sighed. Haoan sighed, Brother Chang and I spent all of our life savings and finally managed to purchase a Saint King grade high rank ice attribute defensive artifact. In addition to that, there were also some healing pills, but we couldn't prepare anything else. This was where people differed from one another. A Saint King grade high rank artifact usually cost between 30,000 and 40,000 Saint crystals. Even if the current era was special and ice attribute defensive artifacts were expensive, at most one would only cost 50,000 to 60,000 saint crystals. These two foreign elders had exhausted their life savings. However, these saint crystals were not worth mentioning to Yang Kai. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai took out 8 jade bottles from his space ring and handed them to each of them, explaining, 1 bottle is for healing, 2 bottles are for restoring Saint Qi, and 1 bottle is for resisting the heat. Keep them for yourselves. The pills used to resist the heat were snow and ice pills. Yang Kai had refined a total of 2 bottles, and now he had given them both to them. The two of them were about to refuse when Yang Kai added, I have a lot of these things, so don't refuse. Chang Chi and Haoan exchanged a glance and gratefully accepted the 4 bottles of pills silently, some tears even appearing in their old eyes. At this moment, they couldn't help feeling a little touched. Both of them had spent most of their lives in the Haiku family and had devoted most of their lives to it, but now En wanted to drive them away and even put forward such conditions. However, when it came to Yang Kai, he didn't even blink an eye and took out 8 bottles of pills. The contrast was like the difference between heaven and earth. Chang Chi and Haoan suddenly felt that leaving the Haiku family and following Yang Kai wasn't necessarily a bad thing, the sadness and loneliness they had been feeling these past few days suddenly sweeping away. These saint crystals, take them as well. I heard that in the flame area, it is impossible to circulate one's secret art to absorb world energy. This world energy contains a kind of fire poison that if absorbed into one's body, it will cause great harm to anyone. All recovery can only rely on saint crystals and pills. Yang Kai took out another ring and handed it to the two of them. This time, they didn't refuse and Chang Chi happily accepted it. After sweeping it with his divine sense slightly, he immediately paled and exclaimed, "This is too much." The space ring Yang Kai gave them was the one Yin Jian had given him a day ago, and it contained a total of 500,000 saint crystals. Chang Chi had never seen so many saint crystals in his life and was so frightened that he almost threw his ring away. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "I still have more saint crystals, take them first. If you can't use them all up, take them back and use them slowly. Consider them a deposit for me inviting the two of you to settle down on Dragon Cave Mountain." Yang Kai suddenly had an idea. Dragon Cave Mountain was now under the care of Qian Tong and was protected by the spirit array arranged by Yang Yen, so it was extremely safe. However, the combat power of the people here was still a weakness. Among all of them, besides Yang Kai himself, who could be regarded as a valiant fighter, the others weren't worth mentioning. Wu Yi was just a first-order Saint King, and although her aptitude was good, she still needed a lot of time to grow. Chang Chi and Haoan were already third-order Saint Kings, so if they could break through to the origin returning realm, Dragon Cave Mountain safety would be another layer of protection. An origin returning realm cultivator could use Sure, a power that even Yang Kai had a headache dealing with. Yang Kai had recruited them to Dragon Cave Mountain because Wu Yi had a good relationship with them and their loyalty was unparalleled. On the other hand, Yang Kai also wanted to add some powerful cultivator to Dragon Cave Mountain. The two foreign elders had been stuck at the third-order Saint King realm for many years, but because of their aptitude, they had been unable to break through. If they were given an origin condensing pill at this time, they would definitely be able to break through their current shackles. However, the emerald silk grass required to refine origin condensing pills seemed to be very rare. Yang Kai only had 2 stalks before, but they had already been used up. It seemed that after entering the Lu Yen sand field, Yang Kai would have to go to the treasure area to see if he could find some emerald silk grass. If he could obtain some, that would be best, but if he couldn't, he could still purchase it. In any case, Yang Kai didn't lack saint crystals right now. After much persuasion, Chang Chi and Haoan finally accepted the ring. Yang Kai then began to explain to them what he had heard from Wei Guchang about Lu Yen sand field. Although Chang Chi and Haoan had also obtained some information in this regard, it wasn't as complete as what Yang Kai had told them, so they listened attentively, not daring to miss anything. Chapter 1175. Yang Kai was originally wondering if he could let Changqi and Haoan follow the other Shadow Moon Hall disciples. After all, if everyone moved together, their safety would be increased by a lot. Although it felt rather out of place to have two half-grown old men sandwiched between all those young and beautiful girls, but at times, age was also a synonym for experience and experience. Their powers were not weak and they might not be unable to help the people from the Shadow Moon Palace. When he proposed this idea, both Changqi and Haoan shook their heads and refused. They were not worried that they would not fit in because of the age difference between them and the Shadow Moon Hall disciples. Instead, since they were determined to enter the Lu Yen Desert to find their own opportunities, they naturally could not move together with others. If they did, they would have to share any benefits with others. The two of them did not even plan to stay together. They were prepared to split up after entering the Lu Yen Desert. They were right. Yang Kai thought about it and did not insist. 2 days later, the Qian Tong came in a hurry and distributed everyone's pass. He also gave everyone a small secret treasure called a Yuan magnetic pointer. The Lu Yen Desert was too big, and there were no sun, moon, or stars inside. Once inside, it was impossible to distinguish the direction. This Yuan magnetic pointer was used to help people identify the direction. Wei Guchang had mentioned it to Yang Kai before. After receiving it, Yang Kai immediately knew how to use it after fiddling with it a few times. This pointer was very delicate. No matter how it was turned, it would always point to a specific location. With the help of this thing, there was no need to worry about getting lost in the Lu Yen Desert. Yang Kai carefully put away the Yuan magnetic pointer and sat cross-legged with Changqi and Haoan to rest. As time passed, the dark red energy curtain covering the Lu Yen Desert began to fade at a clear and discernible speed. Moreover, there were waves of extremely unstable energy fluctuations coming from inside the Lu Yen Desert. After noticing this, everyone stood up. They also understood that the forbidden area was about to open. They could not help but rub their hands together in excitement. Many people looked at the Lu Yen Desert expectantly, secretly imagining what benefits they would obtain inside. Only the return to Void stage powerhouses who had led the team here wore worried expressions. Because they knew better than anyone else the dangers of the Lu Yen Desert. Many of these Return to Void Realm cultivators had personally ventured into the Void Realm 400 years ago and only returned after experiencing many hardships. Those Return to Void Realm cultivators who had not ventured into the Void Realm had read about it in the ancient records of their respective sects. Although they were worried, none of the Origin returning realm masters showed their emotions. Because if they wanted to obtain benefits, they had to pay a certain price. Even if the price was thousands of lives, as long as their core disciples were fine, they didn't care. Origin returning realm masters continued to fly over the heads of the crowd, shouting loudly and cheering for these saint kings who were about to enter the Lu Yen Desert. Of course, they did not forget to remind them to be careful, try not to get into conflicts with others, and to show mutual respect. It was unknown how many people listened to this nonsense, but where there was profit, there would be disputes. Every time the Lu Yen Desert opened, 20 to 30% of the people who entered would be killed because of fighting over treasures. Half a day later, the unstable energy fluctuations coming from the Lu Yen Desert suddenly subsided. Immediately, the light-colored energy curtain also stabilized after a series of dazzling changes. It was obvious that in a certain territory, the light red energy curtain had become even lighter and looked like an open door. The Lu Yen Desert had officially opened. The elders of the various sects shouted with all their might as they rushed to the entrance one after the other. Almost 3,000 people rushed to the entrance in an instant. More than a dozen third-order Origin returning realm masters stood there, glaring at them, but when they saw these saint kings rush over, they all released their sure. The entire world seemed to freeze as all the Saint King realm masters froze in place, struggling to even move. Those with poor endurance paled and their clothes were soaked in sweat. The feeling of being enveloped by Shur was very disgusting. It was a feeling of not being able to control one's life or death, as if their lives were in the hands of the owner of this sure. What are you fighting for? An old man with a ruddy complexion flew up into the sky, swept his eyes around with dignity, and shouted, "All of you, line up for this old master and enter one by one. Anyone who dares to fight for a spot will be immediately disqualified." After listening to this old man, everyone began to line up obediently. Fortunately, the entrance was not too narrow and the line was directly divided into 5 lines. According to the old man's requirements, everyone who entered the Lu Yen desert had to hold up their entry pass in front of them for the many origin returning realm masters to inspect. Those without entry passes would not be able to pass. Brother Yang, Brother Yang. Yang Kai had just brought Chang Qi and Haoan to the end of a line when he heard Wei Guchang calling out to him. Looking towards the source of the voice, Yang Kai saw Wei Guchang and Dong Xian standing in a line near him. Behind them were all disciples from Shadow Moon Hall. "Brother Wei," Yang Kai smiled at him. "Brother Yang, once we enter, I will send a message to everyone through the communication artifact. If you can receive my message, it would be best if you could act together with this Wei. I have a few junior brothers and junior sisters with me. If we work together, we can pass through the flame area as soon as possible," Wei Guchang said as he pointed to the people around him. These men and women also seemed to be core disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. Even if their status was not as high as Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er's, it should not be too far off. However, they were not as perceptive as Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er, so after hearing Wei Guchang's words, they all showed puzzled looks and some reluctance. In their minds, if Yang Kai, a first-order Saint King, really acted with them, he would definitely drag them down. They were all core disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, so naturally, they were unwilling to bring along a stranger like Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said indifferently, "Good." Wei Guchang seemed to have seen through Yang Kai's perfunctory attitude and did not say anything more. When he was chatting with Yang Kai 2 days ago, he had noticed that Yang Kai seemed to want to act alone. The line passed through quickly. After all, there were more than a dozen third-order origin returning realm masters standing on both sides of the line to check their entry passes. With a sweep of their divine senses, they were allowed to pass through one after another. The number of Saint Kings decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it was Yang Kai's turn. Holding his entry pass through the divine senses of the many origin returning realm masters, he immediately heard Qian Tong's voice, "Nephew Yang, you must be careful and return safely." Yang Kai nodded gently to Qian Tong before passing through the entrance directly. A slight sense of dizziness washed over him, and by the time Yang Kai reacted, he found himself in an extremely hot environment. From all directions, waves of heat washed over him one after another. The ground under his feet was a kind of reddish-brown soil that had been baked at high temperatures all year round. Cracks spread across the ground like a spider's web. These cracks varied in size, some as large as ravines while others as wide as canyons. As far as the eye could see, there was not a single blade of grass growing, with many rocky hills and slopes obstructing one's line of sight. Is this the flame area? Yang Kai did not use his Saint Qi to protect his body, but he still felt his skin tingle from the heat. Even with his powerful physique, he could still feel pain, let alone the other Saint Kings who entered this place. If they were slightly weaker, they would immediately have to use their Saint Qi to protect their bodies to resist the omnipresent heat. The world energy here contained a strange fire poison that could not be absorbed at all. As a result, the cultivator could only use his Saint Qi and pills to restore his strength. If he could not make ends meet, he would eventually run out of strength, and when that time came, he would be in danger. However, this slight tingling sensation was not a big problem for Yang Kai. He could even withstand dangers like the void storm with his physical body, let alone this kind of heat. This was only the outermost area, and Yang Kai believed that it would be even hotter if he went further in. There was not a single person to be seen, and the cultivator who had entered before had been teleported to some unknown place. Others could not feel the strangeness of this place, but as soon as Yang Kai entered, he noticed that the space here seemed to be a little unstable. It was because of this instability that the cultivator who had passed through the same entrance would appear in different positions in the Lu Yen sand field. In front of him, a light red ribbon of fire attribute qi slowly floated by. Looking around, Yang Kai discovered that there was a lot of this fire attribute qi that had already condensed into a solid substance. Each and every one of these fire attribute qi was like a spirit snake dancing in the air, looking very beautiful. Just as he was observing, a burst of space fluctuations suddenly appeared nearby, and immediately, two figures appeared, one to his left and one to his right. They were the two cultivator who had passed through the entrance after him. Both of them were men, and before they had time to observe their surroundings, their faces changed when they felt the heat of this place. One of them immediately circulated his Saint Qi to protect himself, but the other did not do so. His strength was obviously higher, but he soon began to sweat profusely. Yang Kai frowned and found that the cultivator who was circulating his Saint Qi to protect himself was actually wearing the clothes of the Shadow Moon Hall, so he should be a disciple of the Shadow Moon Hall. After the two stabilized themselves, they began to look around. After discovering that there were two other people here, the expression of the disciple of the Shadow Moon Hall changed slightly, especially when he saw Yang Kai. A strange look flashed in his eyes. However, he had no intention of greeting Yang Kai and directly left the place, moving very quickly. The other person, however, looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully, then suddenly grinned and said, "Friend, are you interested in traveling together with this one?" "Not interested." Yang Kai replied indifferently. He did not even want to talk to Wei Guchang, let alone this guy of unknown origin. The man did not seem to expect Yang Kai to refuse so bluntly. He pinched his nose awkwardly and did not continue to pester him. He cupped his fists to Yang Kai and left in another direction. Chapter 1176. After walking far away, the man who had invited Yang Kai to accompany him glanced back, a strange look appearing on his face as he muttered to himself, "A First-Order Saint King can stand here without using his Saint Qi to protect himself? It's really strange." Even for him, a Third-Order Saint King, it was a bit difficult for him to cope and his clothes were soon soaked in sweat, but he found that Yang Kai wasn't in such a sorry state, which was why he had invited him. Because he subconsciously felt that Yang Kai wasn't simple. However, the other party seemed a bit unreasonable, so he tactfully didn't say anything. In this kind of place, the more words one spoke, the better. Who knew what kind of personality this First-Order Saint King had? If he provoked the other party, it wouldn't be good for him to fight. The Lu Yen sand field had only opened once every 400 years, so it could be said that there were treasures everywhere, so naturally, he had to seize the opportunity to find them. After he left, Yang Kai stood in place and thought for a while. He felt that the voice of the cultivator who had invited him was a bit familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before, but Yang Kai was sure he had never met this person before. How could someone he had never met before have heard his voice? After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai stopped thinking about this problem and took out the Yuan magnetic compass from his space ring. The communication artifact that was placed next to the Yuan magnetic compass seemed to have some divine sense fluctuations, so it should be a message from Wei Guchang. Yang Kai took it out and sensed it, and sure enough, not only was there a message from him, but also the divine senses of Dong Xianer and the other disciples of Shadow Moon Hall shuttling back and forth, asking for each other's location before deciding on a meeting place. Yang Kai ignored it and threw the communication artifact back into his space ring before confirming the direction with the Yuan magnetic compass and heading towards the depths of the Lu Yen sand field. About 300 kilometers away from Yang Kai, Wei Guchang stood at the foot of a huge slope. This slope was very conspicuous, and even from a distance, one could see its outline. He and the other core disciples of Shadow Moon Hall had agreed to meet here, so as long as they weren't idiots, they should be able to find this place quickly. Dong Xianer was the closest to him, so after half a cup of tea worth of time, Dong Xianer was the first to arrive. "Brother! Dong Xian'er called out happily as she flew over, a light blue halo covering her body that exuded a faint chill, isolating her from the heat. This was the protective effect of the origin-grade low-rank defensive artifact Yang Yen had refined for her. Wei Guchang, like Yang Kai, did not immediately use his artifact or Saint Qi to protect himself. Instead, he simply stood in place, seemingly enjoying this baking heat. Seeing Dong Xian'er arrive, he immediately showed a gentle smile. "Brother, the junior brothers and junior sisters who are going to the treasure area with us have all replied, but Brother Yang hasn't. Is he too far away from us, beyond the range of this communication artifact?" Dong Xian'er asked with some concern. "Not necessarily." Wei Guchang shook his head. "Our communication artifact was refined by Grandmaster Golin himself, so its range is 500 kilometers. We didn't enter this place too far apart, so even if we were to split up, we should be nearby." Brother Yang not replying, he should have his own plans. "Brother, what you mean is that Brother Yang wants to act alone? He doesn't want to come with us?" Dong Xian'er was also an intelligent woman, so after hearing Wei Guchang's words, she immediately understood Yang Kai's plan. Those with ability all like to act alone. Wei Guchang grinned. "What about you, brother? Do you also want to act alone, free and easy?" Dong Xian'er suddenly asked faintly. Wei Guchang laughed heartily. "Brother, I naturally want to go with you. The two of us together, under the moonlight, under the flowers, running amok in this forbidden area, wouldn't that be great?" Hearing his nonsense, Dong Xian'er couldn't help but spit, but her small face was still brimming with a happy smile. Wei Guchang coldly snorted, "If possible, of course I would want it to be just the two of us, but there's no other way. Martial Uncle Wang and Martial Uncle Yen specially instructed me to take good care of those junior brothers and junior sisters, so I can't just leave them behind. It's funny that when I invited Brother Yang before, they looked dissatisfied. How could they know how strong Brother Yang is? I'd rather travel with Brother Yang than bring these burdens. Being in a sect, there are always some things that don't go your way. Brother, don't worry too much." Dong Xian'er softly comforted. This was her biggest advantage, and also what Wei Guchang liked most about her. She could always comfort him with the right words at the most appropriate time. Every time he was in a bad mood, as long as he said a few words to her, his mood would immediately calm down. "Of course I know. Forget it, let's not talk about this. They should be coming soon, and it would be quite sad if they heard it." Wei Guchang smiled and shook his head. He immediately stopped talking about this matter, and instead discussed with Dong Xian'er the direction and route they should take. At this moment, Yang Kai encountered his first fire spirit beast. He originally thought that the fire spirit beast would be the same as the monster beast, and would be easy to find. Since he came in, he had been looking around, wanting to see what was so strange about this thing that only existed in Lu Yen Sand, and even more so, he wanted to see what was so special about the fire crystal stone. Who would have thought that he couldn't find any trace of the fire spirit beast? Just as he was looking around, a flame suddenly gushed out from a crack in the ground under his feet. Soon after, a fire spirit beast that looked like a fierce tiger appeared on the scene, shaking its head and swaying its tail. Yang Kai didn't rush to attack, but carefully observed. Indeed, as Wei Guchang had said before, the fire spirit beast's body was illusory, constantly changing, and very strange. Its aura was perfectly concealed by the heat of Lu Yen Sand, so even though Yang Kai was very vigilant, Yang Kai didn't notice it until it jumped out from the crack under his feet. This tiger-like fire spirit beast looked very weak, only at the level of a fifth-order monster beast. A fifth-order monster beast was equivalent to an immortal Ascension boundary cultivator. It didn't even have a complete body, only a majestic tiger head and half of its body. From the waist down, all that was left was a mass of flame. Yang Kai was disappointed. The tiger-like fire spirit beast took the initiative to attack, but Yang Kai just threw a punch, Saint Qi gushing out from his fist, and directly scattered it. The flame burst, and the tiger-like fire spirit beast disappeared in an instant, leaving behind a dark red, sand-like object that fell from the sky. Yang Kai casually reached out and caught it in his hand. Is this a fire crystal stone? Even though this was the first time he had seen it, Yang Kai recognized at a glance that this was the fire crystal stone Wei Guchang had been talking about so much. However, this thing was simply too small. Although the world energy contained inside was pure enough, the amount it could store was nothing to be proud of. Yang Kai only needed to circulate his Saint Chi casually to absorb all of the energy inside this thing. Shaking his head with some dissatisfaction, Yang Kai estimated that the size of a fire crystal stone should be directly related to the rank of the fire spirit beast. The higher the rank of the fire spirit beast, the larger the fire crystal stone would be. This kind of sand-sized fire crystal stone was only a crystal from a 5th-order fire spirit beast, so 6th order, 7th order, and even 8th order fire spirit beasts might be different. There was no challenge in the outermost flame area, so Yang Kai lost interest in carefully investigating this place. With a single thought, the sound of wind and thunder rang out as a pair of beautiful wings suddenly unfurled behind him. These wings were translucent and had arcs of lightning curling around them. These were the wind and thunder wings that Yang Kai had not used for a long time. When he was on Tong Xian realm, the wind and thunder wings had provided him with great help, but since obtaining a flight-type artifact like a star shuttle, the usefulness of the wind and thunder wings had gradually decreased. After arriving at Tong Xian territory, Yang Kai had not used the wind and thunder wings again. Yang Kai had not expected that in this kind of place, there would be a need to test them. Pouring his Saint Chi into the wind and thunder wings, Yang Kai's speed suddenly soared as he transformed into a stream of light and disappeared from where he stood. Yang Kai was overjoyed as he found that his guess was correct. Although it was impossible to use a star shuttle in this Lu Yen sand field, and the cultivator could not fly, the wind and thunder wings were not greatly restricted. As long as he did not leave the ground, he would be fine. However, once Yang Kai tried to leave the ground, an infinite pressure would descend from the sky and abruptly suppress him. After testing this a few times, Yang Kai obediently relied on the wind and thunder wings to travel on foot. This forbidden land was very strange. Yang Kai did not know what kind of mysterious world principles it contained, but in any case, there were many restrictions. Along the way, Yang Kai did not encounter a single person, as if he was the only one exploring this huge Lu Yen sand field. Of course, Yang Kai knew that this was just an illusion. The Lu Yen sand field was simply too big. It was a circular territory, and the closer one was to the outside, the wider the perimeter, so the chances of encountering another cultivator were naturally lower. However, as long as one walked deeper in, the elites would gradually gather at the center, and the chances of encountering each other would increase. When that time came, there would likely be more conflicts. Fire spirit beasts were indeed common in the flame area. As Yang Kai hurried along, from time to time, 1 or 2 fire spirit beasts of varying levels would emerge from the cracks in the ground, trying to obstruct his progress. There were even some fire spirit beasts that swaggered out and wandered around. Facing these fire spirit beasts, which were equivalent to 5th order or 6th order in strength, Yang Kai really couldn't bring himself to kill them, so he simply ignored them and left. The further he went, the higher the surrounding temperature became. Not only did the temperature cause Yang Kai's skin to sting, but even the fire poison contained in the heat waves became stronger, silently seeping into Yang Kai's body through his pores, affecting his bodily functions and the circulation of his Saint Chi. This fire poison was extremely overbearing. Even if Yang Kai circulated his secret art, he was unable to dissolve it. If too much of it accumulated, it would pose a great danger to anyone, so Yang Kai could only forcibly expel it from his body. As the temperature of the flame area increased and the fire poison raged, Yang Kai had to push his Saint Chi to protect his body, resisting both the heat and the fire poison. Chapter 1177. 3 days later, Yang Kai entered a valley-like area. During these 3 days, he had been on his way, and with the bonus of his wind and thunder wings, his speed was much faster than others. During this time, except for encountering an 8th-order fire spirit beast, which he killed with some effort, nothing else happened. The 8th-order fire spirit beast's body had already solidified to a certain extent, so when it suddenly emerged from a crack in the ground, it really gave Yang Kai a fright. If not for his quick reaction and the help of his wind and thunder wings, this sneak attack alone would have been enough to injure him. Only now did Yang Kai understand that the real threat of fire spirit beasts was not their strength, but their ability to perfectly blend in with the environment of this Lu Yen desert. As long as they did not take the initiative to appear, a cultivator would not be able to detect them. However, their appearance was always accompanied by a fatal sneak attack. An 8th-order fire spirit beast was equivalent to a Saint King, so if it had been any other cultivator, they would have died long ago. However, Yang Kai finally managed to kill it and obtained a fire crystal stone the size of a pigeon's egg. This piece of fire crystal stone was much larger than the first one he obtained, so its value was definitely not low. As long as an alchemist or artifact refiner could perfectly integrate the pure fire energy contained in this fire crystal stone into the pills or artifacts they refined, they could improve the grade and quality of the pills and artifacts they refined. Such a harvest made Yang Kai a little happy, and he couldn't help but want to find another 8th-order fire spirit beast to kill. After all, he was an alchemist himself, so this kind of thing would be helpful to him. After entering the valley, Yang Kai's divine sense covered a range of 300 meters around him, lest he encounter another sneak attack from a powerful fire spirit beast. The terrain here was very strange. In all directions, there were barren mountains. The entire valley looked like a huge pit in the ground. The valley was so big that one couldn't see the end of it. There were crisscrossing ravines everywhere in the valley. The large ravines looked like bottomless abysses, which made people shudder. Yang Kai didn't care, and instead urged his wind and thunder wings to continue forward. He had the same idea as Wei Guchang, which was to rush to the treasure area as soon as possible and collect some spirit grasses and spirit herbs before many people entered. Once all the elites from the various major forces entered, there would be less good stuff to collect. Everyone should be in a hurry right now. Yang Kai had the wind and thunder wings, which gave him a huge advantage. Half a day later, Yang Kai had already arrived at the interior of the valley. Surprisingly, he had not encountered a single fire spirit beast in this half a day. Previously, no matter how lucky he was, there would be 1 or 2 fire spirit beasts that recklessly rushed out to block his path every 1 or 2 hours. But now, half a day had passed and there was no trace of any fire spirit beasts, which made him very puzzled. It was as if this valley was a forbidden area for fire spirit beasts and they would not come here. Yang Kai was happy to see this, and continued to move forward. But suddenly, Yang Kai's face changed, and in a flash, he hurriedly dodged to the side. Just now, when he used his divine sense to investigate, he felt an abnormal energy fluctuation. Yang Kai was very familiar with this kind of energy fluctuation. It was the sign of a fire spirit beast rushing out from the cracks in the ground to attack. Sure enough, when he changed his position, several fire spirit beasts of different shapes and levels suddenly rushed out from his original position. Yang Kai didn't want to pay attention to them and just wanted to move forward, but before he could stand firm, the abnormal energy fluctuation appeared again, and the place where it appeared was still under his feet. Yang Kai frowned and changed his position again. This time, the energy fluctuation came from under his feet for the 3rd time. At the same time, in all directions, the entire valley seemed to be boiling, the chaotic energy fluctuating up and down, and flames rushed out from the crisscrossing cracks, transforming into strange fire spirit beasts. The number of flames rushing out from the cracks in the ground was simply too many to count, and there were even more flames flashing in the distance. Yang Kai's complexion finally changed. There seemed to be something wrong with this valley. He never thought that the fire spirit beasts would be so dense, and this place was completely different from what he had imagined. This valley was not a forbidden area for the fire spirit beasts, it was clearly their paradise. Who knew why so many fire spirit beasts had gathered here? In just a dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai was surrounded by fire spirit beasts, all of whom were glaring at him with malicious intent. Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense and his face sank. Just within a radius of 1,000 feet around him, there were already over 10,000 fire spirit beasts gathered. Although most of these fire spirit beasts were unsightly at the 5th or 6th rank, there were also 7th and 8th rank fire spirit beasts mixed in with them. Even further away from him, there were even more fire spirit beasts rushing over here one after another. Yang Kai felt as if he had inadvertently poked a big hornet's nest, his expression extremely ugly. Not being able to fly meant that he would have to kill his way out of this encirclement. With so many fire spirit beasts, how long would it take him to kill them all? Just as Yang Kai was hesitating, a loud roar rang out and the fire spirit beasts that had gathered around him took the initiative to launch an attack, rushing towards Yang Kai in droves. These beasts bared their fangs and charged towards Yang Kai, some of them even using fire attribute energy to attack. Some of these beasts spat out fireballs from their mouths, while others attacked like fire snakes towards Yang Kai. There were even some that shot out like sharp arrows, their speed extremely fast and the sound of them tearing through the air rang out incessantly. These energy attacks could only be launched by fire spirit beasts that had reached the 7th order. Yang Kai roared as his Saint Chi surged and a long sword covered in demonic flames appeared in his hand. Swinging it forward, a shocking sword wave appeared and all the 5th order and 6th order fire spirit beasts that were struck by this sword wave were reduced to dust and dissipated into the air. Yang Kai waved his hand again and sent out a dozen pitch-black spears filled with demonic flames in all directions. Each spear was incredibly powerful and pierced through the bodies of countless fire spirit beasts before gradually disappearing. Profound heavenly sword, heaven punishing spear, Yang Kai continued to use these 2 heavens divine skills, killing the fire spirit beasts that rushed towards him. When others encountered so many fire spirit beasts, even if they were in groups, they could only wait to be killed because there were simply too many of these fire spirit beasts. Even if most of them couldn't withstand a single blow, it would still take a huge amount of energy to kill them all. Perhaps before a cultivator could kill them all, the cultivator would run out of energy and be overwhelmed by these fire spirit beasts. Yang Kai was different. He had never worried about the amount of energy stored in his body. Before, he had stored his yang liquid, but now that his Saint Chi had transformed into demonic flames, all of his strength was stored in his physique. Yang Kai's Saint Chi reserves were hundreds or thousands of times greater than any Saint King Realm Master. Even Origin returning Realm Masters couldn't compare to him. Pouring out his Saint Chi recklessly, Yang Kai made the fire spirit beasts swarming towards him completely understand what it meant to be slaughtered like flies. Soon, Yang Kai furrowed his brow. When such a large number of fire spirit beasts appeared just now, he was really surprised for a moment, but in the next moment, he became excited. Because with so many fire spirit beasts, how many fire crystal stones could he harvest? Even if the fire crystal stones in the bodies of 5th order and 6th order fire spirit beasts were useless, the 7th order and 8th order fire spirit beasts were different. The fire crystal stones in their bodies could definitely be used for alchemy or artifact refining. But now, Yang Kai discovered a strange phenomenon. The fire spirit beasts he killed seemed to be fundamentally different from the fire spirit beasts outside. They didn't have any fire crystal stones in their bodies. After the time it would take to boil a cup of tea, Yang Kai had killed at least 300 5th order and 6th order fire spirit beasts, and even a dozen or so 7th order fire spirit beasts. Strangely, whether they were 5th order, 6th order, or 7th order fire spirit beasts, after their bodies dissipated, not a single fire crystal stone was left behind. Something is wrong. Yang Kai was puzzled, but after slaughtering for a while, he suddenly turned his eyes to an 8th order fire spirit beast not far away. He really wanted to know if this guy's body was the same. The demonic flame sword in his hand swept out in a semicircle, and the fire spirit beasts touched by his demonic flame directly collapsed and dissipated. Yang Kai quickly opened a gap in the crowd of fire spirit beasts and rushed straight towards the 8th order fire spirit beast. Before Yang Kai even arrived, a heaven-punishing spear had already shot out. The 8th order fire spirit beast was quite extraordinary and quickly dove into the crowd of fire spirit beasts, using the bodies of its dozen or so companions to resist the attack of the heaven-punishing spear. Not waiting for Yang Kai to launch another attack, it opened its mouth and spat out a fire dragon. Yang Kai didn't dodge and instead pushed his Saint Chi to resist the raging fire dragon. Taking a step forward, Yang Kai arrived in front of the fire dragon and slashed out with his demonic flame sword. This time, the 8th order fire spirit beast was unable to dodge, and the sword wave split open a meter-long crack on its head. After the sword wave raged on, the 8th order fire spirit beast let out a whimper and disappeared. Yang Kai searched carefully and found that it really didn't have any fire crystal stones. At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't help having the urge to curse out loud. These countless fire spirit beasts had trapped him here, but after killing them all, there was no harvest at all. This was somewhat intolerable. If he could obtain a large number of fire crystal stones, Yang Kai felt that this slaughter would have been somewhat worthwhile, but with no benefits at all, how could he be in the mood to continue entangling with them here? After a loud roar, a giant black dragon several dozen meters long suddenly emerged from Yang Kai's body. It was condensed from the golden dragon tattoo on Yang Kai's body. However, after injecting Yang Kai's unique Saint Chi, this golden dragon transformed into its current appearance, one that was pitch black and covered in demonic flames. Its pair of dragon eyes were even larger than a human's face, giving it a powerful aura. The giant black dragon shook its head and waved its tail as it rushed into the fire spirit beasts and began a frenzied rampage. The densely packed fire spirit beasts couldn't avoid it in time and were quickly wiped out. At the same time, Yang Kai also took out the purple shield that Yang Yen had refined for him and placed it on his back to resist the attacks of the fire spirit beasts. He also took out the 100 Mountains picture that originally belonged to the Su family and summoned a series of mountain phantoms from it towards the fire spirit beasts. Yang Kai's strength was much higher than Su Zhishen's. Su Zhishen could only summon 6 mountain phantoms back then, but Yang Kai could summon 8 with ease at this moment. Chapter 1178. The 100 Mountains picture was an excellent artifact for one-on-one combat, but it was also very suitable for group attacks. The 8 huge mountain phantoms looked illusory and ethereal, but each one of them had the weight of a mountain. They didn't need to exert any kind of pressure, just the mere fact that they smashed down was enough. After Yang Kai crazily poured his Saint Chi into them, the mountain phantoms began to emit a faint demonic flame aura. For a time, the entire mountain valley was shaken by the mountain phantoms, and the fire spirit beasts rushed over in large groups before disappearing in droves. This was the first time Yang Kai had used the 100 Mountains picture and suddenly found that this artifact was quite useful. At the very least, it was much faster than using his profound heavenly sword and heaven-punishing spear to kill fire spirit beasts. Immediately, he put away his demonic flame sword and focused on releasing the power of the 100 Mountains picture. Hong hong hong, violent explosions rang out from the mountain valley, deafening everyone's ears. At the same time, in the direction Yang Kai had come from, a group of 3 people appeared at the entrance of the mountain valley. 2 of the 3 were third-order Saint Kings while the other was a first-order Saint King. From the way the 3 of them walked, it was obvious the 2 third-order Saint Kings were sandwiching the first-order cultivator in the middle, seemingly protecting him. When this group arrived in front of the mountain valley, the cultivator walking at the front suddenly stopped, a look of surprise appearing on his face as he stared suspiciously into the mountain valley. Since he didn't move, the 2 people behind him naturally stopped as well. The cultivator at the back remained vigilant, but the short young man sandwiched between them didn't seem to care at all. From time to time, he would look around, as if he wasn't here to adventure in the Lu Yen desert but to play. After investigating the mountain valley for the time it would take to brew a cup of tea, the three of them didn't show any intention of moving forward. The short young man couldn't help urging the person in front of him, "Xia Yong, what are you looking at? Hurry up and move." The cultivator called Xia Yong heard this and turned back to the young man, "Young master, wait a moment, there seems to be something wrong with this mountain valley." Saying so, he beckoned to the third-order Saint King cultivator at the back of the group. After this cultivator stepped forward, the two began to investigate together, whispering to one another from time to time. When the young man saw the serious look on their faces, he coldly snorted in dissatisfaction, "Aren't you making a fuss over nothing? Along the way, we haven't encountered any danger at all. Weren't those fire spirit beasts that jumped out easily killed by this young master? In my opinion, this Lu Yen desert doesn't live up to its name at all. The rumors about how dangerous it is are obviously just rumors to scare those who don't know about it. Unfortunately, they can't scare this young master." This young man was none other than Xia Hongwan, who had a grudge with Yang Kai before. The other two third-order Saint King cultivator were naturally the cultivator sent by the Xia family to protect him. Xian Tong had specifically told Yang Kai before that these two cultivator weren't from Shadow Moon Hall. After listening to Xia Hongwen's words, Xia Yong and the other cultivator exchanged a glance and shook their heads secretly. They also knew that Xia Hongwen was used to living a comfortable life and didn't understand the dangers of the outside world. Coupled with the fact that they hadn't encountered any danger these past few days, Xia Hongwen had underestimated this place. Although they had never entered Lu Yen Desert before, since it was one of Shadowed Star's 3 great restricted zones, there must be something strange about it. If it had been someone else who said this, the two of them wouldn't have cared at all and underestimated the danger of this place. If they were careless, they would have died, but in the end, they shouldered the heavy responsibility of protecting Xia Hongwen. If Xia Hongwen died because of carelessness, they wouldn't have a good ending when they returned to the Xia family. The other square-faced cultivator felt that it was necessary to explain to Xia Hongwen, so after thinking about it for a moment, he solemnly said, "Young master, this is the outermost area of Lu Yen Desert, and we were lucky before. The fire spirit beasts we encountered were only 5th order or 6th order. With young master's strength, killing them was naturally a piece of cake." Hearing this flattery, Xia Hongwen's impatient look finally eased a lot and he put on an arrogant look, as if he was the sole ruler of this world. The cultivator quickly changed the subject and said, "But young master, you must not take this place lightly. In addition to the 5th order or 6th order fire spirit beasts we encountered, there are also 7th order, 8th order." When Xia Hongwen heard this, he narrowed his eyes and stared at the square-faced cultivator, sneering, "Xia Yun, you're underestimating this young master too much. This young master has many artifacts on him and his divine technique is exquisite. Forget about 7th order or 8th order, even if a 9th order fire spirit beast came, what harm would it pose? This young master can still easily kill it." This young master was afraid he wouldn't be able to encounter a high-grade fire spirit beast. "If you can find a few for this young master will kill them for you to see." He couldn't wait to prove himself. Xia Yong and Xia Yun remained calm on the surface, but in their hearts, they were cursing Xia Hongwen to death. They had long heard that Xia Hongwen was an idiot, but only now did they realize that the rumors outside were simply understating the stupidity of this young master. He was just a trivial 1st order Saint King, let alone a 9th order fire spirit beast, even a 7th order or 8th order one could easily be killed. What was laughable was that he dared to boast so shamelessly. There was no way to reason with an idiot, so Xia Yun and Xia Yong tactfully agreed a few times, much to Xia Hongwen's satisfaction. He no longer held them responsible for staying here and nodded repeatedly, "You can rest assured, as long as this young master can get his revenge this time, when I return, I will definitely have my father write a letter to the patriarch. There will be no shortage of benefits for you." Xia Yun and Xia Yong's eyes lit up as they nodded. The reason they accepted this task was because Xia Hongwen's father, Xia Li, had promised them a huge reward of 300,000 saint crystals each after they completed this task. Otherwise, why would they accompany Xia Hongwen to the Lu Yen sand field? Moreover, whatever they obtained from the Lu Yen sand field, the family wouldn't ask them to hand over. Whatever they obtained would belong to them. A few months ago, when this task was delivered to the Xia family, countless Xia family members boiled over and responded to the call of the Xia family patriarch. In the end, it was Xia Yong and Xia Yun who won this task with an absolute advantage. They also knew who Xia Hongwen wanted to seek revenge on, a first-order Saint King cultivator named Yang Kai. According to Xia Hongwen, Yang Kai was ignorant, arrogant, overbearing, and lustful. Even he couldn't beat him and was only relying on the power of Elder Qian Tong to bully the weak. Xia Yong and Xia Yun certainly didn't believe this. There was no Saint King in this world who couldn't beat Xia Hongwen. Even if it was a cultivator who had just broken through to the Saint King realm, it would be easy for them to win against trash like Xia Hongwen. In the end, the two of them learned the truth from Xia Li. Although the young man named Yang Kai's cultivation was low, his combat power was extraordinary. He was able to kill a third-order Saint King cultivator, a so-called genius cultivator. He was an elite who could fight above his own realm. However, Xia Yong and Xia Yun were also elites of the Xia family, so they had absolute confidence in killing a cultivator like Yang Kai. Do you think that trash didn't take this path? Xia Hongwen suddenly asked, how come we've been chasing him for several days and still haven't seen him? Could it be we went in the wrong direction? Xia Yong grinned and proudly said, young master, you can rest assured that he is walking on this path. No one has been able to escape my pursuit. It was precisely because Xia Yong was good at tracking and possessed extraordinary combat power that he was able to stand out from the other Xia family members and successfully take on this task. After determining the location Yang Kai entered, the three of them gathered together through the communication artifact and chased after Yang Kai. Then how come we didn't find him? Xia Hongwen asked puzzledly. Because he entered this mountain valley, Xia Yong pointed forward. Xia Hongwen's face lit up, really? Yes. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and catch up with him and kill him for me. Xia Hongwen's expression became fierce as he suddenly shook his head. No, 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 stop him first, this young master wants to torture him. Directly killing him would be too easy for him, I want him to taste all the tortures in this world. Young master, I'm afraid there's no need for that, Xia Yong said with a strange expression. What do you mean? Xia Hongwen squinted at him. Xia Yong smiled lightly, once he enters this mountain valley, he's dead for sure. There's no need for us to pursue him, he definitely won't be able to leave this mountain valley alive. I'm afraid he's already dead. Why? How do you know? Xia Hongwen was even more confused now. Xia Yun smiled and explained, before coming here, the patriarch gave us some information about the Lu Yen desert, one of which was about this mountain valley. It seems that when the Lu Yen desert opened last time, a senior of our Xia family also took this path, but less than an hour after entering the mountain valley, he suddenly found countless fire spirit beasts gathered in the valley, surrounding a group of people and killing them. This group of people was made up of elite cultivators from various great forces, and there were more than 30 of them. At that time, the battle was fierce and our Xia family senior didn't want to get involved, so he quietly withdrew from the mountain valley. Later, when he left the Lu Yen desert and inquired about the situation, he learned that of the more than 30 cultivators trapped in the mountain valley, none survived, and they didn't even make it to the treasure area. They all died in the mountain valley? Xia Hongwen's expression changed slightly. Although he was bragging a moment ago, when he thought of the countless fire spirit beasts rushing in, he couldn't help but pale. Yes, they died in the mountain valley, and the only one who knows the reason for their deaths is our Xia family senior. As for the information about this mountain valley, other than our Xia family, no one else should know. That Yang Kai entered it, naturally it was impossible for him to survive. Just now, because I had some doubts, I stopped, but after carefully confirming with Xia Yong, we found that the terrain here is exactly the same as the information left behind by our Xia family senior. That is to say, 400 years ago, our Xia family senior entered this mountain valley. When Xia Hongwen heard this, he clapped his hands fiercely and sighed, "What a pity, how could he die like this?" This young master wanted to catch him. He sighed because he couldn't kill Yang Kai with his own hands. Chapter 1179. As soon as Xia Hongwen finished speaking, the three of them suddenly heard a rumbling sound coming from inside the valley. The source of the sound was extremely far away, but it still clearly reached their ears, and with each sound, the earth seemed to shake slightly. Xia Yun and Xia Yong looked at each other, their expressions changing slightly. Although they didn't see what was going on with their own eyes, this kind of power showed that there was an earth-shattering battle taking place in the depths of the valley. Xia Hongwen thought of something, and after being stunned for a moment, he cried out in joy, "Could this be caused by that trash?" Xia Yong frowned and hesitated. "It should be, after all, he's the only one who took this path, and I'm afraid he's already surrounded by fire spirit beasts." Good, the heavens are helping this young master. Xia Hongwen laughed wildly, waving his hand and saying, "Come, let's go in and take a look. This young master wants to see that bastard die without a burial place with his own eyes, otherwise I won't be able to take this lying down." Young master. Xia Yong and Xia Yun's expressions changed greatly, the former hurriedly stopping him. "This valley is definitely a forbidden area in the Lu Yen desert, you can't come out even if you enter. Since that person is going to die, why should we take this risk? It's fine if something happens to the two of us, but young master's delicate body is precious. What if something happens to you?" Xia Yong knew that Xia Hongwen liked to listen to good words, and if he forcefully stopped him at this time, it would definitely arouse his disgust, so he could only try to persuade him in a roundabout way. Sure enough, after Xia Hongwen heard this, he felt that it made sense, but his expression was still somewhat restless. Compared to those invisible dangers, he was more willing to see how Yang Kai died. After living for so many years, no one had ever dared to humiliate him like Yang Kai, and it was even more impossible for someone to casually take his life. Every time Xia Hongwen thought about it, he couldn't sleep and eat in peace, filled with grief and resentment. That old bastard Qian Tong wasn't a good person, he was clearly bullied by an outsider, but not only did he not help him take revenge, he was also very polite to that bastard. Sooner or later, he would make Qian Tong pay the price. Xia Hongwen's thinking was different from ordinary people. Last time, Qian Tong saved his life from Yang Kai. Not only did he not know how to be grateful, but he also hated Qian Tong. Thinking of this, the anger in his heart and the desire to see Yang Kai's tragic death with his own eyes could not be suppressed. His expression became firm as he said, "Going in and watching from afar, is that okay?" Xia Yong was shocked and was about to persuade him again when Xia Hongwen said, "Since one of our Xia family's seniors was able to escape unscathed, there is no reason why we can't. Or are you two not confident in yourselves? If that's the case, you stay here, this young master will go alone, but you don't need to take the 300,000 saint crystals." How could this be? Xia Yong and Xia Yun became anxious. They had accepted the task of protecting Xia Hongwen precisely because of the 300,000 saint crystals and the benefits they could obtain from Lu Yan's desert. If they were not given the 300,000 saint crystals, they would immediately lose more than half of their profits. For a time, Xia Yong and Xia Yun both hesitated. They knew the dangers of this mountain valley better than anyone else. Before coming here, Xia Li had clearly told them that they absolutely could not enter this mountain valley. Xia Li wasn't worried about their safety, but rather that they wouldn't be able to protect Xia Hongwen. If something happened to Xia Hongwen, they wouldn't be able to live. But now that Xia Hongwen had made such a strong request, they couldn't refuse. Seeing the two hesitating, Xia Hongwen snorted and said, "As long as you take me in, we can watch that bastard die from afar. After we return, I will personally give you some benefits. With your identities, you shouldn't be qualified to learn the Xia family's Azura palm, right? This young master knows a thing or two about this martial skill. Hearing the words Azura palm, Xia Yun and Xia Yong hesitated for a moment before exchanging a glance, both of them seeing the light in each other's eyes. Xia Hongwen continued to strike while the iron was hot. You can rest assured, we only need to watch from afar. This young master doesn't want you to kill him. When he dies, we'll immediately withdraw from the mountain valley. Xia Yong sighed heavily before turning to Xia Yun and asking, what do you think? Xia Yun frowned and helplessly said, what else can we do? If they didn't listen to Xia Hongwen, there would be no benefits. If they listened to him, although they would have to take a little risk, the benefits would also be greater. Apart from accepting Xia Hongwen's proposal, there was no other way, unless they didn't want any benefits. After the two reached an agreement, Xia Yong said seriously, good, young master, we will take you there, but you must promise not to act rashly. If there is anything wrong, we will take you away quickly. I hope young master can agree to this. Good, I agree, you're really long-winded, hurry up and go, if we're too late, that bastard may die, Xia Hongwen urged impatiently. The two Xia family cultivator had no choice but to continue to protect Xia Hongwen as they moved into the mountain valley. As they moved forward, the shaking of the mountain grew louder and louder. At the beginning, Xia Yong was still cautious, moving forward slowly, but he really couldn't stand Xia Hongwen's urging. Coupled with the fact that there really didn't seem to be any danger in the mountain valley, he couldn't help but speed up. Half a day later, the three of them saw a fiery red light in the distance. This fiery red light was obviously different from the color of the flowing flame Sandfield's flames, and in fact, these streaks of red light had gathered together to form a sensational fireball over a large area. When he took a closer look, he realized that it wasn't a flame at all. It was clearly countless fire spirit beasts gathered together, and they seemed to be attacking someone who was surrounded by them. From time to time, huge mountain phantoms would fly through the middle of the fire spirit beasts and then crash down, each crash causing the ground to shake violently. Xia Yong and Xia Yun were dumbfounded. Although the two of them had long speculated from the information given by Xia Li that there were many fire spirit beasts in this mountain valley, it wasn't until they saw it with their own eyes that they realized the truth was far beyond their imagination. No wonder more than 30 elites from the various great forces had been wiped out here 400 years ago. With so many fire spirit beasts, even if an origin-returning realm master rashly entered Lu Yen Desert, they probably wouldn't be able to survive, not to mention that only Saint Kings could enter it. Xia Hongwen's performance was even more unbearable. Before, he had boasted about his strength, but now, after seeing the countless fire spirit beasts, he couldn't help shivering, his face extremely pale, unable to move. Hide! Xia Yong reacted quickly, grabbing Xia Hongwen and hiding behind a nearby hill a few dozen meters high, at the same time summoning an exquisite artifact. This artifact released an invisible shield that enveloped the three of them, isolating their auras. Climbing up the hill, the three pairs of eyes cautiously glanced over, all of them shocked. There were so many fire spirit beasts, almost 10,000 of them. Xia Yong and Xia Yun thought that if they were surrounded like this, it wouldn't take more than a cup of tea's worth of time for them to die. But the cultivator named Yang Kai was surrounded and was actually killing them all. From the time the three of them heard the commotion until they rushed here, more than half a day had passed. For such a long time, how much Saint Chi had he consumed to continuously use this mountain-shaped artifact? How had he recovered? How many fire spirit beasts had he killed? Under the pressure of the mountain-shaped artifact, a large number of fire spirit beasts had simply disappeared. What surprised them even more was that after the three of them hid behind the hill for 4 to 6 hours, the slaughter continued without any sign of abating. Yang Kai, who was surrounded by fire spirit beasts, didn't show any signs of exhaustion. The number of fire spirit beasts killed by Yang Kai didn't seem to decrease either, maintaining a strange balance. This kind of strange slaughter seemed to continue until the end of the world. Why isn't he dead yet? Xia Hongwen muttered impatiently. He had caught a glimpse of the person surrounded by fire spirit beasts before and found that it was indeed Yang Kai, the one he hated to the bone. Xia Hongwen had thought this guy was about to die, but even now, he was still alive and kicking, which made Xia Hongwen very puzzled. He's amazing. Xia Yong praised sincerely. Although they knew that Yang Kai was an elite, in their minds, Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't high, so even if he was an elite, his combat strength should be limited. But now, Xia Yong found that he had completely underestimated this person. If they were to fight one-on-one, Xia Yong had no confidence he could win. Xia Yun, kill him for me now, this young master can't wait any longer. Xia Hongwen suddenly shouted fiercely. Both Xia Yong and Xia Yun were chosen by Xia Li for this task because of their unique abilities. The former was proficient in tracking, as long as he could find some clues. As long as he wasn't an origin-returning realm master, most people wouldn't be able to escape his tracking. In order to find someone in a place like Lu Yen Desert, his ability was indispensable. However, Xia Yun had another ability, the ability to kill with a single blow. To deal with an elite like Yang Kai, a sneak attack was undoubtedly the best way to deal with him, and this was Xia Yun's strength, so he was also chosen. After listening to Xia Hongwen's words, Xia Yun shook his head and said in a low voice, "Young master, I can't kill him from a distance, but there are too many fire spirit beasts gathered around this guy, and the purple shield behind him is also a defensive artifact. I can't kill him in this situation. Even if they attacked now, at most, they could only injure Yang Kai. If they couldn't kill him in a single blow, it was better not to act, lest they alert the enemy." Moreover, Xia Yun was also afraid that if they disturbed the fire spirit beasts, the three of them would be surrounded. He and Xia Yong didn't have the capital to kill tens of thousands of fire spirit beasts. "Then what should we do?" Xia Hongwen asked anxiously. His enemy was right in front of him, alive and kicking, yet he didn't have a chance to take revenge. This made him very annoyed, and he couldn't wait to rush over and kill Yang Kai right now. Chapter 1180. Let's wait, young master. Xia Yong smiled slightly. He has been fighting for such a long time, even if he has a way to recover, it is impossible for him to be at his peak. If those fire spirit beasts can kill him, that would be the best, but if he kills them all, he will definitely be an arrow at the end of its flight. At that time, it won't be too late to ask Xia Yun to take action, presumably he won't have any strength to resist. Now, young master, you should calm down and enjoy his ugly final struggle, wouldn't that be perfect? Oh, that's right. Xia Hongwen was overjoyed and quickly turned his eyes towards Yang Kai. Sure enough, as Xia Yong had said, he wanted to enjoy Yang Kai's final struggle. Xia Yong and Xia Yun exchanged a glance and saw the helplessness and ridicule in each other's eyes. Only an idiot like Xia Hongwen could be so easily fooled by them. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't be so easy to fool them. The three of them continued to quietly lay in ambush. Yang Kai, who was surrounded by fire spirit beasts, wore an extremely gloomy expression. He didn't notice that he was being followed, and the people who were following him had also entered the mountain valley. At this moment, they were lying in ambush at the foot of a hill not far from him, waiting for an opportunity to strike. At this moment, all of his energy was focused on the fire spirit beasts, so he didn't have time to worry about anything else. After killing for almost an entire day, he had only advanced less than 10 kilometers. If he wanted to rely on killing to get out of this mountain valley, Yang Kai estimated that it would take at least half a month. In half a month, the elites of the great sects and families would have already passed through the flame area and entered the treasure area to collect spirit grasses and spirit medicines. What benefits would there be if he rushed over? He also knew that it was useless to be anxious now. The strangeness of this mountain valley was beyond his expectations. The fire spirit beasts were endless, and even if he couldn't kill them all, there were no fire crystal stones in their bodies. However, he finally noticed some flaws in these fire spirit beasts. Although they were pouring out from the cracks in the ground in all directions, their source seemed to be quietly lurking in the same direction. It was as if that direction was the source of endless fire spirit beasts. Yang Kai's divine sense spread out in that direction. If it was any other place, with his proficiency in space force, he could easily find the source, but in the Lu Yen sand field, his divine sense was greatly suppressed, so it would take him a lot of effort to search. Fortunately, after half a day of investigation and observation, Yang Kai finally determined the source of the fire spirit beasts. It turned out to be a huge fissure in the ground. Using his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai discovered that a number of fire snakes had emerged from the fissure and quickly arrived at Yang Kai's side before transforming into fire spirit beasts and attacking him one after another. Having found his target and source, Yang Kai no longer bothered to entangle himself with these fire spirit beasts. With a thought, he summoned back the 8 mountain phantoms and smashed them forward fiercely. With the purple shield guarding his back, Yang Kai's hands surged with demonic flames and transformed into a long sword. His body was wrapped in sword light as he forced his way forward. The fire spirit beasts were thrown off their feet. Although Yang Kai's sudden intrusion had caused a lot of damage, there were simply too many fire spirit beasts. There were still some 6th order and 7th order fire spirit beasts that rushed to his side and tore his clothes to shreds. Some fire spirit beasts even left shallow wounds on his body. For some reason, when they saw Yang Kai actually rushing in that direction, all the fire spirit beasts rioted, displaying even more tyrannical strength than before. The 7th order and 8th order fire spirit beasts desperately blocked Yang Kai's path, preventing him from moving forward. Yang Kai mustered up all his strength. With the 8 mountain phantoms in front of him and the purple shield behind him, he was able to avoid any worries. The demonic flame long sword in his hand sent out a series of shocking black sword lights, cutting down all the fire spirit beasts that stood in his way like a hot knife through butter. Finally arriving in front of the huge fissure, Yang Kai saw the same scene he had seen before with his divine sense. From somewhere in the depths of the fissure, flames filled with world energy flew up and transformed into fire spirit beasts, blocking his path. Yang Kai's figure flashed and fell into the fissure, with tens of thousands of fire spirit beasts in hot pursuit. This scene stunned Xie Hongwen and the others who were secretly observing from a nearby hill. They didn't know why Yang Kai had suddenly jumped into a crack in the ground, but now the entire mountain valley seemed to be very quiet. The previously densely packed fire spirit beasts had all disappeared, leaving behind only the earth-shattering roars of the fire spirit beasts. What is he doing? Xie Hongwen frowned. I don't know, but he should come out. If he doesn't, it means he's dead. Xie Yun thought for a moment before pointing to a hill closer to the fissure. We'll go there and ambush him. If he doesn't come out, then forget it, but if he does, we can kill him. In that position, even if he's an origin returning realm master, he won't be able to avoid my killing blow. Good. Xie Hongwen saw Xie Yun taking the initiative and had no reason to refuse, quickly nodding. The 3 of them quietly moved to another hill to ambush Yang Kai. Below the huge fissure, Yang Kai fell 1,000 meters. His goal was obvious, all he needed to do was follow the direction of the flames. He wanted to know what kind of mystery was hidden in this mountain valley that allowed fire spirit beasts to be born without fire crystal stones. He had already wasted an entire day here and consumed a huge amount of Saint Chi, so wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't fish up some benefits? No matter what kind of mystery it was that allowed fire spirit beasts to be born, it would definitely be rare. After falling for a long time, killing countless fire spirit beasts along the way, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. He realized that he had finally arrived at his destination because there was a cave-like location below him, and the fiery light that was like a spirit snake that could transform into a fire spirit beast was coming from this cave. He lightly stepped on a protruding rock, turned around, and was about to shoot into the cave. At that moment, an abnormal flame suddenly flew out of the cave, one that was much stronger and more tyrannical than any of the previous ones. This flame flickered mid-air and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a python-like fire spirit beast. Ninth Order. Yang Kai's face changed as he was shocked to discover that this fire spirit beast actually had a physical body, completely different from the 7th Order or 8th Order existences he had seen before. It was like a giant python with flesh and blood. The giant python coiled into a ball, attached itself to the rock wall, and opened its bloody maw towards Yang Kai, spitting out a red light. Before this red light even reached him, Yang Kai felt the unbearable heat and hurriedly raised his Saint Chi to protect himself. At the same time, a loud dragon roar rang out and the giant black dragon once again appeared. The golden dragon tattoo on Yang Kai's body contained the aura of an ancient dragon, so how could a trivial python compare to it? Above pythons were flood dragons, and above flood dragons were dragons. There was a gap of 2 grades between the two. The pitch-black dragon and the fire spirit python instantly began to fight. For a moment, the mountain rocks in the fissure began to crumble and fall to the ground. Yang Kai took this opportunity to flash into the cave, but when he looked around, his face changed once more. In front of him, 2 more of those abnormal flames had appeared, seemingly on the verge of transforming into 9th Order fire spirit beasts. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. His giant black dragon could entangle one of them, but there was absolutely no way it could deal with all 3 at once. If he was really entangled by them, Yang Kai estimated he would have no choice but to flee. At that time, all his efforts would be in vain. Unable to fly in this damned place, Yang Kai was afraid he wouldn't even have a chance to escape to the surface. Just as he was feeling anxious, Yang Kai suddenly saw a huge dark red stone. At this moment, Yang Kai's eyes bulged. The aura emitted by this dark red stone was clearly the same as that of a fire crystal stone, but this one was much purer and richer. The pigeon egg-sized fire crystal stone that Yang Kai had obtained from the 8th Order fire spirit beast before couldn't even be compared to this one. In comparison, that fire crystal stone was simply trash. This dark red fire crystal stone was the size of a millstone and was lying quietly not far in front of Yang Kai. Almost reflexively, Yang Kai immediately rushed over to the fire crystal stone, scooped it up, and threw it into his space ring before retreating, wanting to leave the cave before the 2 flames had time to transform into 9th Order fire spirit beasts. However, after he rushed out of the cave, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that something was wrong. The 9th Order fire spirit beasts that were about to appear had actually disappeared. Thinking about it, Kai Yang raised his head and looked up, overjoyed. The giant python that had been entangled with his black dragon had also disappeared. Even the tens of thousands of fire spirit beasts that had chased after him had disappeared. Yang Kai suddenly realized what was going on. These fire spirit beasts were clearly born from the head-sized fire crystal stone, so no matter how many Yang Kai killed, he wouldn't be able to obtain a single fire crystal stone because their source was inside this cave. Now that Yang Kai had thrown the millstone-sized fire crystal stone into his space ring, these fire spirit beasts that had been formed immediately became rootless and could no longer exist. Understanding this, Kai Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. This day's delay was worth it. Just this huge fire crystal stone alone made this trip worthwhile. Even if he couldn't obtain anything good later, it didn't matter. What's more, it had only been a few days since the opening of the Lu Yen sand field. Everyone was rushing inside, so who could guarantee that he wouldn't obtain something better? Satisfied, Yang Kai put away the 100 Mountains picture and the black dragon before letting out a sigh of relief. This battle had consumed a lot of Yang Kai's energy, but fortunately, he had a large amount of Saint Chi stored in his body, so this loss was something he could afford. After restoring his physical strength and spiritual energy slightly inside the cave, Yang Kai used his hands and feet to crawl to the surface. Chapter 1181. Not being able to fly was really unbearable. This fissure was over 1,000 meters deep, so even if Yang Kai was extremely fast, it would take him at least half an hour to climb out. Fortunately, he had obtained some benefits and was in a relatively good mood, so he didn't care about this. After half an hour, Yang Kai finally returned to the ground again. After standing firm, he let out a sigh of relief and took out his Yuan magnetic compass from his space ring to determine his direction. But before he could move forward again, he suddenly felt a great sense of alarm in his heart and his physique involuntarily tightened as an unimaginable sense of crisis descended upon him. It was as if death was beckoning to him. Hurriedly, Yang Kai pushed his Saint Chi and dodged to the side. A flash of red light shot out from a certain direction and struck Yang Kai squarely on the right side of his chest. The huge force sent Yang Kai flying, causing him to feel a sharp pain in his chest. Under this strange attack, Yang Kai discovered that he had actually been injured, and not lightly at that. Before his body landed, Yang Kai's huge divine sense spread out wildly and instantly locked onto the source of this sneak attack. At a glance, Yang Kai's murderous intent surged. It turned out to be that idiot Xie Hongwen, and beside him were the two third-order Saint King cultivators Yang Kai had seen before. They were the two people sent by the Xie family to protect him. One of them looked like he was about to collapse at the moment and was holding a crossbow-shaped artifact in his hand. This artifact exuded a strange aura, as if it was madly absorbing his Saint Chi, causing him to become more and more exhausted. Not only that, Yang Kai also clearly saw that the cultivator holding the crossbow-shaped artifact had a deep red wound on his hand, from which blood was pouring into the crossbow-shaped artifact. The crossbow-shaped artifact was also like a fierce beast, disappearing as soon as the blood was poured into it, causing it to turn red like blood. Seeing this, the other cultivator quickly took out several pills from his space ring and stuffed them into the mouth of the weakened cultivator. As for Xie Hongwen, he seemed to think that he had been killed. He stood up excitedly from the hill where he was hiding and looked over with a face full of excitement and expectation. He was so excited that he danced and cheered loudly. However, when he saw that Yang Kai didn't fall to the ground, Xie Hongwen was stunned. Yang Kai did not immediately look for trouble with them. Xie Hongwen was nothing to be afraid of, and the cultivator who had used his crossbow artifact to launch a sneak attack at him seemed to be an arrow at the end of its flight. In Yang Kai's eyes, they were already dead. As for the remaining third-order Saint King, Yang Kai believed that with his ability, killing him would be a piece of cake. He was anxious to check his injuries. In the right side of his chest, there was a small and delicate arrow emitting a powerful aura. This arrow had sunk more than 3 inches into his body and seemed to have injured his lungs, causing Yang Kai to feel a burning pain in his lungs when he breathed. Yang Kai was both shocked and relieved. He was shocked that his opponent had such a strange artifact that could launch such a powerful attack, but he was also relieved that he had sensed the danger in advance and avoided being hit in his vitals. Needless to say, this arrow had been aimed at his heart, but because his figure had swayed slightly, it had hit his right chest instead, only injuring his lungs. Yang Kai's powerful physique was also the key to resisting this blow. If it weren't for his physique being condensed, this blow would have been enough to pierce through Yang Kai's entire body. Yang Kai's face was gloomy and his murderous intent was undisguised. He stretched out his hand and was about to pull out the arrow that had pierced his right chest, but unexpectedly, it disappeared without a trace, leaving only a bloody hole where Yang Kai had been injured, from which some golden blood flowed out. The vitality contained in this golden blood quickly began to heal the wound. He raised his head and glanced at the hill, then walked towards it step by step. Xie Hongwen fell to the ground, his face as pale as paper, and shouted in a trembling voice, Thank, even after thanking him for a long time, he still couldn't call out the names of the two cultivator who had protected him. Xie Yun thought he was worried about his own weakness and reluctantly smiled, Young master doesn't need to worry, I'll be fine after 1 or 2 months of rest. Using this artifact has a price to pay. It was precisely because he had this strange artifact that he had absolute confidence in killing Yang Kai. As soon as he finished speaking, the crossbow artifact that had been attached to the wound on his hand finally fell off, no longer spilling his blood. Xia Hongwen wanted to curse out loud, thinking, how could this young master worry about you? Even if you die, what does it have to do with this young master? Her heart was anxious, and her mouth actually became nimble. She cried out in alarm, he's coming. What? Xia Yun and Xia Yong's expressions changed as they turned their heads towards the source of this voice. Sure enough, they saw Yang Kai slowly approaching, his demonic qi filling the heavens and earth. Every step he took seemed to stomp on the fragile nerves of the three, causing them to almost jump up in fright. Impossible. Xia Yun's eyes bulged as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He can't still be alive. He knew better than anyone how powerful his artifact's attack was. On top of that, he had grasped the timing of his attack very well. Although he didn't quite understand how Yang Kai was able to walk out of that crack alive, his opponent had clearly been fighting for more than a day and his Saint Chi had been exhausted. His clothes were tattered and full of scars, so Xia Hongwen didn't hesitate to launch an attack. No one below the origin returning realm could resist such a strange blow. Even if one was an origin returning realm master, if they weren't proficient enough in using their Shi, they would still die. The only thing in this world that could resist such a blow was the Shi of an origin returning realm master. But even if he couldn't believe it, the facts were right in front of him. Yang Kai was indeed still alive, and the injuries he had suffered seemed insignificant. This caused the already weak Xia Yun to suddenly lose all his strength and collapse to the ground. What kind of existence had Xia Hongwen, this stupid pig, provoked? Even Xia Hongwen's killing blow couldn't do anything to him, yet Xia Hongwen still wanted to seek revenge? Seeking revenge on him was one thing, but now he was dragging him into this mess as well. Xia Yong, what are you doing? Xia Hongwen suddenly called out again. Xia Yun weakly turned his head and smiled bleakly. Xia Yong had actually fled without saying a word, running away as fast as he could. It seems that he also understood that this person called Kai Yang was not to be trifled with, so he had left without a care for anything else. When one's strength reached their level, they all had an instinctive sense of crisis, so Xia Yong must have felt that something was wrong, which was why he had acted so recklessly. Xia Yong, get back here for this young master. Xia Hongwen didn't dare face Yang Kai, but he didn't show any courtesy to Xia Yong. He just wanted to keep him here and seek a sense of security, so he shouted loudly, if you dare to flee, this young master will report this to my father and have you suffer the family's punishment. How could Xia Yong pay any attention to him? He ran even faster. Don't waste your energy, if you want to live, run quickly, but I don't know if you can escape, Xia Yun said lightly. Xia Yun said lightly. He knew that he was going to die anyway, so his expression was quite calm as he said to himself, I don't think you can escape, you're dead. Ha ha ha, I didn't think that I, Xia Yun, would have to go to the Yellow Springs with a stupid pig like you. What a shame. In the original plan, after Xia Yun used such a blow, Xia Yong should have been the one to protect him, but now that Xia Yong had run away, even if Yang Kai didn't kill him, he wouldn't be able to survive alone in the Lu Yen desert. He didn't expect Xia Hongwen to take care of him. Xia Hongwen was stunned for a moment, then immediately looked at Xia Yun fiercely, what did you call me? You dare call this young master a stupid pig? You. Xia Hongwen suddenly couldn't continue because he realized that the Xia family, who had always been obedient to him, was now looking at him with a mocking and sarcastic gaze. That gaze was like the gaze he used to give when he looked at ants crawling on the ground. It was so disdainful. With a burst of wind, Xia Hongwen screamed and fell to the ground, but when he looked up, he found Yang Kai standing quietly in front of him, like a mountain that made his heart heavy. Lu Yen Desert was very hot, but now Xia Hongwen felt very cold, like he had fallen into an ice cellar, freezing his soul, and he couldn't help shivering. A loud dragon roar sounded, and Xie Hongwen's eyes widened as he saw a black dragon emerge from Yang Kai's body, shaking its head and wagging its tail, then chase in the direction Xie Yong fled. A moment later, the sound of fierce fighting and Xie Yong's shouts could be heard. Gradually, the movement over there became smaller, and Xie Yong's shouts became weaker and weaker, finally disappearing. In the blink of an eye, the pitch-black dragon returned and rushed into Yang Kai's body. Without even thinking about it, Xie Hongwen already knew what Xie Yong's fate would be. Suddenly, he began to cry softly, looking at Yang Kai pleadingly, his lips squirming a few times, as if he wanted to beg for mercy, but no sound came out. His courage was completely drained at this moment. Yang Kai looked at Xie Hongwen with cold eyes. It was such a piece of trash, secretly letting people attack him and injuring him. You should thank Qian Tong for letting you live last time, but unfortunately you didn't cherish this opportunity and insisted on courting death, so I'll help you. Yang Kai was too lazy to look at Xie Hongwen's disgusting face, and with a wave of his hand, a mass of demonic flames wrapped around him, burning him to ashes in the blink of an eye. From beginning to end, Xie Hongwen didn't have any thoughts of resistance, and Yang Kai really didn't know what he was doing all these years. The demonic flames could burn everything, and even Xie Hongwen's soul didn't exist, truly extinguishing his soul. Yang Kai looked at Xie Yun. This person was a bit interesting, knowing that he was going to die, but he wasn't the least bit afraid. Only when Xie Yong died did he show a trace of shock. He didn't expect that Yang Kai would be able to kill Xie Yong without personally making a move. This kind of strength was very different from what they had expected. Chapter 1182. In the valley, Yang Kai looked at Xie Yun indifferently. He didn't kill him immediately. Instead, he said, "Tell me, how did you know I was here? Don't say it was a coincidence. Lu Yen Desert is so big. If you don't have a special method, you can't follow me all the time. If I'm satisfied with your answer, I'll leave you with an intact corpse." His face suddenly turned cold and he said coldly, "But if you dare to hide anything, I'll let you know what it means to be dead. Believe me, I can let you recover and then slowly torture you." Xie Yun smiled bitterly and gasped for breath. Then he said, "It's very simple. A disciple of the Shadow Moon Hall tipped us off and told us where you came in. Everyone will follow the guidance of the Yuan magnetic compass and head towards the interior of the flowing flame sand field. As long as they can determine where you entered, it won't be difficult to track you down. Xie Yong, who was killed by you, is a master tracker." Yang Kai nodded slightly, thinking that it was similar to what he expected. After discovering that it was Xie Hongwen and the other two who ambushed him, Yang Kai already had some guesses. Since he entered Lu Yen Desert, he had only met two people, and they were when he first came in. One of them was wearing the clothes of the Shadow Moon Hall and was a disciple of the Shadow Moon Hall. Yang Kai didn't know the other person, but his voice was somewhat familiar. In Yang Kai's mind, Xie Hongwen being able to catch up to him so quickly was definitely because someone had tipped them off, and this person must have been one of the two who had seen his position before. Now he found that it was indeed so. No wonder the disciple of the Shadow Moon Hall had a strange expression when he first entered Lu Yen Desert. Xie Hongwen must have told him in advance, so he left in a hurry. He was in a hurry to leave, of course, to report to Xie Hongwen. And Yang Kai was sure that Xie Hongwen didn't just say hello to one person. There were 70 people from the Shadow Moon Hall who entered Lu Yen Desert. Among them, there were definitely a lot of people who were tempted by money. Since ancient times, wealth has always moved people's hearts. "Give me a quick death." After Xie Yun finished speaking, she lay on the ground with an indifferent expression, not moving at all. Yang Kai casually pointed a finger, and a burst of qi shot out, piercing Xie Yun's forehead. He was also a man of his word. Since he said that he would leave the other party's corpse intact, he naturally wouldn't burn it with his demonic flames. Yang Kai bent down and picked up the crossbow artifact, but after examining it for a moment, his brow furrowed. This artifact's power was indeed not small, actually being able to injure him, but there were also many restrictions on its use. From Xia Yun's state after using it, Yang Kai could infer that this crossbow would not only crazily devour the user's Saint Qi but also their blood. This was an evil artifact. Yang Kai was not interested in it. Once he used it, he would be at the mercy of others. This artifact could only be used when someone was protecting him. Throwing it into his space ring, Yang Kai picked up Xia Hongwen and Xia Yun's rings, but after inspecting them, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Inside the two's rings, besides some pills and saint crystals, there was nothing else. But thinking about it, other than Yang Kai himself, who would carry all his precious things with him, any other cultivator who entered Lu Yen Desert would likely leave their precious things outside, not daring to bring them in. Otherwise, if an accident happened, the losses would be huge. Among these pills, the only one that caught Yang Kai's eye was a bottle of 5 snow and ice pills. He had given all his snow and ice pills to Chang Chi and Haoan, so he didn't have time to refine them after entering this place. Now that he had obtained some, it wasn't bad. Perhaps he would be able to use them in the future. After seeing the shabbiness of Xia Hongwen and Xia Yun, Yang Kai didn't even have the mood to check Xia Yong's space ring and instead directly moved deeper into Lu Yen Desert. Without the hindrance of the fire spirit beasts, Yang Kai used his wind and thunder wings to accelerate his speed, and it only took him 2 days to completely leave the mountain valley. The further he went, the more powerful the flame area became. Yang Kai's physique was different from ordinary people's and his Saint Qi was vigorous. Coupled with the fact that he used to cultivate a young attribute secret art, now that he had the demonic flame, he wasn't afraid of it and only needed to circulate his Saint Qi slightly to resist the invasion of the fire poison. Yang Kai didn't know how big the flame area was, but as he traveled deeper and deeper, he didn't even encounter a single person along the way and his harvest was pitifully small. After half a month, in addition to harvesting a few fire crystal stones from 7th-order fire spirit beasts, he only collected a dozen or so fire attribute spirit grasses. It wasn't until now that Yang Kai realized the preciousness and scarcity of fire crystal stones. He had killed an 8th-order fire spirit beast by chance and harvested a fire crystal stone the size of a pigeon's egg, followed by a fire crystal stone the size of a millstone in the mountain valley. It could be said that his harvest was greater than anyone who had entered Lu Yen Desert before. It was precisely because of the scarcity of 7th-order fire spirit beasts and above that fire crystal stones were so precious. The fire crystal stones in the bodies of 5th-order and 6th-order fire spirit beasts were too small to play any role and could only be absorbed by a cultivator for cultivation. The dozen or so fire attribute spirit grasses he found were just so. Some were Saint King grade while others were Origin grade, but in any case, there weren't many of them. After all, there were very few spirit grasses that could grow in the flame area. The only thing that satisfied Yang Kai was that all of them had high medicinal properties. No one had entered this place for 400 years, so naturally, they had plenty of time to grow. On this day, Yang Kai was hurrying along when a fiery light suddenly flashed in front of him. This fiery light was like a small spark that had sputtered out of thin air, its speed incredibly fast. The moment he discovered it, Yang Kai's divine scent spread out but was still unable to envelop it. In a flash, it rushed out of Yang Kai's field of vision. Lu Yen flying fire? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he instantly understood what this thing was. Wei Guchang had mentioned to him before about the strangeness of Lu Yen flying fire. At that time, Yang Kai had intended to use Lu Yen flying fire to strengthen the power of his conflagrated knowledge C, but Wei Guchang had said that Lu Yen flying fire was extremely rare. With so many people entering the Lu Yen sand field, some of them might not even see it after half a year, and some of them might not even discover it even if they did. Yang Kai didn't think Wei Guchang was exaggerating, but now he found that he had underestimated the speed of Lu Yen flying fire. Almost in an instant, Yang Kai chased after it, the sound of wind and thunder rumbling behind him as he pushed his Saint Chi to the limit. Yang Kai's speed was also as fast as lightning. He wanted to see if he could catch up with Lu Yen flying fire. Yang Kai was soon disappointed. After chasing for half an hour, he found that Lu Yen flying fire had long since disappeared, forcing him to stop and stand in place with a bitter smile on his face. This kind of thing, this kind of speed, who could catch it? Yang Kai didn't know how these people on Shadowed Star knew that Lu Yen flying fire could mutate one's soul. Since they knew this information, someone must have tested it before. In other words, someone must have obtained Lu Yen flying fire. But how? There was no other way but by chance. Yang Kai didn't believe that anyone in this Lu Yen sand field could be faster than him. If he couldn't catch up with Lu Yen flying fire with his own speed, it was even more impossible for others to do so. Standing in place and feeling dejected for a while, Yang Kai helplessly took out his Yuan magnetic compass, determined his direction, and continued to fly deeper into Lu Yen sand field. 6 days later, Yang Kai stood in a certain position and looked at a few fiery red weeds in front of him with a strange expression. He then walked up to them, reached out, and touched these weeds, finding that they were indeed extremely hard and as sharp as knives. He had seen such weeds 3 days ago and they seemed very similar to the ones in front of him, almost identical. Weeds that could survive in Lu Yen sand field were definitely extraordinary. At that time, Yang Kai had thought they were some kind of spirit grass or spirit medicine, but after running over to take a look, he found that they were indeed weeds with no value in alchemy, so he gave up on them. However, their sharpness and hardness surprised Yang Kai. He had seen them 3 days ago, and now they were here again. Could it be that he was lost? Yang Kai frowned and took out his Yuan magnetic compass again to make sure he wasn't lost. After all, he had been taking out his Yuan magnetic compass to check his direction every once in a while, so it was not easy for him to get lost. Laughing involuntarily and shaking his head, Yang Kai continued to walk forward. But soon, he walked back and left some marks next to the strange weeds before leaving again. 3 days later, Yang Kai stood in front of these weeds with a gloomy expression, his expression extremely ugly. At this time, he understood that it wasn't his illusion a few days ago, he really was lost. The marks next to these weeds had not been touched, they were left behind before he left, just in case. But, how could he have gotten lost? Wei Guchang had said that as long as he followed the direction of the Yuan magnetic compass, he would definitely be able to go deep into the treasure area. Is this Yuan magnetic compass broken? Yang Kai didn't believe that such an artifact could be so easily damaged, so what was the reason for all this? Why was he constantly walking around in circles in such a large area, wasting a full 9 days? Yang Kai's expression was uncertain as he stood in place and pondered. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, put his finger in his mouth, bit the tip of his finger, and wiped his left eye. Golden blood seeped into his left eye and in an instant, Yang Kai's left eye turned a brilliant golden color, its pupil slender and filled with endless majesty, causing anyone who saw it to shudder. Demon Eye of Annihilation. Yang Kai looked around and immediately discovered that something was wrong. The world he saw with his 2 eyes was subtly different. His right eye saw the same thing as before, but the space his left eye saw contained traces of imperceptible energy. Even some hills and slopes had become illusory. A spirit array? Yang Kai was shocked, his heart sinking to the bottom in an instant. The demon eye of annihilation could see through all illusions in the world. Although great demon God had only cultivated it to the Saint King realm, this eye of his was a divine technique, the power it could display was definitely not something a Saint King could compare to. Chapter 1183. As soon as Yang Kai used his demon eye of annihilation, he immediately understood what was going on. He had actually inadvertently stepped into a spirit array, one that was most likely a natural bewildering array. Yang Yen was a spirit array grandmaster, and Yang Kai had spent so much time with her that he had gained some knowledge of spirit arrays. For him to walk back and forth in circles without realizing it, it could only be a bewildering array. A spirit array that appeared in this kind of place naturally couldn't have been arranged artificially. The layout of this bewildering array was very large, so the Saint King Realm cultivator who entered here didn't have the ability to arrange such a spirit array, so it could only be natural. After understanding this point, Kai Yang secretly felt bitter in his heart. Yang Yen had said that there was a big difference between artificially arranged spirit arrays and naturally formed spirit arrays. Artificially arranged spirit arrays were always traceable, while naturally formed spirit arrays were like antelopes hanging their horns, rarely showing any flaws. In other words, there was no such thing as an array core or array gate, so it was impossible to use them to break this spirit array. What's more, Yang Kai wasn't proficient in spirit arrays. The demon eye of annihilation could see through illusions and help him see the essence of this place, but it couldn't provide him with a basis to break this spirit array. If he wanted to break this spirit array, he could only rely on himself. This was the reason why Yang Kai was complaining in his heart. If Yang Yen was here, with her understanding of spirit arrays, it shouldn't be difficult for her to crack this spirit array, but for Yang Kai to crack it, that was simply too difficult. However, after a moment, Yang Kai calmed down. Since he had inadvertently entered this place, he could only look for a way out. The most effective and appropriate method was naturally to tear space. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so tearing space was the best way for him to escape from Wu Yi. Thinking so, Yang Kai directly tore a crack in space and dove in. After Yang Kai's figure disappeared, the void crack quickly disappeared. A moment later, in the same position, another void crack appeared and Yang Kai jumped out. Looking around, Yang Kai's face darkened. After tearing open space and entering the turbulent flow of space, Yang Kai knew that something was wrong. This was because the turbulent flow of space, which used to be very active in the past, was incomparably quiet and lifeless here. Sure enough, when he tore open space again, he returned to his original place without any surprise. This maze not only had the effect of bewitching eyes and ears, it even sealed off this space. This made his spatial tear useless. This was going to be troublesome. After thinking about it, Yang Kai had no choice but to accept the idea that he could only rely on brute force to break the array. Since he couldn't find a suitable way, he could only break the array. Yang Kai only hoped that it wasn't too strong, otherwise he might really be trapped here. Making up his mind, Yang Kai opened his eyes wide and carefully observed his surroundings. After half an hour, he finally determined a position he could attack. All the scenery in this position was more illusory than the others, so it should be a weak link. If he could break this link, perhaps the maze array would collapse on its own. Taking out the 100 Mountains picture, Yang Kai summoned 10 mountain phantoms at once and smashed them towards that position. Asterisk hong hong hong, asterisk violent explosions rang out incessantly as the entire world began to shake. Yang Kai paid close attention to the place being attacked by the 100 Mountains picture and after a while, a look of joy suddenly appeared on his face. He found that under the attack of the 100 Mountains picture, the scenery there had become even more illusory and distorted, as if it would collapse at any moment. There's hope. Yang Kai increased the output of his Saint Chi more and more. But soon, his expression froze and he was greatly disappointed. Because the position that had become illusory was actually restored to its original state after a series of distortions, rendering all his previous attacks useless. This maze could even repair the damaged areas on its own. This was simply a sign that it was trying to trap someone to death. Yang Kai grit his teeth and pushed the power of the 100 Mountains picture to its limit, summoning 20 mountain phantoms around him and smashing them towards the maze array. Half a day later, Yang Kai stared forward with a look of resentment on his face. The strength of this maze array was far beyond his expectations. No matter how much strength he used or how he attacked, it was able to repair itself. The 100 Mountains picture had been taken back into Yang Kai's body, so the 20 mountain phantoms were the limit he could use right now. There was no need to try any further, as attacking would only be a waste of energy. Without a decisive attack, there was no way to break this maze array's weak link. In other words, Yang Kai needed to use a powerful blow like the one he had used with Xia Yun's evil artifact. Only by tearing apart this weak point with absolute strength would it be possible to break this maze array. Yang Kai didn't have the time to refine that evil artifact, nor did he want to refine it. What's more, Yang Kai felt that even if that artifact launched a powerful blow, it wouldn't be able to break this illusion. Yang Kai could only use his golden blood. Yang Kai sighed faintly. A single drop of golden blood was equivalent to 3 months of hard work, so unless it was a last resort, he was really reluctant to use it. After being wrapped in the blood-red crystal and sleeping in the star field for several years, Yang Kai had condensed nearly 100 drops of golden blood in his body. Since then, he had used them intermittently several times, so he wasn't in a hurry to replenish them. Now, he had more than 90 drops left. But now was not the time to care about this. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he stretched out a finger and slowly forced out a drop of pure golden blood from his body. In an instant, a surge of vitality appeared. The vitality and vitality contained in this drop of golden blood were simply terrifying. This drop of golden blood was purer than the golden blood flowing in Yang Kai's body. It quietly condensed at Yang Kai's fingertip, swaying slightly like a golden bean. With a single thought from Yang Kai, this drop of golden blood transformed into a small arrow that instantly broke through the shackles of space and rushed towards the weak point of the bewildering array. A golden light burst forth, so bright that Yang Kai could barely open his eyes. He had no choice but to close his right eye and squint his left, nervously paying attention to what was happening. The sound of cloth tearing rang out, and Yang Kai clearly saw that the weak point of the bewildering array was directly pierced by the small arrow formed by golden blood. The power of the golden blood erupted in all directions, fiercely expanding the gap in the bewildering array. At the same time, the illusory scenery around him distorted violently and many of the hills Yang Kai had seen before disappeared in an instant. The entire bewildering array was greatly affected. Yang Kai smiled happily and was about to rush forward when a fiery red light suddenly appeared from all directions, covering up the golden light of the golden blood. Not only that, at the same time the fiery red light struck, the originally torn gap in the bewildering array showed signs of quickly closing, as if the arrival of the red light had repaired the damage. Yang Kai became anxious. He had already used a drop of golden blood, so how could he allow the bewildering array to repair itself? Steeling his heart, Yang Kai forced out another drop of golden blood. With the addition of the second drop of golden blood, the red light was finally covered up. In the midst of this brilliant golden light, all the illusory scenery suddenly became like snowflakes under the scorching sun, quickly melting away. At the weak point of the bewildering array, a golden entrance suddenly formed. Without any hesitation, Kai Yang plunged his mouth in. After he left, the golden light gradually weakened and the bewildering array repaired itself again. After leaving his original position, Yang Kai found that he had suddenly stepped onto a straight passage. This passage was made of small stones and was smooth and flat. On both sides of the passage were the same fiery red weeds that Yang Kai had encountered before. However, the weeds here were somewhat different from the ones outside. The weeds outside were lifeless, but the weeds here were blood-red and gave off a faint bloody smell. Yang Kai looked around and could vaguely see many skeletons lying among the weeds. Immediately, Yang Kai was shocked. He knew that these skeletons should belong to one of the cultivators who had entered Lu Yen's sand field in the past, who had accidentally entered this place and died tragically. However, Yang Kai did not know why their skeletons would appear here instead of in the bewildering array. While he was secretly shocked, Kai Yang suddenly saw the weeds on both sides of the passage grow wildly, like a group of wild beasts dancing about. In the blink of an eye, the originally 1-foot-tall weeds grew to several feet tall, then several tens of feet tall. Their long leaves, which were as hard as knives, also became soft, like long whips. One after another, they madly swept towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was startled. He did not know that these weeds could actually change like this. A few days ago, he had tested the hardness and sharpness of these weeds. Even he did not dare to cut himself with these weeds because if he used even a little force, it would leave scars on his body and he would not be able to break them. If not for this, Yang Kai would have taken them back and shown them to Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation was a strange woman and knew many things that others did not. Perhaps she would recognize these weeds. But now, the countless weeds on both sides of the passage had turned into thousands of sharp whips, so how could he remain calm? However, before he could defend himself, a layer of energy film appeared on both sides of the passage. All the grass whips were blocked by the energy film. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai's expression became strange. He had thought that the bewildering array was naturally formed, and if he had not encountered it now, he would have thought so. After all, this bewildering array was so clever that even his demon eye of annihilation could not see its array core. However, the current encounter had shaken his initial conjecture. Just the energy membrane of this passage alone couldn't have been naturally formed. This was artificially arranged, and it could even be said that the bewildering array was also artificially arranged. What kind of person had such great ability? Only a Saint King realm cultivator could enter Lu Yen sand field. How could such a cultivator arrange such a large array? Unless that person had knowledge of spirit arrays comparable to Yang Inflammation's. But what was the purpose of this person arranging such a thing? Yang Kai walked forward leisurely while his mind was filled with thoughts. The weeds on both sides were still madly sweeping towards him, but Yang Kai simply ignored them. Chapter 1184. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived at the end of the passage where there was a small stone house. Thinking that since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came, Kai Yang stepped into the stone house. By now, he was certain that everything in this passage had been artificially arranged, because this stone house was clearly built by someone. When Yang Kai entered, he was extremely cautious, secretly condensing his Saint Chi, ready to act at a moment's notice, for fear of encountering someone inside the stone house. However, after entering, Yang Kai found that there was no one inside, not even anything decent, except for a stone block. Yang Kai frowned slightly and walked back and forth inside the stone house a few times, carefully examining it for a long time, but he still couldn't find anything strange. It seemed that after breaking through the bewildering array and walking through the stone passage, he could only enter this stone house and wait for death. Yang Kai used his demon eye of annihilation again but still found nothing. However, Kai Yang found a seed the size of a broad bean on the stone block. Reaching out and picking it up, Yang Kai found that this seed was blood-red in color and gave off a strange aura. This aura was similar to the aura of the wild weeds outside. Yang Kai didn't know how many years this seed had been here, but he could still feel that it was full of vitality, so if he planted it, it should be able to survive. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai tossed it into his space ring. He had paid the price of 2 drops of golden blood to break through the weak link of the bewildering array and come here, so he couldn't just return empty-handed. This seed was some kind of consolation. Next, Yang Kai searched the stone house for a long time before finally determining that there was no way out. Did he have to go back the way he came and go deeper into the bewildering array to find another way out? When he thought about the self-repairing function of the bewildering array, Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. Although he was very unwilling, Kai Yang had no choice but to accept this cruel reality. Dejectedly, he walked out of the stone house. But when he stepped out of the stone house, his vision suddenly blurred. The wildly dancing weeds and the passage paved with stones in front of him all disappeared, and what he saw was a red space. In the air, countless fire elemental spiritual energy flowed like spiritual snakes, and beneath his feet was a barren brown earth. Flame area. Yang Kai's spirit shook, fearing that he would fall into that illusory array again. Using his demon eye of annihilation for a third time, he finally determined that he had not returned to the illusory array. Moreover, when Yang Kai looked back again, there was no longer any stone house, only a stone wall behind him. He was now standing at the foot of a barren hill, as if everything he had encountered before was just an illusion. However, Yang Kai knew that it was not an illusion because that fiery red seed was currently in his space ring. Yang Kai heaved a sigh of relief as he finally got out of that damned place. Even after being trapped in this bewildering array, Yang Kai was still able to find the weakest link and tear it apart. If it were any other Saint King, once they fell into this bewildering array, there would be no other way out but to wait for death, unless they were extremely proficient in spirit arrays. News of this bewildering array had not spread out, not because no one had ever entered, but because those who had entered had no ability to pass on any information to the outside world. They had all died inside, so how could they possibly transmit any information? That bewildering array could even seal space, so naturally, it was not difficult for it to block the transmission of information. As such, Yang Kai estimated that the great forces on Shadowed Star were unaware of the existence of this bewildering array. Yang Kai could only hope that Wei Guchang, Dong Xianer, Chang Qi, Haoan, and the others had not taken the same path as him, otherwise, they would have died without a doubt. Just as Yang Kai was secretly rejoicing, he suddenly noticed a few figures flashing a few kilometers away. These figures seemed to be in a hurry, as if they were in a hurry to rush somewhere. Yang Kai gawked for a moment before suddenly remembering that he had been trapped in this bewildering array for so many days, so the advantage he had gained with his wind and thunder wings had probably already disappeared. Elites like Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer should have already passed him. Taking out his Yuan magnetic compass and looking at it, Yang Kai found that the direction these people were heading in was not towards the treasure area. Now, there was no point in hurrying. Yang Kai had wanted to be the first to arrive at the treasure area and search for treasures before others arrived, but he had been delayed by this bewildering array for so long, so this plan was immediately scrapped. Those people must have found something good, otherwise, they would not have been in such a hurry. Yang Kai thought for a while before following the direction these people had disappeared. Tracking people in the Lu Yen desert was very easy because there was not much vegetation here. Besides bare hills and hills, there was nothing else. Although one's spiritual energy was greatly suppressed by the world principles here, the distance one could see with the naked eye was quite far, so there was no need to worry about losing track. The further he went, the more cultivators Yang Kai found were rushing in that direction, as if everyone had received some kind of shocking news and were converging towards a certain place. Yang Kai was curious. If it wasn't something very precious, it would be impossible to alarm so many cultivator. After all, if there were too many people, there would be conflict, and if things went wrong, they would not be able to protect their lives. Not far away, there were two second-order Saint King cultivator wearing the same uniform. Yang Kai didn't recognize which force they belonged to, but judging from their appearances, they didn't seem to be some kind of villain. Yang Kai immediately turned around and flew towards them, wanting to inquire about some information. If it wasn't something good, he wouldn't bother going over. Both of them noticed Yang Kai's actions and couldn't help secretly becoming vigilant. One of the middle-aged men frowned and looked Yang Kai up and down, but after discovering that he was just a first-order Saint King cultivator, he immediately relaxed. He wasn't afraid of a first-order Saint King though, so the vigilance on his face quickly faded. Two friends, Yang Kai rushed over to them and cupped his fists with a smile, his expression friendly. The two didn't reject Yang Kai and nodded lightly before continuing to rush forward with him. The middle-aged man asked, "What's the matter? Why are you all running over there? Did you find something good?" Yang Kai asked bluntly. The middle-aged man smiled in surprise and replied, "We don't know the specific situation, we just followed the flow, but we just heard someone say that some brilliant fire crystal was found over there. We just don't know if it's true or not. An origin-grade high-rank material, brilliant fire crystal? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. It seems this friend is very clear about the grade of materials. The middle-aged man looked at Yang Kai with some surprise. Oh, I've heard some seniors mention it before, Yang Kai casually said. Yang Kai said casually. Brilliant fire crystal was indeed a good material. Not only could it be used for artifact refining, but it could also be used by a fire attribute cultivator to arrange some special spirit arrays. Yang Inflammation should need these things, but Yang Kai didn't care about them. However, since he had already come here, there was no harm in taking a look. If there really were brilliant fire crystal, he could collect some. After all, origin-grade high-rank materials were not easy to find. Most of the time, they couldn't be bought even if one had the money. Yang Inflammation had complained that the grade of materials she used to arrange spirit arrays was too low. Although the materials brought by Qian Tong were all origin grade, there were too few origin grade high-rank ones, and even fewer origin king grade ones. Although these things are good, you need to have the ability to collect them. The middle-aged man didn't know what he meant, but he actually said such words. There are many people rushing over there right now, so I'm afraid there will be some conflicts. Friend, are you sure you want to go? He seemed to see that Yang Kai's cultivation was too low, so he tried to persuade him in a roundabout way. He didn't say this maliciously or with any other intentions, he was simply trying to persuade him. This middle-aged man has a good heart, Yang Kai thought secretly, not stopping his steps as he chuckled. Let's go take a look. Even if we can't collect them, at least we can gain some experience. Seeing Kai Yang's insistence, the other party didn't say anything else. He and Kai Yang had only met by chance, so even saying a few words of advice was already a sign of his benevolence. How could he continue to nag and annoy him? None of the three introduced themselves, nor did they intend to make friends with each other. A short time later, the three finally arrived at their destination, and when they looked around, their expressions froze. In front of them was a huge hill, several dozen meters high and 1,000 meters in length and width. At this moment, there were at least 30 cultivators on this hill who had rushed over after hearing the news. These cultivators were digging around the hill, looking for something. From time to time, someone would laugh out loud and take out pieces of red crystals of various sizes from the holes they had dug. Yang Kai could clearly see that these were indeed brilliant fire crystals. This hill looked inconspicuous, but it was actually the place where brilliant fire crystals were produced. Yang Kai really didn't know how the first person discovered it and how news of it leaked out. However, it was obvious that this place had been excavated for more than a few hours now. The hill was full of holes, and inside each of these holes, the busy figures of cultivators could be seen. Some people were happy while others were sad. Some cultivator found nothing and could only dejectedly look elsewhere to continue their search. Although the scene was lively, there were no conflicts. Everyone lived in peace, each finding a place to search for brilliant fire crystals. The situation Yang Kai imagined where people would fight over brilliant fire crystals did not occur. Over there. The middle-aged man who arrived with Yang Kai suddenly pointed to a deserted spot and quickly rushed over with his companion, took out an artifact, and used it as a shovel to dig. Yang Kai sighed slightly and slowly walked over, looking for a place where no one was paying attention, wanting to try his luck. At this time, if only the stone mongoose was here, Yang Kai wouldn't have to do anything at all. All he needed to do was release the stone mongoose and most of the brilliant fire crystals hidden in this hill would fall into his hands. However, the stone mongoose was of great use to Yang Inflammation, so Yang Kai didn't bring it with him. Chapter 1185. After searching for about a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai ran out of the hole he had dug, a look of waning interest on his face. He found that finding brilliant fire crystals here was completely dependent on luck. Because the fire attribute aura here was too rich, the aura of brilliant fire crystals was completely obscured, making it impossible for Yang Kai to use his divine sense to investigate. Unable to use his divine sense to investigate, he could only rely on luck, greatly reducing his interest. These cultivators might be tempted by origin-grade high-rank materials, but Yang Kai wasn't. There was no need for him to waste time here for some brilliant fire crystals. It was better to go to the treasure area. Considering all this, Yang Kai was too lazy to continue digging. Before leaving, Yang Kai glanced over at the middle-aged man casually and found that their luck was off the charts. The brother and junior brother both wore joyful looks on their faces, obviously having a great harvest. Not bothering them anymore, Yang Kai left the hill alone. As he walked forward, from time to time, he would run into some cultivator who had received news about what he had found. These cultivators would constantly pull Yang Kai aside and ask him questions, annoying him greatly. These people clearly saw that Yang Kai was alone and his cultivation wasn't high, so they didn't take him seriously. However, these people were only asking questions, and Yang Kai didn't want to kill them all, so he could only avoid them. At this time, Yang Kai didn't use his wind and thunder wings again as more and more people gathered here. The wind and thunder wings were too conspicuous, and if they were seen by others, it would likely cause a disturbance. Yang Kai wasn't afraid of trouble, but he also didn't want to cause any trouble, so he obediently used his 2 feet to hurry along. 2 days later, while Yang Kai was hurrying along, he suddenly heard the sound of clothes fluttering behind him, as if someone was running at full speed. Moreover, judging from the movement, this person was actually heading straight in his direction. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he stopped and looked back. In the blink of an eye, a figure landed in front of Kai Yang after leaping up and down the hill behind him. When their 4 eyes met, Yang Kai immediately recognized this person. This person was actually the second-order Saint King middle-aged man he had met a few days ago. Yang Kai had a good impression of this middle-aged man whom he had met by chance. After all, the other party had even tried to persuade him back then, so his intentions were quite good. Yang Kai couldn't help chuckling and was just about to greet him when his face suddenly sank. He found that the other party's condition was somewhat off. The Saint Chi in this man's body was chaotic, and his expression was panicked. He also seemed to be injured, his shoulder was bleeding, and half of his clothes red. Furthermore, his eyes were also crimson red. They were filled with anger and unwillingness. After seeing Yang Kai, the middle-aged man was slightly taken aback, as if he hadn't expected someone to be here. A trace of guilt and annoyance flashed across his eyes as he stamped his foot and anxiously said, "If you don't want to die, then leave quickly." After saying this, he didn't stay any longer, turning around and flying off to the left. Yang Kai was confused, but soon he understood what was going on. Less than 30 breaths after the middle-aged man ran off, a group of 4 or 5 cultivator wearing dark green robes arrived in front of Yang Kai. The leader of this group was a young man who seemed to be about the same age as Yang Kai, but his true age was unclear. This young man's face was cold and gloomy, and he was clearly a third-order Saint King. Beside him were several men and women, all of them second-order Saint Kings. As soon as he saw this young man, Yang Kai felt that he was very familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, the young man shouted impolitely, "Speak, which direction did that person run off in?" Yang Kai's face went cold. The other party's impolite questioning made him feel very disgusted. Not to mention that Yang Kai and this middle-aged man had only met once, so it was impossible for him to betray him. Even if they were strangers, Yang Kai wouldn't answer. "Brother Meng, over here." A young woman in this group suddenly pointed in the direction the middle-aged man had fled because there were a few drops of blood spilled in that direction. "Humph." The young man called Brother Meng coldly snorted and led his group in pursuit, but before he left, he waved his hand and a golden light suddenly shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was furious and stretched out his hand in front of him, summoning a grand heavenly shield to block this attack. However, The grand heavenly shield condensed from Yang Kai's Saint Chi was unable to completely resist this golden light, and with a cracking sound, the grand heavenly shield nearly shattered. Yang Kai was stunned, and by the time he recovered, the other party had already run far away. Brother Meng also seemed very surprised that he had failed to kill Yang Kai, a first-order Saint King cultivator, and turned back to stare coldly at Yang Kai, as if trying to remember his appearance. However, chasing after the middle-aged man was the most important thing right now, so he didn't bother with Yang Kai any longer. In an instant, the group of 4 or 5 people chased after the middle-aged man. Yang Kai stood in place and thought carefully. He felt like he had seen this young man somewhere before, otherwise, he wouldn't have felt so familiar. After a while, he finally remembered and couldn't help feeling a bit excited, quickly chasing after them. Whether it was because of this young man or because of the middle-aged man, Yang Kai wasn't ready to give up. The middle-aged man was indeed a good person. Before, he had tried to persuade Yang Kai out of goodwill, and when he encountered Yang Kai just now, he had even asked him to quickly leave. There was a clear look of guilt in his eyes, clearly because he had run in front of Yang Kai and implicated Yang Kai, otherwise, he wouldn't have changed direction at the last moment. The other party had good intentions, so Yang Kai would naturally return the favor. After a short chase, Yang Kai easily caught up. Because the middle-aged man was basically an arrow at the end of its flight, he couldn't have run far. At this moment, Brother Meng was leading a few junior brothers and junior sisters to surround him and attack him. The middle-aged man's cultivation wasn't high, but the defensive artifact armor he was wearing was quite good and had resisted many fatal blows for him. Even so, at this moment, the defensive artifact armor had almost lost its luster and was on the verge of losing its defensive function. Brother Meng, on the other hand, had a calm look on his face and did not join forces with his sect brothers, instead standing in place with his hands behind his back, a look of ridicule on his face. Fortunately, he hadn't taken action, otherwise, the middle-aged man wouldn't have been able to resist. Meng Hongliang, you'll die a horrible death. The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood after taking a blow from the young woman who had just spoken and roared in grief and indignation. This sentence caused the young man named Meng Hongliang to narrow his eyes and coldly order, "Don't be in a hurry to kill him, just play with him and let him know the consequences of offending my Imperial City sect." Yes. The several Imperial City sect cultivators who were besieging the middle-aged man heard this and immediately slowed down their attacks, instead using the mentality of a cat toying with a mouse to humiliate the middle-aged man, constantly causing him some small pain but not immediately fatal injuries. Meng Hongliang, I've already given you the brilliant fire crystal essence, why must you be so ruthless? Why do you want to kill my junior brother? The middle-aged man tried his best to avoid the attacks of these people, but the wounds on his body kept increasing and his complexion gradually turned pale due to excessive blood loss. Humph. Meng Hongliang coldly snorted, do you think you're qualified to possess something as precious as brilliant fire crystal essence? Moreover, the fewer people who know about this, the better. You can only blame your brother and junior brother's good luck for finding such a good thing, but your luck is simply too bad. Not only did you find it, but I also found it. Only I can possess this brilliant fire crystal essence. You two brother and junior brother should not be lonely even if you go to the Yellow Springs together. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. The middle-aged man roared, and the remaining light from his artifact armor finally dimmed, and after taking another blow, it began to collapse. This defensive artifact armor had been thoroughly damaged and there was no possibility of repairing it. Kill him, a long night may bring many dreams. Meng Hongliang was no longer in the mood to tangle with the middle-aged man and ordered lightly. The attacks of the several Imperial sect disciples surrounding the middle-aged man suddenly became violent as they pushed their Saint Chi and bombarded the middle-aged man with killing intent. The middle-aged man seemed to feel that he would not be able to escape this calamity and did not resist anymore. Before he died, he still glared at Meng Hongliang with a pair of red eyes, as if he wanted to carve his image into the depths of his soul so he could seek revenge after he was reincarnated. Just as the middle-aged man was about to die, a shield formed from burning black flames suddenly appeared around the middle-aged man and blocked all of the killing moves. One of the Imperial sect disciples was unable to withdraw his attack and slammed his palm into the black flame shield. The shield remained unscathed while the cultivator jumped up like a frightened rabbit and screamed loudly. Everyone looked over, and their eyes were immediately filled with fear and shock. At this moment, the burning black fire was actually rapidly spreading from the warrior's palm to his body. Wherever the black fire passed, his arms and shoulders were immediately burned to ashes. Soon, it had spread to his chest. It seemed that there was no way for him to survive. "Brother Meng, save me." The cultivator realized that the situation was bad and hurriedly ran towards Meng Hongliang, who was the strongest among them, hoping he could save his life. But how could Meng Hongliang let him get close? The black flame was extremely strange, causing him great dread. Seeing his fellow disciple rushing towards him, Meng Hongliang's expression changed several times as a fierce light flashed across his eyes. Retreating a few steps, Meng Hongliang raised his hand and shot a golden light into the cultivator's head. The cultivator who was running towards him immediately fell to the ground, his eyes bulging, as if he had never expected his brother to do such a thing to him. In the blink of an eye, his body was completely swallowed by the demonic flames. The remaining men and women all turned pale. On one hand, it was because of the tyrannical power of this demonic flame, and on the other hand, it was because they had personally witnessed Meng Hongliang kill their fellow disciples. For a time, all of them were stunned as they stared at Meng Hongliang in disbelief. Chapter 1186. Vicious and merciless, friends' methods aren't bad. Yang Kai walked out with a sneer on his face as he stared at Meng Hongliang coldly. He hadn't expected that this person would be so vicious to his fellow sect brother. It seemed he really wasn't a good person. Walking over to the middle-aged man, Yang Kai nodded lightly. The middle-aged man was also dumbfounded at this moment. He had thought he was going to die, but someone had actually run out to save him. And the person who had saved him was Yang Kai, a stranger he had met by chance, giving him a strange feeling for a while. "Go to the side and heal yourself first." Yang Kai saw the middle-aged man's miserable appearance and knew he had almost no Saint Chi left, so he tossed him a healing pill and said faintly, "But you." The middle-aged man took the pill with a hesitant look. Yang Kai's cultivation was too low, so the middle-aged man was afraid this young man who had rushed out to save his life would suffer an accident. After all, Meng Hongliang wasn't someone to be trifled with. But when he remembered the power of the black flames and looked at Yang Kai's calm expression, the middle-aged man suddenly nodded, "Good." Saying so, he walked over to the side, swallowed the pill, and sat down to meditate. He didn't know what Yang Kai was relying on to face so many people from Imperial City sect, but since he dared to act, he definitely didn't put Meng Hongliang and the others in his eyes. He subconsciously thought that Yang Kai came from some top force and was the son of an important figure in that force. If this was the case, all he needed to do was say his name and Meng Hongliang would never dare to provoke him. Although Imperial City sect was strong, it wasn't a first-class force on Shadowed Star, barely above average. On top of that, Meng Hongliang was just someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong, so naturally he wouldn't dare provoke such a strong enemy. Sure enough, Meng Hongliang's expression became gloomy as he carefully observed Yang Kai, comparing him to all the famous young talents of Shadowed Star in his mind, but was unable to find a suitable figure. Coupled with the strange looks his fellow disciples were giving him, Meng Hongliang couldn't help shouting, "Your Excellency killed my fellow disciples, what intentions do you have?" Yang Kai sneered and slowly shook his head, "What you're saying isn't right. The one who killed that person wasn't me, but you. And, although he would have died even if you hadn't done anything, the cause of his death was still your doing. It has nothing to do with me." Meng Hongliang's face alternated between red and green as he gritted his teeth. If it weren't for you secretly plotting against me? Why would I do that? After saying this, his expression suddenly calmed down and he nodded. That's right, I killed junior brother Qi, but I simply couldn't bear to see him suffer the pain of being burned again, so I decided to release him as soon as possible. He had actually found a reason to kill him. When he said this, the men and women from Imperial City sect all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although they still felt that it was inappropriate to kill a fellow disciple, after hearing this reason, they felt much better. They had all seen what had happened to junior brother Qi and knew that even if Meng Hongliang hadn't acted, he would have died anyway, so they all gathered around Meng Hongliang. Meng Hongliang sneered. In the blink of an eye, he had broken free from the whirlpool of murdering his fellow sect brother. Still possessing some ability to argue, he stared at Yang Kai coldly and slowly said, "Which sect does this friend come from? If it is convenient, can you reveal it? Although my Imperial City sect is not a great sect, many of the elders in the sect have a wide range of friends. If this friend is from a sect, I ask that you not intervene in this matter." "Brother Meng, I know who he is." The young woman's brow furrowed slightly. Since approaching Meng Hongliang, her beautiful eyes had been focused on Yang Kai, a look of dread filling her face. Hearing her say this, Meng Hongliang immediately asked in a low voice. The young woman didn't conceal anything and simply recounted the conflict between Blue Sparrow sects Yin Jian and Yang Kai before Lu Yen opened the sand field. At that time, the young woman was not far away and had clearly seen what had happened, so she immediately recognized Yang Kai. Shadow Moon Hall? Meng Hongliang was taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly as his expression became ugly. Although Shadow Moon Hall wasn't a top force, it was far more powerful than Imperial City sect. Shadow Moon Hall had many third-order origin returning realm masters, an existence that Imperial City sect couldn't compare to. The two sects were separated by thousands of kilometers and usually didn't have much contact with each other, but when he heard the young woman say that Shadow Moon Hall's top genius, Wei Guchang, stood up for Yang Kai, Meng Hongliang couldn't help hesitating. If Wei Guchang came to Imperial City sect to find trouble with him, it would be difficult to deal with. But now that things had developed to this point, his own sect brother had been ruthlessly killed by him, so retreating with his tail between his legs was a bit inappropriate. What's more, he didn't want the news of the brilliant fire crystal essence to leak out. It was for this reason that he had tried to kill the middle-aged man's brother after obtaining the brilliant fire crystal essence. Only the dead would reveal their secrets. But he said it himself, that he is not from the Shadow Moon Palace. The young woman's face was filled with puzzlement as she said softly. "Not from Shadow Moon Hall?" Meng Hongliang's eyes lit up. "Yes, I'm not from Shadow Moon Hall." Yang Kai stood there with an arrogant look on his face. When Meng Hongliang and the young woman were talking, he didn't interrupt until now. "Wei Guchang and I only have a small friendship, you don't need to worry about him finding trouble with you." Meng Hongliang's face couldn't help turning cold when Yang Kai saw through his thoughts, his eyes flashing as he hesitated. When the middle-aged man, who was meditating to recover from his injuries, heard this, he almost coughed up a mouthful of blood in anger from Yang Kai. Originally, when the situation had eased, the middle-aged man was secretly delighted, thinking that his guess was correct. This young man who had come to save him really had some background. As long as this young man didn't say anything else, with Meng Hongliang's personality, he would definitely give up. If that was the case, he and this young man who had come to save him would be able to escape safely. As for revenge, that would naturally be left for later. But he hadn't expected this young man to be such a fool, actually blowing up his only hope in one breath. How could Meng Hongliang let him off so easily? Without a strong backer, with his first-order Saint King cultivation, he would die without a doubt. For a moment, the middle-aged man was both angry and anxious. He had never seen such a stupid guy before. However, the other party had come to save him, so he had been dragged into this mess. The middle-aged man could only sigh and secretly decide to restore his strength as soon as possible. Once Meng Hongliang attacked, he would do his best to delay these people and allow Yang Kai to escape. On the other side, Meng Hongliang, whose face was constantly changing, finally came to a decision, his expression gradually becoming firm as he gloomily stared at Yang Kai and said, "Shadow Moon Hall, so what? Wei Guchang. If I want to kill you today, you won't live past tomorrow." As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly waved his hand and shouted, "Be careful of his black flames, don't give him a chance to send out a message." He was going to shed all pretenses of cordiality and kill them to silence them. It had to be said that he was a very careful person. While he ordered his junior brothers and sisters to attack, a hidden golden light appeared on his hand. Meng Hongliang was extremely wary of this demonic flame and was only preparing to let his junior brothers distract Yang Kai while he launched a sneak attack to kill him. Furthermore, he absolutely couldn't give Yang Kai time to take out his compass artifact to send out a message, otherwise everything would be for naught. Once Meng Hongliang's order was given, the next moment, 4 second-order Saint Kings rushed towards Yang Kai with murderous intent, all 4 of them pushing their Saint Chi as they activated their defensive artifacts to protect themselves. Most of the cultivators who dared to enter the flowing flame sand field were wearing defensive artifact armors. These artifact armors could easily resist the invasion of the fire poison and had a very strong defensive effect. At the very least, when these cultivators fought against cultivators of the same level, they often relied on these artifact armors to protect them from harm. The black flames were too terrifying, and although the 4 of them rushed forward, none of them dared to approach Yang Kai. The young woman casually took out a whip-like artifact and swung it, releasing a faint thunderous sound as it transformed into a blue streak of light that shot towards Yang Kai, a ruthless look filling her pretty face. The other 3 also used long-range offensive artifacts and martial skills to bombard Yang Kai's position. At the same time, a golden light quietly shot out from Meng Hongliang's hand. It was unknown what kind of trick he used, but the moment this golden light shot out, it was actually covered up. 4 second-order Saint Kings and 1 third-order Saint King joining forces to attack a first-order Saint King, the result was obvious. As such, after taking action, Meng Hongliang's lips curled into a smile. But in the next moment, his smile stiffened on his face. He saw a sword made of black flames appear in the hands of the besieged youth. He slashed out a pitch-black sword ray that seemed to want to devour all light. Not only did it scatter the attacks of his 2 junior brothers, the sword ray also directly cut through their bodies as if it were rotten wood. Their defensive artifact armors were as fragile as paper, and even the Saint Chi they had been circulating around their bodies was unable to play any defensive role. The bodies of these 2 junior brothers were cut in half in an instant. This was not the end. A black spear appeared in the man's hand. He seemed to have casually thrown it, and the spear broke through the young woman's whip. The long whip bounced back and directly pierced a hole in the young woman's abdomen. From beginning to end, this young woman didn't even have time to react. Soon after, a purple shield appeared beside him. Ding ding dang dang dang, a series of crisp sounds rang out as sparks flew from the purple shield, accompanied by a flash of golden light. The shield was intact, but the golden light returned to Meng Hongliang's position. Yang Kai frowned, knowing that this Meng Hongliang's artifact was really extraordinary. Before, when he had been attacked by this golden light, his grand heavenly shield had almost been shattered. Now, Yang Kai naturally didn't dare act carelessly and immediately summoned his purple shield to defend himself. Taking a quick glance, Yang Kai realized that this was actually a flying needle artifact as thin as an ox's hair. This type of artifact was quite rare. Because flying needle artifacts were quite weak, artifact refiners needed to refine a large number of them in order to create effective damage, and the more they refined, the more difficult it would be to refine them. Chapter 1187. Flying needle artifacts were rare, but it was undeniable that flying needles were the best artifacts for breaking through defenses and were also the most suitable for breaking through a cultivator's protective Saint Chi. No wonder that golden light almost broke through the grand heavenly shield, so it was this kind of thing, Yang Kai suddenly realized. While Yang Kai was stunned, the only Imperial City sect disciple who had not been killed by him had enough time to react. 4 of his fellow disciples had attacked together, but 3 of them had been killed in an instant. If it weren't for Brother Meng's sneak attack diverting this guy's attention, this Imperial City sect disciple felt he would have died already. How could he dare to stay where he was? With a look of horror on his face, he quickly retreated. In an instant, he had retreated more than 100 meters away. Before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, a pitch-black rope suddenly came down on him. That rope seemed to have sealed off all his escape routes, making him unable to move at all. With a whoosh, the black rope wrapped around his entire body. Only at this moment did he see that this black rope was actually condensed from black flames. Remembering what had happened to junior brother Qi before, this Imperial City sect disciple's face instantly paled. Opening his mouth, this Imperial City sect disciple was unable to make a sound as the demonic flame not only burned his body to ashes but also his soul. The 9 heavens divine skills imprisoning heaven lock had the power to bind one's soul and was a martial skill specifically designed to capture fleeing enemies. Coupled with Yang Kai's unique Saint Chi, the imprisoning heaven lock's power had been reborn. In the blink of an eye, the 4 people who had besieged Yang Kai were all wiped out. Meng Hongliang's eyes trembled violently as a look of disbelief and panic appeared on his face. The middle-aged man who had been meditating and healing just happened to rush over to Yang Kai's side at this moment. The moment the 4 Imperial City sect disciples attacked, he had rushed over to help Yang Kai, but how could he have known that there would be no place for him in this battle? By the time he arrived, all 4 of his fellow disciples were dead, and even Meng Hongliang's sneak attack had failed. The middle-aged man's expression wasn't much better than Meng Hongliang's. The only difference was that he wasn't afraid of Yang Kai. He just looked at him from head to toe as if he was looking at a monster. At this moment, he understood that Yang Kai was not an idiot. He did not need to rely on the name of the Shadow Moon Hall to protect himself because he had the ability to kill everyone present. Could it be? Meng Hongliang's face suddenly paled, but he didn't finish his sentence. Yang Kai didn't know what he wanted to say, but after he finished speaking, Meng Hongliang hurriedly cupped his fists and hurriedly said, "This Meng has offended you, please don't take offense. Today's matter, only the heavens, earth, you, and I know about it. This Meng will not reveal it to a third person, so please let this Meng off." As he said this, he didn't wait for Yang Kai to respond and immediately retreated. He avoided Yang Kai as if he was avoiding a snake or a scorpion. His face was full of horror. "You want to leave?" Yang Kai sneered and fiercely pushed his palm forward. With things having gotten to this point, how could he allow this Meng Hongliang to escape unscathed? Whether it was because of this person's attitude and killing intent towards him or because he wanted to silence him, the moment Yang Kai recognized this person, he had already made up his mind not to let him live. This person had only himself to blame for provoking him. A huge palm print descended from the sky, covering the entire world, as well as the light in front of Meng Hongliang. This palm print contained enough power to destroy the heavens and earth, causing Meng Hongliang's mind to tremble as an aura of death filled his heart. Letting out a strange cry, the golden light in his hand shot out again. Countless thin needles pierced through the air, emitting a sizzling sound. Immediately, a golden light erupted as the needles converged in midair, condensing into a long sword, the tip of the sword trembling as it met the heaven-covering hand's palm print head-on. With a loud bang, the golden light dimmed, but the heaven-covering hand seemed to have a hole pierced through it, allowing Meng Hongliang to take this opportunity to break free from this oppressive shackles and quickly flee. His figure had only moved a few dozen meters when a burning hot and evil aura rushed towards him from behind. Turning his head to look, Meng Hongliang's soul nearly jumped out of his body. At some unknown time, this enemy had appeared behind him, a long sword covered in black flames thrusting towards him. Meng Hongliang's body felt like it was burning hot, but even more so because of this evil aura. Meng Hongliang finally understood why junior brother Qi had panicked so much before his death. Looking down, all Meng Hongliang saw was a black sword tip protruding from his chest, and with that position as its center, a raging fire was quickly spreading throughout his body. Without waiting for Meng Hongliang's body to be completely incinerated, Yang Kai directly snatched his space ring and impatiently swept it with his divine sense, suddenly grinning happily. Meng Hongliang's space ring did not have many good things. His space ring was similar to that of the 3 Xie family masters Yang Kai had killed before, basically filled with restorative pills and saint crystals, as well as a dozen or so fire crystal stones of various sizes. However, inside Meng Hongliang's space ring, there was another fire crystal that gave off a burning hot aura. This was not a fire crystal stone from a fire spirit beast, but rather brilliant fire crystal essence, an origin king grade material. Brilliant fire crystal was only an origin grade material, and depending on its quality, it could be classified into high, medium, or low rank. Below the hill Yang Kai had been to before, there should be a brilliant fire crystal lode. There was a very small chance that a brilliant fire crystal lode would produce brilliant fire crystal essence, which was a much higher grade material. Judging from the color of this brilliant fire crystal essence, it was only an origin king grade low rank material, but even so, it was still extremely rare on Shadowed Star. No wonder Yang Kai had snatched it from this middle-aged man and even tried to kill him to silence him. Yang Kai casually threw this brilliant fire crystal essence into his space ring before taking out a piece of the map fragment. What really made Yang Kai happy was this map fragment, the one that had once appeared at the treasure trove pavilion auction. At that time, this map fragment was bought by a second-order Saint King. Before the auction ended, this second-order Saint King had quietly slipped away but was followed by countless people. In the end, this map fragment was obtained by a young man, Meng Hongliang. When Yang Kai saw Meng Hongliang for the first time, he didn't remember who he was, only feeling that the other party looked familiar, but soon remembered what happened outside Heavenly Fate's city. At that time, after the map fragment was taken away by Meng Hongliang, Yang Kai no longer had any expectations. After all, whether the location indicated on this map fragment could be found was still unknown, and whether there was anything good there was no way to know. Everything was unknown, so Yang Kai felt there was no need to waste his energy and effort on an uncertain map fragment. But Kai Yang really hadn't thought that this map fragment would end up in his hands after going through so many people's hands. Yang Yun still had another map fragment in his hands, so if he pieced the two together, he should be able to find some clues. When he had some free time in the future, he would search for it and perhaps find some opportunities. While Yang Kai was searching through the other party's space ring, the middle-aged man was extremely surprised. Yang Kai's actions at this moment were no different from a bandit's. However, he didn't think much of it. Murdering others for treasures was normal. After Yang Kai finished, the middle-aged man walked over weakly and cupped his fists. Extreme Path Sects Huang Shi ran, thanks friend for saving me. If it weren't for you, this Huang would not have been able to escape this calamity. Please accept this Huang's bow. Saying so, he bowed respectfully to Yang Kai. It wasn't a big deal, brother Huang is too polite. Yang Kai smiled and helped him up. Although Huang Shiran's face showed some relief, there was even more sadness as he said in a low voice, of course, if it weren't for this friend, junior brother's revenge would not have been possible. Perhaps no one in this world would know that it was Meng Hongliang who killed my brother and junior brother. Yang Kai gently nodded. How could you be so careless and let him know you found the brilliant fire crystal essence? Speaking of this, Huang Shiran's face became even more gloomy as he smiled bitterly. We were careful enough. Junior brother and I were lucky enough to find a lot of brilliant fire crystal in the area we found. Not long after you left, friend, we even managed to collect some brilliant fire crystal essence. At that time, we carefully hid it and immediately left with junior brother, but on the way out, we ran into Meng Hongliang, who had received the news and was rushing over. He saw that there were many people on that hill, so he decided to rob us and ask us to give him our rings. The brilliant fire crystal essence was in Junior Brother's ring, but Junior Brother was naturally unwilling, so Meng Hongliang killed Junior Brother and the brilliant fire crystal essence fell into his hands. This Huang was no match for him and had no choice but to flee. So that's how it is. This was exactly what the heavens were talking about. Huang Xiran and his senior apprentice brother were not to be blamed for revealing their wealth. It was just that their luck was really bad. I haven't asked for this friend's honored name. Huang Xiran cupped his fists solemnly. Yang Kai had saved him and even helped him get revenge, so Huang Xiran was naturally grateful. On top of that, Yang Kai was obviously not an ordinary cultivator, so Huang Xiran wanted to make friends with him. Yang Kai. So it's Brother Yang, could it be? Huang Xiran hesitated for a moment before suddenly shaking and laughing. This Huang has been rude, Brother Yang, please don't take offense. Yang Kai looked at him strangely, confused. Meng Hongliang had said the same thing a moment ago, and now Huang Xiran was saying the same thing. Did the two of them have some kind of misunderstanding about who he was? However, Yang Kai was too lazy to bother with these things, so he simply asked, "What does Brother Huang plan to do now?" Huang Xiran thought seriously for a moment before replying, "First, I'll find a place to heal. In this Huang's current state, I can't go any deeper into the flame area. If I go any further, my injuries will only worsen. Brother Yang, you don't need to worry about this Huang, I can contact the other brothers of the Extreme Peak sect. Perhaps there are other brothers and sisters nearby." "That's also good," Yang Kai nodded and cupped his fists. "Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first." "Brother Yang, please do as you wish. If there is a chance in the future, Brother Yang, please come to my Extreme Path sect and this Huang will welcome you with open arms." Yang Kai smiled lightly, not saying anything, before turning around and rushing off in the direction of the treasure area. Looking at Yang Kai's back, Huang Xiran felt an inexplicable excitement. Like Meng Hongliang, he believed that Yang Kai was from that place. Otherwise, how could a First-Order Saint King easily kill 5 opponents whose cultivations were far higher than his? Chapter 1188. In this world, only in that place would such an earth-shattering genius appear, which was why Meng Hongliang had panicked so much at the last moment. He had heard that the people there were indifferent and ruthless, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. At the very least, this guy named Yang Kai was quite good. It seemed that rumors really couldn't be trusted. Yang Kai didn't mention anything about the brilliant fire crystal essence, and Huang Xiran didn't ask, the two of them having a tacit understanding. For Huang Xiran, being able to get his revenge was already good enough, so how could he ask Yang Kai for the brilliant fire crystal essence? After all, it could already be considered the other party's spoils of war. After Yang Kai's figure disappeared, Huang Xiran hurriedly picked up the few space rings scattered on the ground, took out the saint crystals and pills inside, and quickly left the place, preparing to find a secluded place to heal himself and see if he could contact his fellow sect brothers to help protect him. 5 days later, Yang Kai passed through the flame area and suddenly came to a place where the world energy was extremely rich. This place didn't have the ubiquitous heat of the flame area, nor did it have the fire poison that constantly invaded one's body. Looking around, there was lush greenery, birdsong, and the fragrance of flowers filling the air. This place was simply like a paradise. The treasure area. Yang Kai's spirit shook as he realized that he had finally passed through the first layer's flame area and arrived at the second layer's treasure area. The Lu Yen Desert was really strange. Each layer of territory was distinctly different from the other, but at the intersection of each territory, the flame area and treasure area were perfectly separated. The heat and fire poison were unable to penetrate this place at all. Since separating from Huang Shi ran of Extreme Path sect, Yang Kai had been on the move for the past 5 days. As Yang Kai moved deeper in, he also encountered several cultivators from various forces. These cultivators were in groups and did nothing else but search for fire spirit beasts in the flame area, as well as looking for fire attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Of course, if there were precious ores like brilliant fire crystals, it would be even better. Basically, most of the cultivators from the major forces who entered this place would stay in the flame area to do this kind of thing, while the rest would enter the treasure area to search for spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Those who were qualified to enter were the elites of their respective sects. It didn't seem very fair. Those with low strength and poor aptitude were fighting outside while those with high strength and good aptitude were peacefully searching for treasures. However, this was how the world worked. The higher the aptitude and strength of a person, the better the treatment they would receive. This was the same principle as the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer. If he wanted to get good resources, he had to increase his strength first. Yang Kai's journey was peaceful and he didn't encounter anyone like Meng Hongliang who liked to cause trouble. Except for the strange looks that the cultivator gave him, everything else was fine. When the cultivators saw that Yang Kai's cultivation was low and that he was walking alone in the flame area, they simply thought that this guy didn't know the difference between life and death. Most of them just wanted to watch a good show, but there was a delicate woman that Yang Kai didn't know who ran over and advised him to turn back and not seek his own death. Yang Kai casually replied with a few perfunctory words. Seeing that Yang Kai insisted on going deeper, the woman no longer wasted her breath and just shook her head and sighed, thinking that there really were fools who didn't care about their own lives in this world. He didn't rush to collect the emerald silk grass but instead concealed his aura and looked around. Because he knew that where emerald silk grass grew, there was a high chance that there would be several special monster beasts. Yang Kai decided to first see if there were any traces of a monster beast here. Looking over there, Kai Yang's heart began to beat wildly, unable to contain his joy. Because in this large area, there were actually more than a dozen green grasses with 7 small leaves. Having 7 leaves meant that these emerald silk grasses were at least 500 years old and were fully mature herbs. In Yang Kai's hands, they were equivalent to more than a dozen origin condensing pills. Not far from these dozen emerald silk grasses, there was also a human-sized hole in the ground. This hole faintly exuded a fishy smell and there were some slimy marks at the entrance of this hole. Seeing this, Yang Kai understood what the monster beast accompanying these emerald silk grasses was. Silver-horned lightning python. The silver-horned lightning python was a 7th order or 8th order monster beast. When it grew to its peak, it could transform into a flood dragon, a 9th order monster beast. Moreover, the silver-horned lightning python liked the bitter smell of emerald silk grasses, so it chose to live here. Yang Kai had obtained this information from the ancient books given to him by Rainfall Star's Zhong Ao. Otherwise, he would not have known so much about the herbs that existed in Rainfall Star's territory. Whether it was a 7th order monster beast or an 8th order monster beast, Yang Kai didn't care much about them. He believed that after collecting these emerald silk grasses, he could quickly leave. Sweeping the hole with his divine sense, Yang Kai immediately noticed that there were 2 silver-horned lightning pythons inside, both of which had reached the 8th order. These 2 monster beasts had lived here for who knows how many years, so it was not surprising that they had reached the 8th order. However, what made Yang Kai a little concerned was that he was not the only one here, there were 2 other cultivators who had arrived before him. The other 2 obviously knew that there was an existence in the hole that was not to be trifled with, so even if they had arrived before Yang Kai, they did not dare act rashly, seemingly discussing how to collect these emerald silk grasses. The best way was naturally for one person to lure the snake out of its hole while the other would be responsible for collecting the emerald silk grasses. However, both of them were only 2nd order Saint Kings, so facing one silver-horned lightning python wasn't a big deal. If they couldn't win, they could still run, but if they had to deal with two at the same time, it would be extremely dangerous. Neither of them was willing to take such a risk, so they hesitated. But before they could come to a conclusion, they saw a man in black robes walk out from nearby and quickly approach the dozen or so emerald silk grasses. Both of them were stunned for a moment before realizing that someone was trying to steal their treasures. The man in black robes didn't seem to realize the potential crisis at all, a joyful smile still hanging on his face. After being stunned for a moment, the two could no longer hold back. Regardless of whether this person could collect the emerald silk grasses or not, once he stepped forward and alerted the snake, with their strength, they would never be able to obtain them again. Hurriedly, both of them rushed out. Yang Kai frowned, but after noticing the movements of these two, he increased his speed and arrived in front of the dozen or so emerald silk grasses in an instant. Gathering the dozen or so emerald silk grasses into his hand, Yang Kai threw them directly into his space ring. Only then did the two silver-horned lightning pythons in the hole in front of him become alarmed, and a blue arc of lightning suddenly shot out from the hole towards Yang Kai's abdomen. At the same time, a table-sized python head poked out of the cave. Its two triangular eyes stared coldly at Yang Kai as it flicked its forked tongue, and a single silver horn on its head exuded an incomparably dense lightning attribute aura. With a rumble, the huge body of the silver-horned lightning python crawled out of the hole, causing the ground to shake. Yang Kai's action of collecting the emerald silk grasses had obviously angered it. Not only that, but the other silver-horned lightning python also ran out. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he avoided the first bolt of lightning, but just as he was about to flee, he heard an anxious shout, "If you don't want to die, leave the emerald silk grasses behind." As soon as these words fell, Saint Chi surged and a majestic tiger head appeared, baring its fangs as it pounced towards Yang Kai. How could he give away something he had already obtained? Yang Kai knew that these two were a little anxious, otherwise, they wouldn't have rushed out so hastily. His figure flickered again and he easily avoided the tiger head's attack. The tiger head coincidentally attacked the second silver-horned lightning python that had run out of the hole. With a loud roar, this silver-horned lightning python's body flashed with lightning. Although it wasn't injured, it was angered by this attack. How could one die casually, especially in a place with rich world energy? As such, Zhong Ao had only heard about it and had never had a chance to see it. What surprised Yang Kai was not that soul-cleansing divine water was actually here, but rather that Yang Kai was surprised by one of the conditions for its birth. If this was really soul-cleansing divine water, didn't that mean that an Origin King Realm Master had once died on Shadowed Star? Since there had been Origin Kings before, why were there none now? The overall low level of alchemy and artifact refining on Shadowed Star was also a strange phenomenon. While Yang Kai was contemplating this, the compass artifact in his hand was constantly sending out divine sense messages to the cultivator. Many people were inquiring about this in surprise while quickly gathering towards a certain place. Should I go take a look? Yang Kai frowned. If this was really soul-cleansing divine water, it was worth seeing, but if it wasn't, there seemed to be no loss. At most, it would just be a waste of time. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. While secretly paying attention to the messages from the compass artifact, he rushed towards the location indicated by the cultivator. Chapter 1190. It took Yang Kai some time to determine the location, but fortunately, the location of the soul-cleansing divine water wasn't too far from where he was, otherwise, the communication artifact wouldn't have responded. When Yang Kai finally arrived, he discovered that it was actually a stalactite cave. The entrance to this cave was pitch black and seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog. He couldn't see what was inside with his naked eye and couldn't extend his divine sense very far. The soul-cleansing divine water is in this place? As soon as Yang Kai arrived, a group of 3 people quickly approached from the side. Yang Kai glanced around casually and was stunned because he found that 2 of these 3 were wearing the same robes as the cultivator who had snatched the emerald silk grass from him. In other words, this group of 3 belonged to the same force as the 2 who had snatched the emerald silk grass from him. Yang Kai secretly paid attention to them and immediately knew what kind of force they belonged to. It was actually Heaven Battling Union. Because of this group of 3, the one leading them was none other than the extremely arrogant Chu Changfeng. Heaven Battling Union's entrance to the Lu Yen sand field was not the same as the one in the Shadow Moon Hall. When Yang Kai had passed through the flame area, he hadn't met anyone from Heaven Battling Union, but now that he had entered the treasure area, it seemed that everyone would gradually have a chance to meet. After all, the deeper one went into the Lu Yen sand field, the less space there was to move around. At this moment, Chu Changfeng's face was filled with excitement and ecstasy as he led his 2 fellow disciples towards this place. Obviously, he had also received a divine sense message and couldn't wait to investigate. Soul-cleansing divine water was a huge attraction to anyone, not just a Saint King realm cultivator, but even Origin returning realm and Origin kings could benefit from it. Unfortunately, those who could enter the Lu Yen sand field were only Saint Kings, otherwise, Saint Kings would never have been able to enjoy such a treasure. Concerned about the soul-cleansing divine water, Chu Changfeng didn't seem to have any intention of looking for trouble with Yang Kai, simply shooting him a glance before rushing into the stalactite cave. After his figure disappeared, another 2 to 3 cultivator rushed over from different directions. Seeing this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and followed Chu Changfeng into the cave. The treasure was right in front of him. If he was fast, he would get it. If he was slow, he would get nothing. How could Yang Kai fall behind? There were countless cone-shaped stalactites hanging above the cave. They were pinkish-white in color. The air in the cave was clear, and the spirit energy was extremely dense. It seemed that there was some kind of spirit source hidden inside the cave. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai nodded inwardly. Of the several conditions for the birth of the soul-cleansing divine water, this place should have fulfilled the first one. The world energy here was indeed rich, and this was only the periphery. If they went deeper, the world energy density would only increase. The stone cave was completely silent. Only a few drops of water dripped from the ceiling, making a light dripping sound. Yang Kai went all the way in. The further he went, the denser the spirit chi became. After walking for a full incense stick's worth of time, he suddenly rushed into a huge stone room. Looking around, Yang Kai's expression froze. There were a lot of people gathered in the stone room at this time, at least 20 of them. Chu Changfeng was among them, and at this moment, he was staring greedily at a certain spot. Beside him were 5 Saint King realm cultivators. These people were naturally cultivators from Heaven Battling Union. In addition to the 6 cultivators from Heaven Battling Union, the remaining dozen or so people were divided into 4 groups, each of which only had 3 to 5 people. There was even a man with a chiseled face and a resolute expression who, like Kai Yang, stood there alone, looking like he was all alone. However, when Yang Kai saw this person, he inexplicably felt a sense of danger. This guy was not weak, at least a third-order Saint King. Yang Kai had always been able to kill enemies above his realm. He had even killed a few third-order Saint Kings before. Ordinary third-order Saint Kings would not give him such a feeling. Being able to make him feel a sense of danger meant this person was very powerful. When facing Chu Changfeng and Fang Tianzhong, Yang Kai did not feel this way. Who was this person? Sure enough, after Chu Changfeng withdrew his greedy gaze and saw this person, his brow could not help furrowing slightly as a trace of dread and annoyance flashed across the depths of his eyes. Yang Kai was greatly surprised. He had experienced Chu Changfeng's arrogance and disdain for others. He didn't even put Fang Tianzhong in his eyes, so what was the background of this chiseled face and resolute expression that could make Chu Changfeng show such an expression? Just as he was thinking this, Chu Changfeng suddenly cast his gaze over, a trace of anger flashing across his eyes, as if he was mocking Yang Kai for overestimating himself, daring to come here alone with just a first-order Saint King realm cultivation. According to Chu Changfeng's character, he would definitely clear this place at this moment, and Yang Kai was his primary target. After all, who didn't want to monopolize such a good thing? But after some thought, Chu Changfeng's anger and unwillingness gradually subsided. Seeing that Chu Changfeng had no intention of finding trouble with him, Yang Kai turned his eyes to the front, wanting to see if the soul-cleansing divine water really existed. At the place where everyone's eyes gathered, there was a pool. This pool was less than 200 meters wide and was overflowing with golden water. This pool was extremely thick and gave off a soul-cleansing charm. All the cultivators standing next to the pool were enveloped by this aura and felt refreshed. Several of them even showed joyful and thoughtful expressions. Obviously, they had made some breakthroughs in their divine senses and cultivations. Is this really soul-cleansing divine water? Yang Kai's brow twitched. Feeling the power of this pool of water, Yang Kai immediately determined that this was indeed the legendary soul-cleansing divine water, but what Yang Kai didn't quite understand was why this soul-cleansing divine water was golden in color. According to Zhong Ao's ancient book, soul-cleansing divine water was generally milky white, but if the quality was good enough and it was stored for a long enough time, it might turn silver. However, none of them could have imagined that junior brother Fu and junior brother Lu had died at the hands of Yang Kai and the silver-horned lightning python's tail whip, so naturally, they wouldn't be able to come back. Seeing more and more people coming in, the cultivator who had come here earlier finally couldn't sit still. If they waited any longer, the situation would be bad. Once more people arrived, the benefits they could get would only decrease. From one of the 5-person teams, a blue-robed man suddenly walked out and cupped his fists to Chu Changfeng. "Young Master Chu, what do you think we should do now? Shouldn't we take some action?" He spoke politely and respectfully, as if he was following Chu Changfeng's lead because he knew better than anyone that the person with the highest status here was Chu Changfeng. Not only was he the #1 genius of Heaven Battling Union, he was also the strongest person here. How to deal with this soul-cleansing divine water had to be asked for his opinion first. Acting rashly would only arouse everyone's hostility. In this situation, the only way was for everyone to discuss a solution and then distribute the benefits. Chapter 1191. Yes, young Master Chu, more and more people are gathering here. If we continue to wait, I'm afraid a long night will bring many dreams. Immediately, someone chimed in and the leaders of the 7 or 8 teams gathered here quickly expressed their approval for Chu Changfeng to come up with a plan. Chu Changfeng himself seemed to enjoy the feeling of being praised by so many people. Hearing this, his gloomy expression finally eased as he frowned and pondered for a while before saying, "Naturally, we need to act. As long as everyone works together to break this barrier, the soul-cleansing divine water will naturally be at our fingertips. We also have the same idea. Just now, this mistress junior brother tested the power of this barrier and found that although it has existed for a long time, it is extremely strong. I'm afraid 2 or 3 people won't be able to break it. Only by working together will we have a chance." A beautiful woman nodded with a smile. "Then what are we waiting for? Young Master Chu gives the order, everyone should attack together. I don't believe that with so many people present, we can't break this barrier." A burly man with a full beard shouted as he took out a hammer artifact and gripped it tightly with both hands, seemingly waiting for Chu Changfeng to speak before taking the lead. Chu Changfeng smiled lightly, giving off a refreshing feeling. At this moment, he finally restored his previous elegant temperament and said lightly, "Breaking this barrier isn't a problem. It's only a matter of time before we obtain the soul-cleansing divine water, but before that, this Chu thinks we should discuss how to distribute it. Many people furrowed their brows when they heard what he said. The barrier hadn't been broken yet Chu Changfeng was already talking about distributing the benefits. Clearly, he was up to no good. However, they had no way to stop him. If they really angered Chu Changfeng, the consequences wouldn't be something they could afford. Heaven Battling Union had caused trouble for others more than once or twice, and many people who had offended them had ended up miserable. Then, young Master Chu, how do you think we should distribute this soul-cleansing divine water? The beautiful woman who spoke before smiled lightly, her beautiful eyes darting around as she asked this question, giving off a sense of charm. She wasn't trying to seduce Chu Changfeng. She knew that with her own ability, it was impossible to seduce a genius from Heaven Battling Union. She just wanted to show some goodwill so that Chu Changfeng would give her more benefits when the time came. Chu Changfeng, on the other hand, turned a blind eye to her flirtatious charms as he already had a plan in mind. Sweeping his eyes across the crowd, he said, "There are friends from 8 great forces present, so this Chu suggests dividing this pool of divine water into 4 portions." 4 portions? The beautiful woman frowned slightly and forced a smile. If we divide it into 4 parts, how should we divide it? Chu Changfeng proudly declared, "My Heaven Battling Union won't take too much, only 1 share." Hearing this, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief as they couldn't help feeling a little surprised that Chu Changfeng would be so magnanimous this time. In their imagination, Chu Changfeng would ask for half, but now he only asked for a quarter. He had to accept this. Who would be stupid enough to refuse? Everyone nodded vigorously. No one had any objections. They all looked like they had taken advantage of the situation. Seeing that all of them agreed to his proposal, Chu Changfeng was quite satisfied and his smile became even wider. Then, young Master Chu, how should we divide the remaining 3 portions? I'll have to trouble you to inform us so that when the barrier is broken, we won't be able to abide by the rules. Everyone confirmed their previous conjecture and understood why Chu Changfeng was willing to share a quarter of the soul-cleansing divine water with this person. After figuring this out, everyone silently displayed the power of their artifacts and martial skills, no longer paying attention to this person. Chu Changfeng, on the other hand, seemed to want to compete. He couldn't casually find this person to exchange pointers with, so he only wanted to suppress the other party in terms of attacking the barrier. The more Saint Chi he pushed, the bigger the commotion he created. However, no matter how Chu Changfeng pushed his Saint Chi, this person's attacks remained neither fast nor slow, as if he didn't put Chu Changfeng in his eyes at all. This made the genius disciple of Heaven Battling Union so depressed he almost coughed up blood. Punching out heavily but hitting nothing but cotton, this was the feeling of being frustrated. Young Master Chu, could it be that the soul-cleansing divine water can't be taken away? Someone guessed. It's possible, otherwise, why would the soul-cleansing divine water in the pool be fine but lose its effect once it is taken out? How could such a thing happen? I don't know, I've only heard that soul-cleansing divine water is one of the 3 great spirit liquids of the world, but I don't know how to collect it. I don't know either. 3 great spirit liquids? Yang Kai's brow rose as he listened. He didn't know what these 3 great spirit liquids were, but soul-cleansing divine water was undoubtedly one of them. Chu Changfeng's face was extremely ugly at the moment. Listening to everyone's noisy discussion, he could no longer maintain his gentle and refined temperament, his expression becoming fierce as he shouted, "If we can't take the soul-cleansing divine water away from here, how can we collect it?" The group of people was rendered speechless by this question. Just now, Chu Changfeng was responsible for dividing up the benefits and everyone had agreed to give him face, but now that the soul-cleansing divine water couldn't be taken away, the division just now was obviously a joke. Chu Changfeng was obviously a little angry because of this, so who would dare remind him at this time that they should all go in together? Chu Changfeng wasn't stupid, he must have thought of this himself, he just didn't want to say it out loud. The reason he didn't say it out loud was obviously because he wanted to redistribute the benefits. Others didn't dare to say anything, but the man who had always looked indifferent took the initiative to speak for the first time. It's very simple, just go in and absorb the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water. Saying so, ignoring everyone else, he leapt up and landed directly in the center of the pool. This pool was so thick that one's divine sense couldn't penetrate it, but it was clearly not deep because this man sat cross-legged in it, exposing his chest. Everyone was dumbfounded as they turned to look at Chu Changfeng. The cultivator who followed Chu Changfeng was even more furious, but even though they were angry, they didn't dare casually scold this cultivator for acting on his own accord. Chu Changfeng's face was as black as the bottom of a pot and his breathing was obviously heavy. Just now, when he was distributing the soul-cleansing divine water, he had scruples about the other party's identity and face, giving them a quarter each, but now, the other party didn't give him any face at all, making Chu Changfeng very angry. Even Fang Tianzhong couldn't ignore him like this. Chu Changfeng stared at the man with a gloomy face, but the other party didn't say anything, just closing his eyes and sitting cross-legged, his expression faintly showing a hint of joy. It seemed that he was already absorbing the great benefits of the soul-cleansing divine water. The other party had already taken the initiative, so many cultivators were anxious and couldn't wait for Chu Changfeng to speak. What's more, looking at Chu Changfeng's expression, it seemed he didn't dare to say anything. Many people secretly looked at each other, and then jumped into the pool together. With someone taking the lead, naturally others would follow. Everyone was afraid of falling behind, so the scene suddenly became chaotic. Except for the few cultivators from Heaven Battling Union who didn't move, everyone else rushed into the pool. This pool wasn't small, more than enough to accommodate a few dozen people. Although there seemed to be a lot of soul-cleansing divine water, in fact, the medicinal efficacies it contained were only a part of it, so everyone who jumped in wanted to occupy an advantageous position. Naturally, the most advantageous position was in the middle. Among the dozen or so people who jumped in first, 5 or 6 of them landed in the middle. Chapter 1193. The indifferent man declared that he wanted to monopolize the surrounding 10 meters, his tone extremely overbearing. However, no one thought there was anything wrong with this, even Chu Changfeng, after witnessing the power of the other party, was slightly shocked. Yang Kai's body trembled slightly, not out of fear, but an inexplicable excitement surging in his heart. He had met many geniuses on Shadowed Star during this time, but no matter who they were, none gave him the same impulse to fight this indifferent man. Because Yang Kai didn't know if he could win against this person with his current means, he couldn't wait to test this uncertainty. However, now was not the time to find this person to fight, the soul-cleansing divine water was the most important thing right now. Yang Kai still had to move around Shadowed Star in the future, so sooner or later he would have a chance to compete with this person, so soon, Yang Kai's expression returned to normal. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that he hadn't acted rashly when he first entered this place. When he entered the stone room, for a moment, Yang Kai even had the idea of driving everyone away so he could enjoy the effects of the soul-cleansing divine water alone. If he had attacked at that time, he might not have been able to win against this person, and if he had fought with him, not only would he have exposed his true strength, it would only have allowed Chu Changfeng and the others to reap the benefits. This world was big, and there were indeed many strange geniuses. This indifferent man was the most powerful Saint King Yang Kai had seen so far. Even Shui Yu of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce was not his opponent, causing Yang Kai to secretly become vigilant and feel that he could no longer casually underestimate a cultivator in the same realm. Inside the stone room, except for the few people from Heaven Battling Union who stood still, everyone else found a place to sit down cross-legged and began to absorb the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water, beginning to cleanse their souls. Everyone's face showed an inexplicable look of joy, some even moaning as if they were extremely comfortable. Enter. Chu Changfeng no longer wasted any time and waved his hand with a gloomy face. The several Heaven Battling Union disciples who had been waiting for Yang Kai to make a decision all entered the pool in a single file and sat down cross-legged. Chu Changfeng's face was gloomy as the anger in his heart could not be quelled, but even if he was given more courage, he wouldn't dare find trouble with this stern-faced man. Not to mention whether or not he was this man's opponent, the behemoth behind him was something even Heaven Battling Union feared. Unable to vent the anger in his heart, Chu Changfeng felt very uncomfortable, so for some unknown reason, he actually rushed over to Yang Kai and coldly shouted, "Scram, this position is mine." Yang Kai's position wasn't too good, but it wasn't too bad either. Just now, when Yang Kai had entered this place with everyone else, he hadn't paid much attention to it and had just casually found a place to occupy, but how could he have known that Chu Changfeng would also be eyeing it? Yang Kai knew in his heart that Chu Changfeng was just venting his anger and didn't really want to occupy this position, because there were many better positions than this one. Chu Changfeng deliberately acting this way was clearly looking for trouble. Because Yang Kai's strength was the lowest and he was alone, if Chu Changfeng didn't find trouble with him, who else could he find trouble with? Obviously, he was also concerned about this stern-faced man. Yang Kai's expression went cold, but after thinking about it for a moment, he didn't act up and instead stood up obediently and sat down in an empty spot nearby. Chu Changfeng coldly snorted, very satisfied with Yang Kai's performance. Seemingly recovering some face for himself, his expression gradually eased, and after sitting down cross-legged and beginning to absorb the efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water, his face immediately filled with joy, all his previous displeasure disappearing. "Little brother, your luck is really good." The beautiful woman who had advised Yang Kai not to waste time before was actually not far from Yang Kai at this moment. Seeing him being driven away by Chu Changfeng, she smiled and comforted him. "It seems you were right to insist on staying here. Compared to this great opportunity, there's no need to worry about anything else. Elder sister has been sitting here for a while now and feels that the bottleneck of her soul cultivation has loosened a little. You should quickly absorb the efficacies here, perhaps you'll be able to comprehend something." Yang Kai didn't want to say much to her and simply nodded before beginning to absorb the efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water. The reason why the function of soul-cleansing divine water was so wondrous was entirely because of the strength of the soul of an Origin King Realm Master. When an Origin King Realm Master died here, their spiritual energy would fuse perfectly with the spirit liquid here, and after countless years of transformation, it would form soul-cleansing divine water. Although Yang Kai didn't know why the soul-cleansing divine water here was golden, after a short period of absorption, he was certain that this was indeed soul-cleansing divine water. Naturally, he wouldn't waste any more time. The beautiful woman was right. Cultivating here could not only enhance one's soul, but also allow one's spiritual energy to become more condensed and solid. If one's luck was good enough, they may be able to comprehend some of the dead Origin King Realm Master's soul skills. How could the methods of an Origin King Realm Master be lacking? As long as one could comprehend even a tiny bit of that Master's divine technique, it would be enough to benefit them for the rest of their life. So far, the only Origin King Yang Kai had seen was Guizhu. However, Guizhu's earth-shattering methods were something Yang Kai couldn't help but yearn for. Presumably, other Origin Kings weren't any worse than Guizhu. Opening his pores, Yang Kai's physique wriggled and a trace of golden energy drilled into Yang Kai's 5 viscera and 6 organs before rushing straight to the top of his head and into his knowledge sea. Yang Kai sensed his surroundings carefully, dividing half of his consciousness to guard against any movement outside to avoid being attacked at this critical moment, while the other half entered his knowledge sea to observe the magical effects of the soul-cleansing divine water. Yang Kai could clearly see that within his knowledge sea, which was burning like a raging inferno, there were many golden threads pouring into it. With his spiritual energy and the soul-warming lotus complementing each other, not only did his spiritual energy grow, but the soul-warming lotus also continued to grow. Now, the effects of the soul-cleansing divine water had been displayed, and even though it was only a small amount, it had allowed Yang Kai to reap great benefits. His spiritual energy seemed to have become stronger, comparable to what he had accumulated over many days, making him very happy. Under the watchful gaze of his spiritual energy, some of the golden threads that had not yet been integrated into his knowledge sea seemed to be attracted by something and quickly rushed towards the location of the six-colored island in his knowledge sea, quickly disappearing into it. This phenomenon did not surprise Yang Kai. Because the soul-warming lotus had such a function, Yang Kai had swallowed some spiritual energy-enhancing pills in the past. The soul-warming lotus would absorb a lot of it and use it to grow. Although in the short term Yang Kai's benefits were taken away by the soul-warming lotus, his spiritual energy and the soul-warming lotus complemented each other. Over the years, the benefits provided by the soul-warming lotus were far greater than the nutrients he provided to the soul-warming lotus. The soul-cleansing divine water could cleanse and purify one's soul, so it was naturally effective for the growth of the soul-warming lotus. But to Yang Kai's surprise, after the soul-warming lotus swallowed these golden threads, it actually took the initiative to emit an incomparably powerful attractive force. In an instant, the golden threads several dozen times larger than before were absorbed into Yang Kai's body and rushed into his knowledge sea. Chapter 1194. Yang Kai only had time to absorb 1% of the golden threads that had been drawn into his knowledge sea by the soul-warming lotus. The rest was snatched away by the soul-warming lotus, causing the six-colored light to become even more dazzling than before. Startled, Yang Kai quickly controlled the attractive force produced by the soul-warming lotus, not daring to make such a big commotion again. If he had been alone here, Yang Kai would have been pleasantly surprised instead of suppressing himself. But now there were more than 30 people here. Once he made such a big commotion, he would definitely be targeted and expelled. If he could absorb the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine waters so crazily, how could anyone else? Although Kai Yang had suppressed it very quickly, he had still alarmed the beautiful woman who had been talking to him earlier and was standing right next to him. The beautiful woman opened her beautiful eyes suspiciously and stared at Yang Kai strangely. Just now, she had clearly noticed an abnormal attractive force coming from this first-order Saint King, but when she tried to sense it carefully, she couldn't find anything. Shaking her head secretly, she thought it was just an illusion and quickly closed her beautiful eyes again to continue absorbing the benefits of the soul-cleansing divine water. Yang Kai secretly sighed in his heart. He hadn't known that the soul-warming lotus would desire the soul-cleansing divine water so much. If he had known earlier, he would have simply found a more remote corner where he could act more freely. Although he could do so now, Yang Kai had to be extremely careful not to arouse suspicion, especially when it came to the beautiful woman not far away. Thinking so, Yang Kai gradually released his suppression of the soul-warming lotus, only stopping when it reached a certain level. In an instant, 10 times more golden threads than before poured into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. 1% of them was swallowed by Yang Kai's knowledge sea while the rest poured into the six-colored island as usual. This speed was just right. Not only would he not be discovered, but Yang Kai would also be able to reap enough benefits. Now, the medicinal efficacies he absorbed from the soul-cleansing divine water were comparable to the sum of the other 10 people combined. However, Yang Kai was still not satisfied. He could not help but feel a little anxious. There was only one pool of soul-cleansing divine water. Everyone was fighting for it, and there would be a time when it would run out. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. At this time, it was naturally better to fight for as much as possible. Unlike the others who were wholeheartedly absorbing the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water, Yang Kai's spiritual consciousness was extremely powerful. At this time, he was able to divert his attention to other things. He was prepared to secretly observe the others. If these people were immersed in the pool and unable to extricate themselves, he decided to increase the speed of absorption. As long as he was careful, he should not be discovered by others. Moreover, it was best to stay away from that beautiful woman. Her strength wasn't high, only a third-order Saint King, but she was still a bit too sensitive. With that in mind, Yang Kai quietly swam to a remote corner. Although his movements alarmed a few cultivator, causing them to open their eyes and look at Yang Kai with some dissatisfaction, no one had the time to criticize him. They simply glanced around before closing their eyes again, racing against time. A moment later, Yang Kai finally arrived at a corner of the pool. This location was very remote and almost no one would choose to stay here, which made Yang Kai very satisfied. Just as he sat down cross-legged and was about to relax a bit, Kai Yang suddenly felt something poking him from under his buttocks. Sometimes he was happy, sometimes he was frowning. It was a very strange sight. Around his body, there was a conspicuous circle of golden light. His body seemed to have become a bottomless pit. Countless golden threads were madly drilling into his body. This movement was so obvious that it caused the entire pool to become turbulent. He really comprehended it. The beautiful woman's cherry lips opened slightly as she looked at the indifferent man in disbelief and exclaimed. Hearing what the beautiful woman said, everyone suddenly realized that the benefits this stern-faced man obtained from the pool were not only tempering his soul, allowing his spiritual energy to reach the level of a first-order origin returning realm master, but also allowing him to comprehend a soul skill that the origin king who died here had mastered before his death. This made everyone's eyes turn red. Compared with the soul skill of an origin king, the small benefits they had just obtained were simply negligible. For a time, everyone stared at him in a daze, forgetting to continue absorbing the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water. Among them, Chu Changfeng's expression was the ugliest. Before, he had vented his anger on Yang Kai and had finally calmed down a lot. In any case, he could still obtain benefits from his current position, so there was no need to be so calculative. But now, this man had actually comprehended an origin king realm soul skill while he had only tempered his soul slightly. In comparison, the benefits he had obtained were simply heaven and earth. Why? Why was this person able to comprehend a soul skill? Why wasn't it his turn yet? He was also a peerless genius who wore countless dazzling halos in Heaven Battling Union and was worshipped and admired by many of his fellow disciples. He was the most dazzling star of Heaven Battling Union, so why couldn't he comprehend a soul skill? Just because he occupied the best spot in the center with a radius of 30 feet all to himself? Chu Changfeng was so depressed he almost vomited blood. But he could only watch helplessly with a look of jealousy on his face, not daring to interfere. Although this was the best opportunity to interfere with the indifferent man's comprehension, who knew how powerful this man's angry blow would be? So, Chu Changfeng could only watch helplessly, his heart filled with jealousy and resentment. While everyone else was shocked, Yang Kai was overjoyed. He had been suppressing the attractive force of the soul-warming lotus because he was afraid of causing too much of a commotion and attracting the attention of others, but now, this stern-faced man had attracted everyone's attention, causing the entire pool to become restless. At this moment, even if Yang Kai made a big noise, it would be covered up. How could he hesitate? Immediately releasing all his suppression of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai allowed it to absorb the golden threads here. In an instant, a large amount of golden light poured into Yang Kai's fiery red knowledge sea, so much so that it almost overshadowed the original fiery red knowledge sea. The energy contained in this golden light was so shocking that even with Yang Kai's ability, he was unable to refine and absorb it in time. Instead, all of it was given to the soul-warming lotus. The soul-warming lotus had become even more terrifying than the cold man's body, and no matter how many golden threads it received, it was able to absorb them. The originally dazzling golden color of the soul-cleansing divine water in the pool began to fade at a speed visible to the naked eye, but everyone was immersed in horror and envy. Not a single one of them noticed this change. As a result, Yang Kai became even more unscrupulous. Although Yang Kai was somewhat envious of the cold-faced man's opportunity, he was more open-minded than anyone else. Soul skills were just a clever use of spiritual energy. Just like martial skills, they were ingenious uses of Saint Qi, allowing one to exert the greatest amount of power at the lowest cost. So what if it was an Origin King Realm soul skill? When he grew stronger in the future, Yang Kai felt that he could even create his own soul skill. But the benefits he was receiving now were a kind of fundamental change. Although the indifferent man's soul skill was incredible, compared to the benefits he was receiving, it was still far from enough. While he was eating meat, he had to let others drink some soup as well. Everyone had their own opportunities, so jealousy was useless. How did the color of the pool become so light? A sudden exclamation pulled everyone's attention back. When everyone looked down, their faces all paled. In just a cup of tea's worth of time, the originally thick golden liquid in the pool had become extremely dim, with only a few traces of golden light flowing through it. The pool was no longer as thick as before, and it was now possible to see the bottom of the pool with one's physical body and use one's divine sense to penetrate it. Chapter 1195. The originally rich golden light in the pool was now extremely dim. Everyone hurriedly circulated their Saint Qi to try and absorb it, only to find that the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water contained in this pool were incredibly weak. This both shocked and angered everyone. "It's him!" Chu Changfeng ground his teeth as he glared at the indifferent man and couldn't help shouting. In an instant, several dozen pairs of eyes turned towards the indifferent man, their expressions filled with dissatisfaction. Yang Kai also grit his teeth, as if the benefits that should have been his had been snatched away. At the same time, he once again suppressed the soul-warming lotus. In that short period of time, almost 90% of the soul-cleansing divine water's medicinal efficacies had been absorbed into his knowledge sea and into the six-colored soul-warming lotus. As for the remaining 10%, half of it had been absorbed by everyone, so there was at most half left in the pool. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't want to continue absorbing it, but that the mood of the cultivator here was very unstable and extremely vigilant. If he continued to act as he did just now, he may be discovered by others. Of course, Yang Kai wouldn't allow himself to become the target of public criticism. Yang Kai decided to let the indifferent man take the blame. In any case, not only was this indifferent man's personal strength tyrannical, but the force behind him was also extremely powerful. Presumably, no matter how dissatisfied and angry these people were, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble for him. Sure enough, although the 30 or so cultivator were glaring at him with murderous eyes, none of them dared to make a move. Even Chu Changfeng didn't have such intentions. After a while, everyone closed their eyes again and raced against time to absorb the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water contained in the pool. Now that there was only so much soul-cleansing divine water left, if they didn't fight for it now, others would only benefit them. The indifferent man seemed to have reached a critical juncture in his comprehension and was completely unaware of what was happening outside. He also didn't know that he had become Yang Kai's scapegoat. Immersed in comprehending the subtleties of an Origin King Realm Master's soul skill, this indifferent man's harvest was simply unimaginable. The little remaining soul-cleansing divine water in the pool rushed madly towards him. About a day later, sitting cross-legged in the pool, nearly 30 cultivator opened their eyes one after another. Everyone's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, but within that surprise, there was also a lot of regret and indignation. Everyone who soaked in this place had obtained a great improvement in their spiritual sense cultivation. In just one day, the growth of their spiritual sense was almost equivalent to many years of painstaking cultivation. Furthermore, after being purified by the soul-washing divine water, some of the hidden dangers left behind by the injured divine sense of the cultivator in his early years were all gone. Running their divine senses, they all found that their divine senses were clearer and more condensed than ever before. They also seemed to have obtained some fundamental benefits, which made them very happy. The fundamental change of their spiritual energy meant that it would be easier for them to cultivate their spiritual energy in the future. Such a huge change happened in just one day. What would happen if it took longer? But it was a pity. If it wasn't for someone taking all the benefits, they could have soaked in this place for at least 10 days. No one dared to imagine what kind of improvement and change their divine sense would have in 10 days. For a time, everyone's eyes towards the indifferent man once again became filled with hatred. The indifferent man had also thoroughly comprehended an Origin King realm soul skill at this moment, and a trace of satisfaction appeared on his inflexible face. However, when he found that everyone present was staring at him with hostile eyes, he was still a little confused, wondering what he had done to provoke such indignation. But soon, he attributed the hostility of these people to jealousy. Although the disappearance of the soul-washing divine water's medicinal efficacy surprised him, when he thought about the fierce improvement of his spiritual energy after comprehending the soul skill just now, he seemed to have found another reason. Did I really absorb more than half of the soul-washing divine water? Is that why they are so angry? The indifferent man also couldn't figure out the situation, but he had no intention of getting entangled with these people. Letting out a cold snort, he stood up from the pool and flew out. Mid-air, he circulated his Saint Chi to dry the water on his body before landing on the ground and walking away without looking back. The biggest benefit of this place had been taken away, so he naturally didn't want to stay and be treated with hostility. The remaining 30 or so people glanced at each other, none of them having expected this man to be so carefree. He got off too easy this time. Chu Changfeng ground his teeth bitterly as he smashed his fist into the pool, his expression fierce. No one else dared to answer casually, and after a while, they all stood up from the pool one by one, sighing and walking outside. Looking at the pool of spirit liquid, everyone's expression became a little dispirited. If it had been any other time or place, encountering such a pool of spirit liquid would have made everyone ecstatic. After all, spirit liquid was a rare treasure that took countless years to form. It was far more beneficial to a cultivator than a high-rank saint crystal, whether it was used for cultivation or for restoring one's strength. However, after witnessing the wonders of the soul-washing divine water, this spirit liquid didn't count for much. After all, it was a remnant of something that had lost its soul-washing effect. Even so, with such a precious treasure in front of them, it would be unreasonable not to take it, but everyone's mood was somewhat indescribable. Young Master Chu, how should we distribute this spirit liquid? The beautiful woman looked at Chu Changfeng cautiously and asked for his opinion, a trace of self-mockery appearing on her charming face as she said, "Our family's business is small, unlike that person who doesn't even put this pool of spirit liquid in his eyes. This spirit liquid is also a good thing for us." "Yes, young Master Chu, what do you say? Everyone will listen to you. If anyone dares to disobey, we'll kill them together." Immediately, a cultivator from a force that had a good relationship with Heaven Battling Union expressed his support. Just now, when they were distributing the soul-washing divine water, Chu Changfeng had taken care of him. The milky white crystals that had accumulated at the bottom of the pool were all scraped clean by them. After searching the stone room for a while and confirming that there was nothing to be gained, everyone left the stone room one after another. Their expressions were somewhat reluctant to part with the stone room. Outside, everyone bid farewell to Chu Changfeng and walked off in different directions. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a group of 3 people stopped in a valley 10 miles away from the stalagmite cave. These 3 people were from the group with the least number of people in the stone room. Of these 3 people, 2 were third-order Saint Kings while 1 was a second-order Saint King. At this moment, the second-order Saint King was cursing and scolding Chu Changfeng for being overbearing. When the soul-cleansing divine water was first distributed, they were allocated the smallest share, and when the spirit liquid was distributed later, they were also allocated the least. The reason was simple: they had the smallest number of people. Chapter 1196. Among this group of 3, the elderly man who was the leader of the group listened to his companion's endless cursing and finally couldn't help but interject, "Forget it, who told them to be so powerful? Our flowing cloud valley can't afford to provoke them, we'll just have to endure. It's not like you don't know what kind of people Heaven Battling Union is, so why keep complaining?" "I just can't swallow this insult," the man angrily said. "So what if it's Heaven Battling Union? Does Chu Changfeng really think he's some big shot? If it weren't for Heaven Battling Union supporting him, how could he dare act like this? I think this man's reputation is unwarranted. If we really fought, he would definitely not be your 2 brothers' opponent." The elderly man's face sank as he reprimanded, "You're wrong. Although Chu Changfeng is an overbearing playboy with a bad reputation, he does have genuine ability. Otherwise, with just the prestige of Heaven Battling Union, how could his name be known to all of Shadowed Star? Do you know Thunder Typhoon Sect's Fang Tianzhong? I heard that he and Chu Changfeng have exchanged pointers no less than 10 times, but every time the 2 ended in a draw. Since he can fight Fang Tianzhong to a draw, this brother is definitely not his opponent. In the future, you must not underestimate those with reputations. With their reputation, they naturally have their own confidence. Even Fang Tianzhong couldn't beat him." The junior brother was shocked, realizing that he had underestimated Chu Changfeng's ability. Naturally, that's why every time these 2 met, they would oppose each other, as if they were water and fire. "Your brother Lu Yi is very clear about this." When the elderly man spoke, he glanced towards the third person. "Why does brother Lu Yi know about this?" The elderly man said, "Because brother Lu Yi was once outside and happened to encounter these 2 fighting. Junior brother Lu Yi told him about the situation at that time, lest he look down on the heroes of this world in the future and lose his life without even knowing why." In an instant, the second-order Saint King cultivator turned a curious look towards his brother Lu Yi. Lu Yi, on the other hand, was frowning as if he was thinking about something. His face was gloomy and uncertain, as if he hadn't heard the elderly man's words. "Junior brother Lu, what are you thinking about?" the elderly man asked suspiciously. Since coming out of the stone room, Lu Ye's soul seemed to be a little out of place, as if he was sleepwalking. Even now, he still hadn't recovered. "Heh heh." Lu Yi suddenly let out a low chuckle. For some reason, when this chuckle reached the ears of the elderly man and the second-order Saint King cultivator, they couldn't help shivering as goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. The elderly man was startled, mistakenly thinking that something had happened to Lu Yi while he was soaking in the soul-cleansing divine water, hurriedly asking, "Junior brother Lu, are you all right?" "Me? Of course I'm fine, ha ha ha, I'm better than ever before." Saying so, 2 strange green lights suddenly appeared in Lu Ye's eyes. These green lights were like 2 flickering ghostly flames, giving anyone who saw them a feeling of dread. Lu Ye's originally calm face became extremely ferocious at this moment as he suddenly stretched out his hand, pushed his Saint Chi into the second-order Saint King's chest, and plunged it directly into this second-order Saint King's chest. How could the cultivator have imagined that brother Lu Yi, who was usually gentle and polite to everyone, would actually try to kill him? When he felt the pain in his chest, he looked down and saw that Lu Ye's hand had already pierced into his chest. His heart inexplicably convulsed as he saw Lu Yi pull his hand out of his chest, revealing a blood-red hand holding a still beating heart. Is this my heart? This was the only doubt that flashed across the cultivator's mind before he fell backwards, a large amount of blood gushing out from the big hole in his chest. Lu Yi, what are you doing? The elderly man's expression changed greatly. He had never expected that such a thing like killing his fellow disciples would actually happen right under his nose. Shouting angrily, he condensed his Saint Chi and prepared to attack this person who had just killed his fellow sect brother. But how could he have imagined that a shocking spiritual energy would suddenly rush straight into his knowledge sea, instantly breaking through his defenses and causing his knowledge sea to turn upside down? The elderly man let out a muffled groan as his knowledge sea was damaged, and the Saint Chi he had condensed dissipated without a trace. Immediately, he saw Lu Yi rushing towards him with a ferocious smile on his face, the green fluorescence in his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. You're not. The elderly man opened his mouth and exclaimed, but before he could finish his words, his entire head was chopped off by Lu Ye's palm, causing blood to spurt out from his headless corpse. Lu Yi stood up lightly, shook off the blood on his hand, and coldly snorted, "Of course I'm not." It seemed like he had easily killed 2 Saint King Realm cultivator, but Lu Yi still showed a look of dissatisfaction at this moment. This body's aptitude was not bad and was very suitable for cultivating his secret art, but its cultivation was too weak. Compared to his peak, it was like an ant that couldn't withstand a single blow. However, Lu Yi was very satisfied because he had finally escaped from that damned place. How many years had it been? 5,000 years? 10,000 years? 20,000 years? It had been so long that he couldn't even remember. If no one had found that stone room in another 1,000 years, his soul would likely have really dissipated from this world. In order to break through some of the barriers surrounding that stone room and allow others to discover it, he had not hesitated to consume the energy of his soul source. If not for that, the stone room would likely still be covered in dust. Fortunately, all his efforts had been worth it. Someone had really gone to that place, allowing him to fulfill his wish of many years. Lu Ye's face paled slightly for a moment, but he quickly suppressed it. Forcibly using his secret technique had placed a great burden on his body, and even now, he had not fully familiarized himself with this new body. It seemed that he would not be able to use any more secret techniques in the short term. Lu Yi raised his head to look at the blue dome of heaven, then looked at the fiery red flames of the flame area on the horizon. He sneered, 3 suns ring of fire, what a grand move. After saying such inexplicable words, Lu Yi searched the rings of the elderly man and the second-order Saint King cultivator, burned their bodies, then immediately turned around and ran towards the stalactite cave. A moment later, Lu Yi returned. There was nothing left in the stone room, and the pool had been scraped clean. Even the skeletons that had been lying on the side had been attacked by someone before they left, and now they were all over the floor. Seeing this scene, a trace of annoyance flashed across Lu Ye's eyes as he walked over to the scattered bones, bent down, and carefully sorted them out, putting them all into his space ring. As he did this, Lu Ye's expression became somewhat strange, a mixture of sadness and nostalgia. After collecting the bones, Lu Yi jumped into the empty pool and stood there contemplating for a while before suddenly walking forward at an irregular pace. Every time he took a step, he would pour some Saint Chi into the bottom of the pool, alternating between light and heavy. Lu Ye's expression was also extremely serious, as if he was doing something extremely important. After walking like this for the time it would take to brew a cup of tea, Lu Ye's eyes gradually filled with expectation. A moment later, Lu Ye's figure paused and he took a final step while pouring just enough Saint Chi into the pool, *kacha, * at the center of the bottom of the pool, a crack suddenly opened, revealing a secret compartment. Seeing this, Lu Yi smiled and quickly stepped forward, picked up a space ring hidden in the secret compartment, and put it on his finger, breathing a heavy sigh of relief. As long as he had this space ring, he could easily make a comeback. However, the only thing that annoyed him was that his most important possession had been taken away by this first-order Saint King cultivator. On top of that, the power in this cultivator's body was too strange, a kind of burning black flame. When Lu Yi had entered his body and tried to seize it, he had almost been burned to death. Lu Yi had never seen this kind of black flame before, one that alternated between hot and cold, good and evil, a contradiction to the extreme. Lu Yi panicked and hurriedly tried to escape. If he had remained inside this cultivator's body for another 3 breaths, Lu Yi had no doubt he would have been burned to ashes. That was a good body, if only he could seize it. Lu Yi couldn't help feeling a little regretful. How could you take away something that belongs to me? Lu Yi sneered as he released his divine sense. He believed that as long as Yang Kai was carrying that thing, even if it was hidden in his space ring, Lu Yi would be able to accurately find it. Because that thing was his to begin with. However, after investigating it, Lu Yi was shocked as he couldn't feel the aura of that thing at all, as if it had disappeared into thin air. Impossible! Lu Yi roared madly, his face filled with hysteria, unable to believe that the aura of that thing had disappeared. The only possibility was that the other party had fused with it. But a trivial first-order Saint King, even if he had great ability, was incapable of fusing with it. Doing so would only result in his death. That thing was Lu Ye's most important possession. If he had taken it out, it would have set off a bloodbath across the entire star territory. Now that it had disappeared, how could he not be angry? Without it, it would take Lu Yi at least 2,000 or 3,000 years to restore his soul and cultivation. At this moment, Yang Kai was already 50 kilometers away from the stalactite cave. After perceiving Chu Changfeng's murderous intent, Yang Kai immediately left without any particular target, simply moving as he pleased. At first, Yang Kai wanted to enter the treasure area to search for treasures, but after entering, the spirit grasses and spirit medicines produced here disappointed him. With the exception of the emerald silk grass, which was a pleasant surprise, the other gains were simply not worth mentioning. Although they were all very expensive, Yang Kai didn't lack money at all, so there was no need to waste time collecting them here. His biggest gain was naturally the benefits he obtained from the stalactite cave. Needless to say, the medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water didn't need to be mentioned. Yang Kai himself didn't obtain many benefits from it. Although his spiritual energy had improved somewhat, it wasn't obvious. After all, his soul was much stronger than most cultivators at his level, but the benefits his soul-warming lotus received were unimaginable. Chapter 1197. After the soul-warming lotus swallowed so much golden energy, its 6-colored light continued to flicker, as if it only needed to devour a little more to evolve. This made Yang Kai feel very regretful as he knew how difficult it would be for the soul-warming lotus to evolve. When Yang Kai first obtained this precious treasure that could nourish his soul, the soul-warming lotus was only 5-colored. Even after taking so many pills to strengthen his soul, the soul-warming lotus didn't change much. In the end, Yang Kai had to eat a saint-grade high-rank pill that had formed pill clouds and was thousands of years old to allow the soul-warming lotus to evolve to 6-colored. Yang Kai hadn't held much hope for the soul-warming lotus to evolve into its final 7-colored form before, thinking that being able to achieve this goal in his lifetime would already be a great achievement. But now, this lofty goal was actually showing signs of being achieved, which made Yang Kai both excited and somewhat regretful. He was already considering whether he should refine some spiritual energy-enhancing pills after Lu Yan's desert closed and desperately take them to help the soul-warming lotus evolve. How much he could absorb from these pills wasn't the main point, as long as it could help the soul-warming lotus evolve, even if he had to spend more saint crystals or waste more pills, it would be worth it. Secretly thinking about this for a while, Yang Kai was in a good mood. He was looking forward to what kind of help the soul-warming lotus would bring him after it evolved into its final form. In the past, his strength had been low, so although he could feel the various benefits of the soul-warming lotus, he didn't have a thorough understanding of them. Now, with the improvement of his strength, Yang Kai was more and more aware of the importance of the soul-warming lotus. He had never deliberately cultivated his spiritual energy, but his spiritual energy was far superior to that of any other cultivator in the same realm. 80% of this was due to the soul-warming lotus, but of course, the demon eye of annihilation also played an important role. Without the demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to freely devour others' insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao, allowing his own understanding of cultivation to reach a bottleneck, or allowing his spiritual energy to grow so recklessly. Putting these thoughts aside for the time being, Yang Kai took out something from his space ring. This thing was the unknown object that had hit him in the pool. At that time, Yang Kai didn't have time to investigate it and had simply tossed it into his space ring. Only now did he discover that it was actually a hexagonal crystal about the size of an egg. It looked like a perfect piece of jade. However, other than being beautiful, there was nothing special about it. When Yang Kai touched it in the pool, there was still a trace of warmth. In addition, a cold energy seeped out from it and poured into Yang Kai's body. But now, it was completely ordinary. Yang Kai couldn't feel any energy from it at all. After frowning and observing it for a long time, a layer of demonic flame appeared on Yang Kai's hand. The demonic flame roiled and slowly wrapped around it, but no matter how Yang Kai burned it, it didn't change at all. This came as a pleasant surprise to Yang Kai. His current demonic flame was something even ordinary origin-grade artifacts could not resist, let alone a piece of ordinary stone. Unable to feel any energy fluctuations, and unable to burn it with his demonic flame, Yang Kai tried to use his divine sense to probe it. Who would have thought that as soon as his spiritual sense touched this hexagonal colorless crystal, it would disappear from his hand. At the same time, a refreshing feeling spread from his mind. Yang Kai's face changed slightly and he quickly sent his consciousness into his knowledge sea. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the fiery red ocean was tumbling, and the six-colored light of the six-colored island was shining brightly. Above Yang Kai's knowledge sea, a hexagonal colorless crystal had appeared at some unknown time. It was the same crystal that he had held in his hand before. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. As far as he knew, the knowledge sea was an invisible thing, so even if a cultivator's head was cracked open, their knowledge sea would not be able to be discovered with the naked eye. In this invisible sea, only some soul-type artifacts could enter it. The demon eye of annihilation could barely be considered a soul-type artifact, while the soul-warming lotus was a supreme treasure used to nourish one's knowledge sea. But what was this hexagonal colorless crystal? The moment he tried to probe it with his divine sense, it had actually entered his knowledge sea. But now, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. It only gave him an unimaginably refreshing feeling that was harmless. Yang Kai originally wanted to investigate it carefully. After all, no matter who it was, having such an inexplicable thing appear in their knowledge sea would cause them to feel uneasy. But before Yang Kai could take any action, the six-colored island suddenly transformed into a six-colored beam of light that shot out from a great distance and wrapped around the colorless crystal like a ribbon. Then, under Yang Kai's dumbfounded gaze, it was dragged back to the island in one fell swoop. The six-colored island wriggled and transformed back into the original form of the six-colored soul-warming lotus, the six-colored light quickly converging. Yang Kai's thoughts flashed and his soul avatar instantly appeared above the six-colored soul-warming lotus. Looking down, as he expected, the colorless crystal was lying quietly on the bud of the six-colored soul-warming lotus, reflecting the six colors of the soul-warming lotus. Soon after, the petals of the lotus closed towards the center like an open hand clenched into a fist. Soon, it turned into a flower bud. It looked like a budding lotus flower. Yang Kai's complexion changed rapidly as his soul avatar trembled with excitement. Although he didn't quite understand what was going on, as the master of the soul-warming lotus, he could still tell that the soul-warming lotus had begun to evolve into its final form. Yang Kai had previously considered refining pills to nourish the soul-warming lotus, but now there was no need for that. And the reason for this change was the colorless hexagonal crystal. The last time the soul-warming lotus evolved, such a situation had not occurred. Its color had only gradually increased with the nourishment of a large amount of energy. But this time, before it evolved, it had turned into a bud. Yang Kai could almost foresee that when its bud fully bloomed again, it would transform into its final form, the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, and be reborn. What was that crystal? It seemed to be even more powerful than the golden energy contained in the soul-cleansing divine water, otherwise, how could it cause the soul-warming lotus to undergo such a change? Yang Kai was excited, his soul avatar's face filled with an indelible smile. The ups and downs of his mood caused his fiery red knowledge sea to roll up in waves several hundred meters high, like a volcanic eruption, full of peerless power. After a long time, Yang Kai suppressed his excitement and fixed his eyes on the soul-warming lotus's bud, discovering that bright halos were spreading out from the soul-warming lotus towards his knowledge sea. These halos were spreading in a very regular pattern, like a heartbeat. Every time these halos rippled, subtle changes would occur in his knowledge sea. The fiery red seawater became thicker and purer, and the fire it contained became more fierce. The medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water that Yang Kai had not had time to refine began to gradually melt at this moment, completely integrating into his knowledge sea and strengthening Yang Kai's spiritual energy. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The soul-warming lotus was still evolving, but it had already begun to give him benefits. This made Yang Kai even more eager to see what it would look like after its evolution. Although Kai Yang wanted to stay here for a while longer, he couldn't help but furrow his brow and reveal a displeased expression. This was because the part of his consciousness he had left outside had noticed that several people were approaching him. As a last resort, he could only withdraw his soul avatar from his knowledge sea. Quietly releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai was stunned when he discovered who the people approaching him were. These people turned out to be the beautiful woman and her companions who had spoken a few words to him in the stone room before. There were 5 people in this beautiful woman's group, all of whom were second or third order saint kings. Yang Kai didn't know which force they came from, but since so many people could enter at once, this force was definitely not a small family or sect, so it should be quite strong. Why was she following behind him? Could it be that she saw that he was alone and didn't have a high cultivation, so she wanted to kill him? A cold light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he deliberately paid attention to the movements of this group. No matter where they were in the Lu Yen desert, the cultivator's divine sense would be greatly suppressed. Although Yang Kai was also suppressed, he was much stronger than this group of people, so he could easily monitor their movements without being detected. Soon, a faint conversation could be heard. "Senior Sister Chen, why are we looking for that guy? He's just a first-order Saint King cultivator, his strength is pitifully low. Letting him join us won't be of any help to us and will only drag us down," a burly man with a pockmarked face asked with an unwilling expression on his face. "That's right, Senior Sister Chen, that guy doesn't seem to have much skill at first glance. I don't know which small family he's a cultivator, but he was actually qualified to enter this place with such low strength. It seems that family definitely doesn't have a more powerful cultivator. Besides, if we let him join us, once we find something good, we'll definitely have to give him a share, it's not worth it." The 4 men and women behind the beautiful woman didn't understand why she wanted to bring Yang Kai along, thinking that she was simply being kind and wanted to help him, but this was the Lu Yen desert. Helping others was fine anywhere, but here. There were dangers everywhere, and if they weren't careful, they could easily lose their lives. They couldn't even take care of themselves, so how could they spare any effort to help others? After the 4 men and women finished speaking, the beautiful woman let out a faint sigh, her red lips parting slightly as she softly asked, "You all think his strength is low and he has no skill, right? Yes, isn't it obvious? Is he pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger?" The burly man with a pockmarked face stared widely as he thought of a possibility. "That shouldn't be the case," the beautiful woman shook her head. "If that's the case, why bring him along? You all know he has no skill, but why was he able to come here? Why was he able to break through the flame area? Chapter 1198. As soon as the beautiful woman asked this question, all four of them froze for a moment, thinking that it made sense. Just how unbearable the flame area was, they had all experienced it firsthand. At that time, the five of them had spent a great deal of effort to break through the flame area and set foot in the treasure area, so how did a little First-Order Saint King manage to do so? Senior Sister Chen, do you know the reason? The four all looked at the beautiful woman curiously. The beautiful woman shook her head. I don't know, but I think he's a man of great luck. A man of great luck. The four men and women around the beautiful woman looked at each other. The beautiful woman surnamed Chen chuckled and pursed her lips. I'm afraid you won't believe me if I tell you this, but I personally believe in this kind of thing. Some people are born with better luck while others are born with worse luck. This is the result of different opportunities, which is why cultivator with the same aptitude can develop differently in life. I've seen many people with such luck over the years, and every time I follow them, I can more or less obtain some benefits. The burly man's mouth couldn't help twitching as he hesitantly asked, Senior Sister Chen, what you mean is that if we take him with us, we may obtain some unexpected benefits? Exactly. Think about it. It's already a miracle that a First-Order Saint King cultivator like him was able to pass through the flame area. I think he didn't rely on his own ability, but rather found a safe path to enter the treasure area. Otherwise, with his current cultivation, it would have been impossible for him to pass through the last section of the flame area. What he relied on was his own luck. The beautiful woman's voice was soft, and although her words weren't convincing enough, they were still very comfortable to listen to. Of course, this alone isn't enough to explain everything, but what happened in that stone room later, I'm sure you all know. That stone room. Everyone thought back for a while, naturally recalling Yang Kai's performance and experience at that time. For a moment, all of them couldn't help feeling a little incredulous. Do you understand now? At that time, I thought that after the soul-cleansing divine water was distributed to Chu Changfeng, it would be impossible for him to obtain any benefits. I even advised him not to waste time and leave as soon as possible, but who could have guessed that in the end, everyone would have to soak in the pool together. No matter how many benefits he obtained, it wasn't as if he gained nothing. There are more than 10,000 cultivators who entered Lu Yen Sand Field, and there are at least 3,000 to 4,000 cultivators who entered the treasure area, but only 30 or so people benefited from the stone room, and he is the only First-Order Saint King. From what Senior Sister Shen said, his luck is pretty good. The pockmarked man stroked the short beard on his chin and gently nodded. It seemed that he felt that the beautiful woman's words weren't without reason. Luck was an illusory thing, but no matter how one looked at it, the First-Order Saint King cultivator's luck couldn't be too bad. Senior Sister, there is a saying that from the depths of misfortune comes bliss. What if he runs out of luck? Another female cultivator in the team secretly worried. There was no such thing as endless wealth in this world, and there was no such thing as inexhaustible luck. It doesn't matter. In any case, we have nothing to lose by bringing him along. If we really find something good, we'll just share some with him. If we don't find anything, it's just our bad luck. The beautiful woman smiled freely. Since Senior Sister says so, then let's bring him along. The pockmarked man saw that the beautiful woman was determined and no longer objected. Indeed, as the beautiful woman said, bringing him along wouldn't be a big loss. At most, they would just share some benefits with him. He was just a trivial First-Order Saint King, how could he resist? If they really encountered some kind of great danger, he could only pray for his own good fortune. In any case, Senior Sister Shen said that he was a person of great destiny, so he shouldn't die casually. With the pockmarked man's words, everyone stopped talking and under the guidance of the beautiful woman, walked forward. Yang Kai took back his divine sense and wore a strange expression. A person of great destiny? Yang Kai couldn't help laughing dumbly. Being able to find that stone room had something to do with luck, but it was more because he was bold and didn't fear Chu Changfeng, so he chose to stay behind. If it had been anyone else, they would have left long ago. How could they have obtained any benefits? As for breaking through the flame area, was that really that difficult? It had nothing to do with luck, right? However, now that he had figured out why they had followed him, Yang Kai's displeased look disappeared. After all, these people didn't have any malicious intentions. Relatively speaking, they had good intentions. However, Yang Kai didn't want to act with others. If they thought he was dragging them down, he would think they were dragging him down. It was much more convenient to be alone. If he really found something good, he wouldn't have to share it with others. The beautiful woman's group wasn't far from Yang Kai, and perhaps because they had immediately chased after him after obtaining the spirit liquid, the group of 5 soon appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. In order to avoid any misunderstandings from Yang Kai, the beautiful woman surnamed Chen called out enthusiastically from a distance, "Little brother." Yang Kai pretended to have only just discovered their whereabouts and immediately showed a look of vigilance as he slowly got up. Little brother doesn't need to panic. The beautiful woman seemed to have expected this scene, and her seductive face filled with a kind smile, her beautiful eyes clear as she said, "We have no malicious intentions." Saying so, she quickly led the other 4 men and women over to Yang Kai. After they arrived in front of him, Yang Kai asked in a lukewarm tone, "What do you want?" "Hee, it's nothing. I just saw that little brother was alone, so I came to take a look." The beautiful woman replied with a smile. "Did you come here alone?" "You can say so," Yang Kai nodded lightly. "You're really amazing." In her opinion, Yang Kai should come from some small family that had at most 3 spots to enter the flowing flame sand field. The other 2 would probably be stuck in the flame area, but Yang Kai had actually reached the 2nd layer. Naturally, he was quite amazing. Yang Kai's face was filled with a sweet fragrance, and his mouth was also filled with sweetness. In her opinion, Yang Kai should come from some small family that had at most 3 spots to enter the flowing flame sand field. The other 2 would probably only be able to reach the flame area, but Yang Kai had actually reached the 2nd layer. "Young lady, if you have something to say, just say it." Since he knew their purpose, Yang Kai didn't bother to beat around the bush and simply waited for her to bring it up. Quite a temper. The pockmarked man couldn't help sneering. In his opinion, senior sister Chen being willing to bring him along was a direct reflection of his good luck, but he hadn't expected this little brat to not give him any face at all. "Young lady." When the beautiful woman heard Yang Kai address her as such, she couldn't help smiling. She hadn't heard anyone call her this for a long time, so she quickly said, "It's like this, we are from Clear Sky Sect." After reporting her sect, the beautiful woman looked at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, seemingly thinking that since her sect was not weak, Yang Kai should be a little surprised, but Yang Kai still looked indifferent, making her feel quite embarrassed. Coughing lightly, she continued, "My name is Chen Shitao, and these are my junior brother and junior sister. Seeing you wandering here alone, I'm afraid little brother doesn't know much about the dangers of the treasure area, right? Not only are there many monster beasts here, but there are also many inexplicable barriers and traps. It is very dangerous for someone with your cultivation to wander here. If you aren't careful, you may lose your life here." At this point, according to the beautiful woman's estimation, Yang Kai should panic and fear, so she would take advantage of this situation to say a few words of comfort and smoothly win him over, but she never expected him to remain indifferent, as if he didn't know how high the heavens were and how deep the earth was. Chen Shitao groaned in her heart, wondering what kind of family this little brat came from. It seemed he didn't know anything about Lu Yen sand field. Left with no choice, she could only cut to the chase. "If you are willing, you might as well act with us. Although the 5 of us aren't very powerful, it's still better than risking your life here alone. Of course, if we can find something good, we won't treat you unfairly. My Clear Sky sect's disciples have a very good reputation outside and there are no scums who bully the weak. What does little brother think? It wasn't good to give a straight answer, so Yang Kai pretended to ponder for a while, but just as he was about to decline, he couldn't help frowning and turning his head to the side. Not far away, a fiery red light was rapidly approaching them like a bolt of lightning, arriving at their side in the blink of an eye. Lu Yen flying fire? Yang Kai's first thought was that this thing was Lu Yen flying fire. But soon, he denied this conjecture because this fiery red light was different from the Lu Yen flying fire he had seen before. Although its speed wasn't slow, it was definitely not as fast as Lu Yen flying fire. Yang Kai released his divine sense and was even able to catch a trace of it. What's more, this was the second layer's treasure area, so how could there be a Lu Yen flying fire? Wei Guchang had said that something like Lu Yen flying fire only existed in the flame area, so it was impossible for it to appear in the treasure area. At the same time that Yang Kai discovered this fiery red light, Chen Shitao and the others also noticed it. The burly man with the pockmarked face stared in the direction the red light disappeared and after a moment of contemplation, exclaimed, "A world spirit treasure?" Everyone else was visibly moved. Yang Kai also saw what that thing was. It was indeed a kind of world spirit treasure, but he couldn't determine its specific type. When that red light flashed in front of him just now, Yang Kai clearly felt a trace of vitality, so if it wasn't a world spirit treasure, what could it be? Not waiting for Kai Yang to give chase, from the direction the red light had come from, a figure hurriedly rushed over. Seeing this person's face, Yang Kai couldn't help grinning as he stood in place. This person soon arrived in front of everyone. Originally, he was still a little vigilant. After all, he was chasing after a treasure and suddenly having 6 people blocking his path made him feel uneasy, but when he saw that one of them was Yang Kai, he immediately relaxed and rushed over. Foreign Elder Chang. Yang Kai hurriedly greeted him. This person was none other than Chang Qi of the Haiku family. Yang Kai, you're here too. Chang Qi's face was filled with excitement, as if he had seen a close relative, laughing heartily. Chapter 1199. Chang Qi wasn't surprised that Yang Kai could come here. Others didn't know how great Yang Kai's strength was, but Chang Qi was very clear. He had seen Yang Kai fight with a third-order Saint King cultivator several times, so if such a person couldn't break into the flame area, it would be too unreasonable. Chang Qi was happy that the two of them actually had a chance to meet here. Where's Foreign Elder Hao? Yang Kai looked behind him but didn't see any trace of Haoan, so he quickly asked. Old Hao didn't come with me. We haven't seen each other since we came in, but don't worry, although Old Hao is quite old, he should have no problem breaking through the first layer of the flame area with his ability. Chang Qi smiled. It wasn't until this moment that he turned his eyes to Chen Shitao and the others and asked in surprise, we're from Clear Sky Sect. Chen Shitao smiled, thinking that this old man should be a cultivator from the same family as this young man. It seemed they weren't from a big family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent out such an old man. Clear Sky Sect. Unlike Yang Kai, when Chang Qi heard these 3 words, his expression immediately became dignified and he quickly cupped his fists. So it's Clear Sky Sect, my apologies for not recognizing you. He looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, unable to figure out how Yang Kai was related to Clear Sky Sect. Clear Sky Sect's forces weren't any weaker than Shadow Moon Hall's, and although it didn't have any outstanding disciples these years, its many years of accumulation and heritage had given it an extremely resounding reputation. So when Chang Qi heard Chen Shitao say they were from Clear Sky Sect, he didn't dare act negligently. This is the reaction a person of low birth should have when hearing about Clear Sky Sect, Chen Shitao thought to herself, the awkwardness caused by Yang Kai's indifference being swept away. Foreign Elder Chang, were you chasing that world spirit treasure? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. N. Chang Chi patted his thigh, a look of annoyance filling his face. That thing was simply sentient. At first, I thought it was just an ordinary little snake, but as soon as I got close, it turned into a streak of fire and flew away. I've never seen anything that can fly in the flowing flame sand field before. Hearing him say this, everyone was shocked. Just now, when the spiritual object of heaven and earth flashed by, everyone was so excited that they completely forgot that the laws of heaven and earth here restricted all flying abilities. Now that they thought about it, it was really quite incredible. That thing was extraordinary. This thought popped into everyone's minds, causing the eyes of the 5 Clear Sky sect disciples to burn with excitement. Hurry up and chase after him, Yang Kai said, and immediately rushed in the direction where the red light had disappeared. Chang Chi was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly followed and walked side by side with Yang Kai. Senior Sister Shen. The pockmarked face man licked his dry lips and muttered, he really is a person of great fortune. Before, when Chen Shitao said that this young man's luck was extraordinary, they were all skeptical, but how could they have known that just after coming into contact with him, they would encounter a world spirit treasure? This kind of thing was extremely rare and each of them was priceless. With the facts in front of them, they had no choice but to believe it now. Looking at Chen Shitao, their eyes were filled with admiration, thinking that she was truly a good judge of character. What should we do? Another female cultivator asked. Chase. Chen Shitao stomped her foot and shot forward while the other 4 hurriedly used their movement skills and pushed their Saint Chi to their limits. Yang Kai, those Clear Sky sect disciples. Chang Chi looked back at the 5 people who had caught up with him with some uneasiness. I'm not familiar with them, we've just met by chance. Yang Kai replied with a smile, don't worry about them, if we can catch up with that world spirit treasure, just snatch it. It'll belong to whoever grabs it, but if they dare to use force, we won't be polite either. Good, with your words, I can rest assured. Chang Chi's expression relaxed as he became full of energy. He had come to the Lu Yen desert in search of opportunities, and now that such an opportunity was right in front of him, let alone Clear Sky sect's disciples, even if Heaven Battling Union or Thunder Typhoon sect's disciples stood in his way, he would fight for it. After all, he wouldn't live for many years, so dying for the martial Tao would not be in vain. Although the 6 people in the 2 groups had all raised their speeds to their limits, the fact that they couldn't fly in this place still caused them a lot of trouble. Yang Kai had been delayed for a few breaths while waiting for Chang Chi, but now it was impossible for him to catch up with the flame, so he could only carefully follow its path and sense the vitality and aura it left behind. This was the only way to avoid losing track of it. Foreign Elder Chang, tell me more about that world spirit treasure, Yang Kai took the time to ask. I didn't get a good look at it, but it looked like a small cyan snake that was lying motionless on a patch of soul-nourishing flowers. I only found it when I was collecting those soul-nourishing flowers. Soul-nourishing flowers? Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. As an alchemist, Yang Kai naturally had the right to speak about the effects of herbs. Soul-nourishing flowers were Saint King grade herbs, and the medicinal fragrance they emitted could calm one's mind and nourish one's soul. They could be used to refine several kinds of pills. However, world spirit treasures were essentially spirit grasses and spirit medicines, so why would it absorb the medicinal fragrance of soul-nourishing flowers? Could it be that this small snake-like world spirit treasure had developed a soul and gained sentience? But even so, it shouldn't be interested in soul-nourishing flowers. It was really strange. While Yang Kai and Chang Chi were talking, Chen Shitao and the others behind them were quite surprised. Because they discovered that Yang Kai, a first-order Saint King, was not slower than any of them, and no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't catch up to him. Chen Shitao was greatly surprised and couldn't understand this first-order Saint King cultivator. Not long after, Yang Kai and Chang Chi came to a stop in front of a large plain. This plain was covered in thick grass that was 2 to 3 meters tall, but after sweeping it with his divine sense, Yang Kai was surprised to find that there were no spirit grasses or spirit medicines here. It was as if this fertile land was only suitable for growing weeds. This situation was very unusual. Yang Kai had chased them all the way here, but the vitality and aura left behind by the fiery light had been cut off here. He didn't know whether it was hiding or for some other reason. However, Yang Kai was certain that the small snake-like world spirit treasure was hiding here. Let's split up and search. With so many weeds, it should be difficult to find it. Pay attention to any special energy fluctuations, maybe there are some kind of barriers here, Yang Kai said lightly. Okay, Changqi nodded and immediately separated from Yang Kai. A moment later, Chen Shitao and the others also arrived. Seeing Yang Kai and Haoan disappear into the weeds, the four of them immediately turned their eyes to Chen Shitao. Let's also split up and search. Chen Shitao made a prompt decision. With a world spirit treasure right in front of them, who wouldn't be tempted? The 5 people from Clear Sky sect also followed Yang Kai and Changqi and scattered in 5 different directions to begin their search. Searching for something in this kind of place was a headache. Even if Yang Kai's divine sense was powerful and could cover a wide range, he didn't have much of an advantage. Who knew how that world spirit treasure was able to conceal itself without revealing the slightest flaw? After searching for 2 hours, Yang Kai was considering whether to give up and not waste any more time here when he suddenly noticed an energy fluctuation coming from a place 10 kilometers away. Did someone discover something? Yang Kai's face lit up and he immediately rushed over. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at the location where the energy fluctuation was coming from and found that the 5 people from Clear Sky sect had actually gathered around a large hole, all of them wearing excited expressions. Several of them were peering into the hole, but none of them dared to enter. The burly man with the pockmarked face was talking to Chen Shitao, and from what he was saying, it was obvious he had inadvertently discovered something unusual here, so he had attacked it, but how could he have known he would create a hole in the ground? However, whether this hole was a blessing or a curse, he wasn't sure, so he sent a message to Chen Shitao and the others to gather together and carefully discuss what to do next. When Yang Kai arrived, the 5 people all glanced at him but didn't show any intention of driving him away, instead continuing to discuss. A moment later, Changqi also arrived, apparently having heard the same movement as Yang Kai. Did you find it? Changqi stared at the hole and his eyes lit up. I'm not sure. Yang Kai shook his head. He hadn't found anything noteworthy from this hole, but the appearance of a hole here was really intriguing, so naturally, it was necessary to explore it. However, this hole had been discovered by others first, so Yang Kai couldn't be the first to enter. If he really did so, he would inevitably draw the ire of the 5 people from Clear Sky sect, so he could only wait. While Chen Shitao and the others were discussing, they glanced over at Yang Kai from time to time, some shaking their heads while others nodded, as if there was some kind of dispute. However, Chen Shitao quickly said a few words and those who shook their heads could only nod in agreement. After reaching a consensus, Chen Shitao suddenly smiled and walked over to Yang Kai. Yang Kai remained calm, and although he didn't understand what she wanted to do, he didn't feel the slightest malice from her. Little brother, do you and this old man want to explore this hole? Chen Shitao asked. You're willing to let us in? Yang Kai raised his brow, seeming a little surprised. Naturally, although this hole was discovered by my junior brother, in the end, we all chased here together, so discovering this hole is also thanks to your efforts, Chen Shitao smiled lightly. It's not that simple, is it? Tell me your conditions, Yang Kai smiled thoughtfully. Chen Shitao was startled for a moment before covering her mouth and giggling. Little brother really is a sensible person. Then I'll be frank, no one knows what's inside this hole, but there may be some kind of opportunity or hidden disaster. You also know that Luyan Desert is full of dangers, so although this hole looks ordinary, who knows what dangers lie below. We don't dare to go down, Yang Kai gently nodded, not interrupting, motioning for her to continue. Chen Shitao continued, little brother seems to have very good luck, so I was wondering if you could be the first to explore. With your luck, you should be able to avoid many dangers. Of course, you must consider this matter carefully. If you don't want to, we won't force you. So, they want me to explore the way. Yang Kai suddenly understood. Even if they didn't say anything, Yang Kai would have gone down himself, not to mention now that they had invited him, it was perfectly justifiable. Chapter 1200. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai didn't immediately express his opinion, instead showing a look of hesitation as he rubbed his chin and pondered for a long time. Just as Chen Shitao was secretly worried that Yang Kai would refuse, Yang Kai finally spoke, "There's no problem with being the first one to explore, but how do you plan to distribute the benefits we obtain? Little brother can rest assured, we are not heaven-battling union, so we won't act so overbearingly. As for the benefits we obtain, we'll distribute them according to the number of people present. You see, there are 7 people here, so when the time comes, we'll divide the treasures into 7 parts, each of us taking a share." This kind of distribution seemed to give Clear Sky Sect an advantage. After all, they had the advantage of numbers, so they would naturally take more, but in reality, it was very fair. After all, the other side had 5 second or third order Saint Kings. If it had been Heaven Battling Union's cultivator, they would have driven away Yang Kai and Chang Chi or even killed them, so how could they share anything with them? Chen Shitao being able to make such a proposal was already extremely fair. However, what they didn't know was that if they really dared to drive them away, the only ones who would suffer would be themselves. What if there isn't enough to divide into 7 parts? Yang Kai asked a very sharp question. That's simple. If there really isn't enough to divide into 7 parts, then everyone can bid for the treasures they obtain, the highest bidder wins. In this way, those with financial resources will get treasures while those without will get saint crystals. This is how we usually do things when we go out adventuring. Chen Shitao had obviously encountered this kind of situation more than once or twice, so she immediately came up with a plan that satisfied Yang Kai. Since the other party was so sincere, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't say anything more, immediately nodding, "Good, then we'll do as you say, I'll take the lead. I'm young and strong, so I don't fear any danger, but this foreign elder Chang is already quite old. I'll bring up the rear. How about this old sir walk in front of this mistress?" Chen Shitao smiled lightly. She knew what Yang Kai was worried about and immediately took the initiative to assume a certain amount of risk. "Good." Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction, having no choice but to admit that this beautiful woman named Chen Shitao really had some skill. She was the kind of person who was able to consider the risks and concerns of others and put herself in their shoes. It was no wonder the other 4 men and women all looked at her as if she was their leader. This made Yang Kai have a good impression of her, as there weren't many such people nowadays. Yang Kai estimated that Chen Shitao's mind her name, she should have some reputation in Clear Sky Sect and was likely a core disciple or something. After discussing this matter, he didn't waste time. Was the first place Chen Shitao? Chen Shitao, Yangs of Yang Kai, and Chen Shi, Yangs, Ants, Yang this. The 5 Clear Sky Sect disciples all looked at each other with strange expressions. Now they were more and more certain that Yang Kai was a man of great destiny. This guy had acted so rashly and impulsively, jumping into an unknown hole without even taking out a defensive artifact to protect himself. Even if he didn't use an artifact, shouldn't he at least circulate his Saint Chi to protect himself? Yet, he had just jumped straight down. If he wasn't a man of great destiny, with his style of conduct, he would have died countless times along the way. How could he have survived? Ahem, let's follow him. Chang Chi saw the 5 people standing still and couldn't help reminding them. If Yang Kai and the others really encountered some kind of danger down there, it wouldn't be good for them to just stand there. Let's follow. Chen Shitao nodded helplessly. The other 4 men and women from Clear Sky sect immediately pushed their Saint Chi and jumped into the hole one after another. After they jumped in, Chang Chi followed closely behind while Chen Shitao brought up the rear. The hole was very deep, so after Yang Kai jumped in, he began sliding down. This hole should have been naturally formed as the walls were as smooth as jade, so he didn't need to expend any effort to descend. Although Yang Kai didn't use a defensive artifact, nor did he push his Saint Chi to protect himself, his divine sense was always on high alert. If there really was danger, he would immediately take defensive measures. To his surprise, there wasn't the slightest dangerous aura in this hole. After sliding down for half a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai estimated that he had descended at least 3,000 or 4,000 meters into the ground without encountering any danger. Suddenly, an extremely pure energy rushed up from below, causing Yang Kai's spirit to shake as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. This energy was so rich that it was even purer than the aura of the spirit liquid in the stalactite cave. Being able to produce such a rich aura, it was obvious there was something good down below. After sliding down another 1,000 meters or so, Yang Kai finally stepped onto the ground, his figure flickering as he moved away from his original position to make room for the person behind him. Next, he took out a strange illumination stone from his space ring. Releasing a soft light, Yang Kai used the illumination of the illumination stone to see where he was. This was an underground cavern with an underground river flowing not far away, the water of which was so clear that he could see the bottom. The cavern wasn't very large, only about a few dozen meters in diameter, but around this underground cavern, there were numerous tunnels leading to unknown depths. From each of these tunnels, there was an extremely rich world energy. Looking left and right, Kai Yang's eyes lit up when he saw a certain passageway. He actually found a faint trace at the entrance of the passageway. It was exactly the same as the trace he saw when he was chasing after the small snake-shaped spiritual object of heaven and earth. Although the aura was very faint and quickly dissipated, it was definitely a trace left behind by it. It had actually come here to hide. Yang Kai didn't rush to find it and instead stood in place and waited. A moment later, the 5 people from Clear Sky Sect and Chang Chi arrived one after another. After discovering the strangeness of this cavern and the richness of the world energy aura here, all of them were overjoyed and excited. Senior Sister Chen, what is this place? What good things are inside? Among the group, another female cultivator couldn't hold back her joy and hurriedly asked Chen Shitao. How would I know? Little brother came down first. Did you find anything special? Chen Shitao turned her eyes to Yang Kai. No, Yang Kai shook his head, I've been waiting for you here since I came down. Chang Chi frowned, seemingly thinking of something and his expression couldn't help changing. Chen Shitao observed Yang Kai's expression and couldn't help casting her beautiful eyes towards him. Has old sir discovered something? If so, please enlighten me. Chang Chi chuckled. Young lady is too serious, this old man wouldn't dare enlighten you, but if this old man is not mistaken, this place should be a mineral lode. A mineral lode? Chen Shitao and the others were surprised. A Saint Crystal mineral lode. Chang Chi's voice was low as he uttered these words, adding, and it's a rich mineral lode. Is it really a Saint Crystal mineral lode? Chen Shitao's beautiful eyes flashed with a thick sense of surprise while the expressions of the other 4 men and women were not much better, all of them extremely excited. This old man doesn't dare make any guarantees, but he is at least 80% certain, Chang Chi smiled faintly. Because this old man once mined Saint Crystals from a Saint Crystal mineral lode in Shadow Moon Hall, he is somewhat familiar with this place. As for whether it really is a Saint Crystal mineral lode, we'll know once we investigate it. Everyone thought about it and immediately decided to investigate. There were many passages in the cave, but Yang Kai still took the lead and deliberately chose an inconspicuous entrance to enter. After entering less than 300 meters, Yang Kai came to a stop and stared at the scene in front of him in amazement. Even though he had seen many great storms and had a net worth of over 100 million saint crystals, he was still shocked by the scene in front of him. In front of him was a huge, intact saint crystal mineral lode. This saint crystal had not yet been cut and was the size of several houses, blocking the passage ahead. Judging from the purity and impurities of this huge saint crystal, as well as the world energy fluctuations it gave off, it was definitely a high-rank saint crystal. Even deeper inside, there was no telling how many more saint crystals there were. From behind Kai Yang came the sound of someone swallowing their saliva, gudong gudong gudong. On Shadowed Star, saint crystal mineral lodes were extremely rare. Although the great forces and sects were extremely generous at treasure trove pavilions auctions, that was because they had accumulated many years of wealth and heritage. Coupled with the fact that Lu Yen Sand Field was about to open, everyone didn't hesitate to spend more saint crystals to purchase defensive items for their disciples so they could obtain as many benefits as possible from the Lu Yen Sand Field. This was a kind of investment, and as long as these disciples could make good use of the items they bought, any benefits they could obtain from the Lu Yen Sand Field would be enough to make up for the saint crystals they spent. However, no matter how generous these people were, they still couldn't hide the scarcity of saint crystal mineral lodes on this cultivation star. Clear Sky Sect was a great sect, no worse than Shadow Moon Hall. Chen Shitao had heard that the sect controlled more than a dozen large and small mineral lodes, of which only 2 were high-rank saint crystal lodes while the rest were mid-rank and low-rank saint crystal lodes. Moreover, none of them were rich mines. The amount of saint crystals they could extract was far from the standard of a rich mine. What was a rich mine? A rich mine was the saint crystal lode in front of them. A lode of saint crystal that could be seen anywhere was a rich mine. So when she saw this huge high-rank saint crystal lode floating in the air, Chen Shitao couldn't help feeling excited. If such a lode was completely mined, it would definitely allow Clear Sky Sect's financial resources to rise to a whole new level. There was actually such a coveted lode hidden in the Lu Yen Sand Field, so how come no one had ever discovered it before? There's no need to distribute it, right? Yang Kai suddenly turned around and asked, pulling Chen Shitao's attention back from her shock. No need, although I haven't checked the other channels yet, I think they should all be the same. Let's all mine our own and keep whatever we mine. Chen Shitao waved her hand quickly. It had only been a little over a month since the opening of the Lu Yen Sand Field, so there was still about 5 months until the deadline. If they stayed here to mine saint crystals for such a long time, the sharp knife condensed from demonic flame was extremely sharp and could easily cut through saint crystal, but the demonic flame had the ability to burn everything, so when it cut through, it would cause a lot of damage. The loss of 1 or 2 saint crystals wasn't great, but over time, the loss would become difficult to estimate. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai directly forced out a drop of golden blood and transformed it into the shape of a short sword. The golden blood short sword casually sliced through the saint crystal mine like it was tofu. The ease with which it cut through the saint crystal was unimaginably easy. Now, not only did his speed increase, but he also didn't lose any saint crystals, making Yang Kai quite satisfied. One day later, Yang Kai had harvested a large number of saint crystals, but there was still no trace of the little snake-like world spirit creature, and the passage he was in was a dozen or so meters deeper. Just as Yang Kai was working hard to mine saint crystals, the sound of light footsteps suddenly came from the entrance of the cave and Chang Chi's figure appeared. Foreign Elder Chang wore an excited look at the moment as he suppressed his aura and footsteps. Seeing Yang Kai look over suspiciously, he couldn't help beckoning to him with a mysterious look. Seeing his expression, Yang Kai knew that he must have found something good and his eyes couldn't help lighting up as he quietly walked over. Following Chang Chi out, Yang Kai asked with his divine sense, did you find the trace of the world spirit creature? Is it hiding here? Xianxia gawked, a blank expression appearing on his face. It was hiding here. It went to my passage, but unfortunately I didn't find it. Xianxia shook his head and replied, I didn't come to find you because of it, but because I found something very special. This old man's eyes were too poor to recognize it, nor did he dare touch it rashly. You came from the outside world and are quite knowledgeable, so you must know something about it. Hearing Xianxia say this, Yang Kai was a little disappointed, but he was also a little expectant, immediately falling silent and following him to another passage. Some of the saint crystal in this passage had already been mined by Xianxia, but not as much as Yang Kai had, only half of it. Even so, it was still a huge fortune. Take a look, do you recognize this? Xianxia pointed forward. Yang Kai looked in the direction Xianxia was pointing and his eyes couldn't help shrinking. Inside the Saint Crystal mine in front of him, there was actually a small tree-like thing. This small tree was about a meter tall, and whether it was its tiny branches or leaves, they all seemed to be polished from crystal stone, pure white and crystal clear, giving it a very beautiful appearance. It seemed to have grown out of the Saint Crystal mine, but at the same time, it also seemed to have been frozen like a fossil, giving it a lifelike appearance. Yang Kai couldn't feel any vitality from it, but there were all kinds of wonderful auras emanating from its branches and leaves. Whether it was Xianxia or Yang Kai, when they sensed this aura, they both felt a sense of enlightenment. Xianxia even noticed that the bottleneck he had been stuck at for many years showed faint signs of loosening. This situation gave him a fright and he quickly suppressed the restless Saint Qi in his body, not daring to have any distracting thoughts. This was the Lu Yen Sand Field, and any origin returning realm master who entered the Lu Yen Sand Field would die without a doubt. Xianxia was now a peak third-order Saint King, but once he broke through here, he would reach the origin returning realm. At that time, he would only die under the world principles of the Lu Yen Sand Field. It was because of this concern that Xianxia hurriedly went to find Yang Kai after discovering this white jade-like tree. Firstly, he didn't recognize this thing and didn't know how to deal with it, and secondly, he didn't dare to touch it casually. If this thing allowed him to break through, it would be a huge mistake, even though he knew it was definitely something good. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was unscrupulously immersed in this wonderful atmosphere, a look of comfort appearing on his face. But soon, he returned to normal and stared at the small tree in the middle of the Saint Crystal mine with a fluctuating expression. After a long time, he let out a soft sigh and said, "This should be the 9-branched jade crystal tree." 9-branched jade crystal tree? Xianxia was obviously hearing this for the first time and couldn't help asking in amazement, "What is that?" "It's a supreme treasure of heaven and earth." Yang Kai said in a low voice, "It's an existence even higher than world spirit treasures. I've read about it in an ancient book before. It can only be found in rich high-rank Saint Crystal mines and has a very small chance of being born. After absorbing the essence of the Saint Crystal mine for 10,000 years, a small seedling will be born. This 9-branched jade crystal tree has already grown to a height of 3 meters, so it must have existed here for at least 20 or 30,000 years, perhaps even longer." Xianxia couldn't help feeling shocked. No matter what it was, existing for 20 or 30,000 years was a very extraordinary existence. Even a weed could gain sentience and become a world spirit treasure. However, this 9-branched jade crystal tree was born from a Saint Crystal lode and was one of the richest high-rank Saint Crystal lodes. Just this alone was already extremely valuable, so it was easy to imagine how astonishing its value was. Yang Kai knew all of this because he had read about it in Rainfall Star's Zhong Ao. Zhong Ao's ancient books were very messy, but thanks to this, Yang Kai was able to learn about some very wonderful things. That ancient book not only recorded the 9-branched jade crystal tree, but also the soul-warming lotus, as well as a variety of other supreme treasures. Although the value of the 9-branched jade crystal tree was not as great as the soul-warming lotus, it was still incomparable to ordinary treasures. However, whether it was the soul-warming lotus or the 9-branched jade crystal tree, in the entire territory of the starry sky, most cultivator had only ever heard of them, never seen them. Only a very long time ago had they appeared for a brief moment before disappearing without a trace. What use does it have? Can it be used for alchemy? Changqi saw that Yang Kai really had some understanding of this thing and immediately asked. Alchemy? Yang Kai chuckled. Naturally it can be used for alchemy, but using it for alchemy is really a waste of heaven's treasures. If those masters who know about the existence of the 9-branched jade crystal tree were to learn of it, I'm afraid they would turn us into ashes. When this old master and old Hao were at our most helpless, it was you, Yang Kai, who helped us. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have had the opportunity to enter the Lu Yen sand field. If you hadn't brought this old master here, this old master wouldn't have been able to reach this place. You can keep this 9-branched jade crystal tree with you. When we leave, old Hao and I can cultivate next to it for a while. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai no longer acted polite and immediately nodded. Good. In the future, when you and foreign elder Hao come to Dragon Cave Mountain together, you'll definitely live a better life than you did in the Haiku family. Breaking through to the Origin King realm isn't impossible. Changqi laughed. That will be my goal in the future. Obviously, he didn't have much hope. He hadn't broken through to the Origin Returning realm yet, so how could he hope to reach the Origin King realm? What's more, it had been countless years since an Origin King realm master had appeared on Shadowed Star, so Changqi didn't think he could break through this barrier. Yang Kai didn't say anything more. In any case, his goal was to reach the Origin King realm. If Shadowed Star wasn't enough, then he would go to another cultivation star. He wouldn't be trapped here. When the time came, he would take them with him. After obtaining the 9-branched jade crystal tree, Yang Kai returned to his own tunnel and began mining again. The entire underground cavern was quiet, with only the sound of mining coming from inside each tunnel. Whether it was the 5 people from Clear Sky Sect or Yang Kai, Changqi, all of them had a huge harvest. Time flew by, and soon, 4 days had passed. Yang Kai had already dug more than 300 meters into his tunnel and had obtained a total of 3 million saint crystals, but he still hadn't found any trace of the little snake-like world spirit treasure. Now that the 9-branched jade crystal tree had appeared here, he was even more curious about the little snake-like spiritual being of heaven and earth, because he really wanted to know how it had grown in the place where the 9-branched jade crystal tree was, or if it had accidentally entered this place in order to avoid their pursuit. As such, Yang Kai continued to dig deeper. 2 days later, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he wondered if he should give up. Yang Kai's biggest purpose in entering the Lu Yen sand field was to refine the profound Yin sunflower water, but the flame area in the first layer didn't meet his requirements, so he didn't stay there for long. Instead, he wanted to go to the flame area behind the treasure area to see what was going on. Wasting time here wasn't worth it. Although saint crystals were valuable, Yang Kai felt that if he wanted them, it would be a simple matter, so there was no need to waste time here. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai made up his mind and decided to dig for 2 more days. After 2 days, no matter what the result was, he would have to leave this place. He didn't know if it was because of his good luck, but half a day after Yang Kai made his decision, after digging out a large piece of saint crystal, he immediately felt a distinctive aura overflow from it. This aura was very strange, and although it was extremely faint, it contained a kind of majesty. Under this aura, Kai Yang even had a feeling of fear and trepidation, as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him, ready to kill him at any time. This made Yang Kai's heart tremble, and he quickly immersed himself in resisting this inexplicable majesty. In an instant, Yang Kai felt his body lighten, and when he carefully examined himself, his expression became strange. This kind of majestic aura was very familiar to him. It wasn't the majesty of the demon eye of annihilation, but rather the feeling the golden dragon tattoo on his body gave off when it materialized. Although it was somewhat different, it was fundamentally the same. Sensing this anomaly, Yang Kai immediately became excited and accelerated the movements of his hands, throwing piece after piece of Saint Crystal into his space ring. As he went deeper, the majestic aura became more and more obvious and rich. Yang Kai even felt a burst of heat coming from his body, not because of anything else, but because the golden dragon tattoo was swimming around his body at this moment, as if it had come to life, and even a faint dragon roar resounded in his ears. Not only that, but the ice phoenix tattoo that had been his brand all this time also seemed to have been stimulated and was now letting out a loud phoenix cry. What was inside that had caused the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress inheritances to stir? A few dozen meters further in, when Yang Kai cut out a piece of Saint Crystal, a blue light suddenly burst out in front of him, illuminating the entire passage in a strange green hue. Yang Kai immediately narrowed his eyes and pushed his Saint Chi to resist the fierce pressure coming from in front of him. In an instant, his breathing became somewhat difficult and he felt as if he had fallen into a swamp, unable to move. Yang Kai's face changed drastically, but in the next moment, this feeling disappeared without a trace, as if everything just now was just an illusion. Only the blue light continued to shine brighter and brighter. Looking forward, Yang Kai's face filled with surprise. In the passage he had dug out, there was a sealed space. This space wasn't very big, only about 10 meters in diameter, and inside this space was a round bead the size of a pigeon's egg. This bead was colorless, but there was a small green snake swimming inside. This snake seemed to have its own sentience, and when it saw Yang Kai looking at it, it began swimming even faster, as if it was alive. Yang Kai felt the aura of a soul from this little snake. It was definitely the little snake that Chang-Chi had chased after and which he had mistakenly thought was a world spirit treasure, but now, Yang Kai discovered that it really wasn't a world spirit treasure, but a soul. In other words, there was a reason why Chang-Chi had found it near the soul-nourishing flower. Souls couldn't exist for long, so every once in a while, they would have to go to the soul-nourishing flower to absorb its fragrance to maintain the stability of their soul. However, Yang Kai hadn't expected that Chang-Chi would accidentally discover it and chase it all the way here. The dignified green light was emitted by this small snake, but it was clearly very weak at the moment. It seemed to be powerless as it swam within the pillar. The dignified aura only burst out for a moment before subsiding. Its soul was incomplete, so it must have suffered some kind of injury before, so it shouldn't have much of its consciousness left. Yang Kai was curious as to what kind of soul it belonged to, and how could it be so powerful. Next to the round bead where the little snake was, there was a bone several feet long. It was as thick as a baby's arm and looked like a crystal jade pillar. Although it had been there for countless years, there wasn't the slightest sign of damage. Instead, there was an extremely fierce aura coming from it, as if a giant beast that had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years had suddenly awakened. Feeling this fierce aura, Yang Kai was secretly shocked. This bone wasn't the bone of a human, but the bone of a monster beast. It couldn't be a dragon bone, right? Yang Kai's eyes bulged. Combining this with the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress inheritances, Yang Kai's mind suddenly surged with an incredible idea. Only this could explain why the Golden Dragon tattoo and the Ice Phoenix tattoo were so excited. The little snake inside the round bead didn't look normal either. Not only did it have 2 horns on its head, but it also had claws and 2 whiskers on its chin. It was clearly a miniature version of the legendary ancient dragon. Yang Kai's heart pounded. Even when he obtained the 9-branched jade crystal tree a few days ago, he hadn't been so excited. This was because he wouldn't encounter any bottlenecks in his cultivation, so the existence of the 9-branched jade crystal tree was just icing on the cake for him. It wasn't necessary. The biggest use of the 9-branched jade crystal tree was to help his friends and family break through. Chapter 1203. Although the 9-branched jade crystal tree was extremely precious, a priceless treasure, Yang Kai didn't need it, so when he discovered it, he was only a little excited before quickly returning to normal. However, when he thought that this long bone in front of him might be the dragon bone of an ancient dragon, Yang Kai couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Dragons and phoenixes were two of the most powerful creatures, born from the birth of heaven and earth. They were the emperors of the monster race, but they only existed in legends, whether it was Tong Xian realm or star territory. No one had ever seen a dragon or a phoenix, but many descendants of these two powerful creatures still existed. For example, in Tong Xian realm, the monster race Great Senior Thunder Dragon had a trace of the ancient dragon's bloodline flowing through his veins. There was also the predecessor of the Thunderwood that Yang Kai had previously obtained, the 10th Order Thunderlwan monster beast, which had a trace of the phoenix's bloodline flowing through its veins. After the Thunderlwan died, its essence, chi, soul, and even its monster core condensed into one, allowing the Thunderwood to grow and nourish it. The Thunderwood was still in Yang Kai's black book space and had not been used because it was so precious. Yang Kai was somewhat reluctant to take it out for Yang Yen to use in artifact refining. The Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress inheritances Yang Kai and Su Yen had obtained also contained traces of these two powerful creatures, so Thunder Dragon Great Senior had said before that Yang Kai had a faint monster emperor aura. These two powerful creatures could be said to be immortal existences with immortal bodies. However, this long bone in front of him was very similar to the legendary dragon bone, which made Yang Kai very confused, not knowing whether his guess was correct or not. Since the dragon and phoenix were immortal existences, where did this dragon bone come from? If his guess was correct, then wouldn't this pigeon egg-sized bead be a dragon bead? Wouldn't the little snake inside the dragon bead be a broken dragon soul? No matter what, I'll keep them first. I'll have plenty of time to study them when I get back. After making up his mind, Yang Kai took a deep breath and reached for the bead in front of him. But before Yang Kai's hand could touch the bead, the small snake that was swimming restlessly in the bead suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a green mist. The mist directly penetrated the bead and covered Yang Kai's big hand. There was no bad feeling, but Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. This was because when the green mist enveloped his hand, he suddenly discovered that he had lost all feeling in his hand. Moreover, a wooden texture quickly appeared on the back of his hand. It was as if his hand would turn into wood in the next moment. Moreover, this phenomenon continued to spread from his hand to his arm, as if it wanted to turn his entire body into wood. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly retracted his hand, circulating his demonic flame. Yang Kai's black flames burned brightly as he tried to disperse this strange energy with his demonic flame, but to his dismay, even with the terrifying power of his demonic flame, he was unable to disperse the blue mist on his hand and was only able to prevent it from spreading further. The feeling in his hand disappeared even more, causing Yang Kai's expression to become gloomy. Even the circulation of his Saint Chi was blocked. Fortunately, his demonic flame was also extraordinary and was not something an ordinary cultivator's Saint Chi could compare to. For a time, the black demonic flame and the green mist confronted each other on Yang Kai's wrist. The green mist was unable to advance, and the demonic flame was unable to do anything to it, only able to block it. After secretly observing for a while, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. As long as his demonic flame could block the green mist, it was fine. However, after this incident, not only did Yang Kai not feel angry or frightened, he instead became more and more certain that his guess was correct. This little snake's soul was incomplete and extremely weak, otherwise, it would not have remained here and not tried to escape. It was likely that the previous chase had exhausted it. Even so, the green mist it spat out contained such great power. If it had been at its peak, Yang Kai estimated that it would have been able to turn him to ash with a single breath. This was definitely the remnant soul of an ancient dragon, otherwise, how could it possess such great power? After spitting out that green mist, the already weak little snake became even more exhausted, its head drooping as its body became translucent, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Seeing this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and quickly took out the round bead and the bone, throwing them into his black book space. Yang Kai wasn't in the mood to mine saint crystals right now. This time, he had not only harvested a supreme treasure like the 9-branched jade crystal tree, but also a dragon bead and dragon bone. The harvest from this trip was simply unimaginable. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai began to resist the green mist invading his body with all his strength. Pushing his Saint Chi, Yang Kai urged his demonic flame to gather in his hands, causing the black flames to burn even more fiercely, almost annihilating the surrounding space. The green mist, which had originally been able to compete with the demonic flame, was forced back again and again. Although its speed was quite fast, it was still constantly being forced out of Yang Kai's body. Drop after drop of blue liquid flowed out from Yang Kai's fingertips and dripped onto the ground, emitting a pitter-patter sound. 2 days later, Yang Kai stood up, waved his hand, and found that there were no more problems, gently nodded, and relaxed. Turning his head to look at the Saint Crystal lode he had been mining, Yang Kai began digging out the 10 meters in front of him so as not to leave behind any traces that would lead to him being discovered. After digging out 10 meters of Saint Crystals, Yang Kai turned around and left without any reluctance. Arriving at another passage, Chang Chi was still digging, seemingly feeling that he had hope of breaking through, and with such a huge fortune in front of him, Chang Chi's face was flushed with happiness. Seeing Yang Kai come over, Chang Chi couldn't help asking, "Why aren't you mining Saint Crystals?" "I don't want to mine anymore." "Foreign Elder Chang, do you still want to stay here?" Yang Kai asked. "Of course I'm staying." Chang Chi nodded without hesitation. "There are so many Saint Crystals here, I'm afraid we won't be able to mine them all even after Lu Yen closes the sand field." "Yang Kai, are you leaving?" I still have some things to do, so I can't stay any longer," Yang Kai replied. After that, Yang Kai took out his Yuan magnetic compass and confirmed the direction to the 3rd layer of Lu Yen sand field before heading straight there. The plain was very large, so it took Yang Kai 2 days to walk out of it. Along the way, Yang Kai didn't encounter anyone, nor did he find any spirit grasses or spirit medicines to collect. Yang Kai's heart was set on the 3rd layer flame area, so his speed was quite fast. Wei Guchang had said before that no one could enter the 3rd layer flame area. Since ancient times, all those who had tried to enter had died, so before coming to Lu Yen sand field, Qian Tong had specifically warned them not to enter the 3rd layer. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of dangers there were, but he needed a very hot environment to refine the profound Yin sunflower water. The 1st layer couldn't meet his requirements, so he could only go to the 3rd layer. If the 3rd layer was too dangerous, he would have to think of another way. Chapter 1204. After leaving the plain, Yang Kai walked forward for another 10 days, but strangely, he didn't encounter a single person. This phenomenon was very unusual and surprised him greatly. Whether it was in the flame area or the treasure area, although Yang Kai hadn't encountered many people before, at the very least, this kind of situation had never occurred. It was as if all the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in the treasure area had suddenly disappeared, causing Yang Kai to feel a sense of foreboding. He wasn't sure what had happened here. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering if something big had happened while he was mining Saint Crystals underground. Was that why he couldn't see a single person? Continuing to walk forward for a few days, Yang Kai soon approached the third layer flame area, but the situation was still the same. Half a day later, Yang Kai arrived at the edge of the third layer flame area and stared at the fiery red world in front of him with a dignified expression. The third layer flame area looked no different from the outermost flame area, but Yang Kai could feel that there were many dangers hidden inside. At the very least, the fire, poison and heat here were not something the outermost flame area could compare to. However, it didn't seem to be as inaccessible as Qian Tong had said. Yang Kai sensed for a while and felt that, let alone himself, even some of the elites from other sects should be able to enter this territory as long as they made sufficient preparations. Could the dangers be more than what he saw on the surface? Just as Yang Kai was pondering, two figures suddenly appeared 1,000 meters away. These two wore the same robes and seemed to be from the same sect, both of them having third-order Saint King cultivations. Yang Kai noticed that the Saint Chi these two had was extremely rich and pure, not something an ordinary third-order Saint King could compare to. Obviously, they were elites from some sect. The two of them, one in front and one behind, moved extremely quickly, not even sparing Yang Kai a single glance. When they arrived at the edge of the third layer flame area, the two of them whispered a few words to each other. Soon after, the leader of the two released a pale blue light and a cold aura enveloped him, seemingly activating some kind of ice attribute artifact to protect his body before plunging into the third layer flame area. Seeing this, Kai Yang was stunned. Didn't they say that the third floor was a place of no return? Was this guy crazy or stupid? How could he just rush in like that? Wei Guchang wouldn't lie to him. Yang Kai was sure of that. He had warned Yang Kai seriously, but the scene before him was completely different from Wei Guchang's warning. Seeing that the second person was also emitting a cold aura and was about to enter the flame area, Yang Kai hurriedly shouted, "Friend, wait." Hearing the shout, the man frowned and looked at Yang Kai with an unhappy expression. When he and his fellow disciples arrived here, it wasn't that they didn't notice the existence of Yang Kai, but rather that the other party was just a first-order Saint King cultivator and wasn't worthy of their attention. But now, this person had actually called out to him, so he immediately asked coldly, "What's the matter?" Yang Kai cupped his fists and knew that the other party was in a bad mood, so he could only ask with a smile, "Friend, please don't take offense, this one is just curious. Didn't they say that the third floor flame area was extremely dangerous and that those who entered would never return? Why does your excellency and your fellow disciples have to enter? Never return?" The man sneered when he heard this, squinting at Yang Kai and saying, "That's old news. When Lu Yen Sand Field opened before, it was indeed like this, but this time it seems to be a little different. I don't know the specifics, but in any case, the third floor flame area can now be entered." Of course, with your cultivation, it's best you don't seek death. Saying so, he rushed into the flame area impatiently, no longer bothering to talk nonsense with Yang Kai. After he left, Yang Kai stood in place with a strange expression on his face. The third floor of Lu Yen Sand Field could now be entered? However, listening to the man's words, it seemed that he didn't know the whole story and was just following the others to enter. No wonder there weren't many people in the treasure area. It turned out that many people had gone to the third floor. Yang Kai didn't know how this news had spread and how it was verified, but there were as many as 2,000 to 3,000 cultivators who had entered the second floor, all of whom were elites from their respective sects, so it wasn't surprising that they were able to discover this. Since the opening of Lu Yen Sand Field, no one had been able to enter the third floor, so it was hard to imagine how many benefits there were waiting to be discovered. Tracing back the history of Lu Yen Sand Field, it had existed for tens of thousands of years. How could a place that no one had set foot in for tens of thousands of years lack good things? No wonder these people were all rushing in as if they didn't care about their lives. Even if they had to take some risks, as long as they could obtain enough benefits, what did it matter? Benefits always coexisted with risks. Cultivators were never afraid of taking risks when they cultivated, and the more dangerous a place was, the more it stimulated their nerves. Since others had already entered, Yang Kai didn't delay any longer, immediately circulating his Saint Chi and stepping into the third-floor flame area. The omnipresent heat wave enveloped Yang Kai from all directions, and in an instant, Yang Kai felt as if his skin was being roasted. On top of that, the fire poison contained in this heat wave was far more potent than the fire poison in the outermost flame area could compare to. The toxicity and power of this fire poison was several times greater. In such a dangerous zone, it was estimated that no one could enter except for a well-prepared and powerful third-order Saint King cultivator. Even if a second-order cultivator entered, they wouldn't be able to stay for more than a few days before they had to leave. In this damned place, the consumption rate was too high, and it was impossible to circulate one's secret art to supplement one's Saint Chi. If one could only rely on Saint Crystals, it was absolutely impossible to make ends meet. There were between 3,000 and 4,000 people who entered the second-layer treasure area, but Yang Kai estimated that less than 500 would be able to enter the third layer, and as time passed, this number would only decrease. Some of these people would die inside while others would withdraw from the third layer. Only the most elite would be able to remain here. The heat here made Yang Kai very excited. Although this heat wasn't enough to meet his requirements for refining the profound sunflower water, as long as he ventured deeper, he would naturally be able to find a suitable place. The situation in the third layer flame area was much more dangerous than the first layer. The fire spirit beasts that emerged from the cracks in the ground to launch sneak attacks were all 7th order and 8th order fire spirit beasts. What's more, these fire spirit beasts usually moved in large groups. It was rare to encounter a single fire spirit beast. In this kind of place, if one didn't form a group, once they were besieged by a group of fire spirit beasts, their end would be very miserable. In less than a day, Yang Kai encountered 3 groups of fire spirit beasts. He killed the first 2 groups and harvested a lot of fire crystal stones, but the third group was too many, so Yang Kai could only avoid them for the time being. In the strange valley in the first layer flame area, he was able to fight against 10,000 and slaughter them all because the fire spirit beasts in the valley weren't high in rank. Most of them were 5th order or 6th order, so he could easily kill them in groups. But this place was different. Fighting against those fire spirit beasts would only waste his strength, so Yang Kai tactfully avoided them. At this moment, Yang Kai stopped somewhere in the third layer and looked ahead. Not far in front of him, there were 2 incomplete corpses. Moreover, the corpses were burnt and emitted a faint rotting smell. These corpses were a man and a woman, and judging from their clothes, they should be elite disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. Those who could enter this place must have followed Wei Guchang, so Yang Kai guessed that he had seen them before. When they were waiting for Lu Yan's sand field to open, there were several people waiting behind Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer. These 2 were probably 2 of them. Now, they had died tragically here, and judging from their appearances, Wei Guchang didn't even have time to collect their corpses. The situation at the time must have been very dangerous. Could something have happened to him and Dong Xianer? Yang Kai frowned and took out the communication artifact Wei Guchang had given him from his space ring. He poured his divine sense into it, trying to contact Wei Guchang or Dong Xianer. However, even after pouring his divine sense into it and waiting for a long time, Yang Kai did not receive any reply. He didn't know if it was because they were too far away, or because they didn't have time to check the communication artifact, or because they had placed the communication artifact in their space ring. Shaking his head, Yang Kai flicked out 2 balls of demonic flame and burned the corpses of the 2 Shadow Moon Hall disciples to ashes before continuing to move forward. He had not spoken a single word to the 2 Shadow Moon Palace disciples. Out of respect for Qian Tong and Wei Guchang, he had not allowed their corpses to rot in the wilderness. That was already the best he could do. He was not in the mood to find a place to bury them. The third layer was very dangerous, but there were also many good things. Yang Kai soon harvested more than a dozen rare fire attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Each of these spirit grasses and spirit medicines was extremely old, far superior to those collected on the second layer. Judging from the degree of condensation of their medicinal efficacies, the youngest one was at least 3,000 years old, while the oldest one was so old that even Yang Kai couldn't determine its age. It was at least 10,000 years old. The grade of these herbs was also not low, all of them origin grade high rank, with 2 of them even being origin king grade. These 10,000-year-old origin grade herbs were no less valuable than origin king grade herbs. Chapter 1205. On this day, Yang Kai arrived in front of a canyon. He stopped and looked at the canyon in front of him, frowning. This canyon was only 20 to 30 feet wide, and on both sides were mountains as high as 10,000 feet. It was as if someone had used a great divine technique to split these mountains in half. Yang Kai stood in the same place and hesitated for a full incense stick's worth of time before he decided to break through the canyon. Although the canyon looked dangerous, Yang Kai estimated that if he had to take a detour, he would have to waste at least several days. He didn't want to take a detour, so he could only continue to move forward. Of course, he also had the confidence to deal with a certain amount of risk, otherwise he wouldn't have gone so deep into this place. In the Luoyan Desert, where flying was impossible, this kind of terrain was definitely the best choice for setting up a sneak attack. As long as he could block the 2 entrances of the canyon, then even if he had the ability to enter, he would still be trapped and die. However, all the cultivator who entered the Luoyan Desert came for all kinds of benefits. Although killing and robbing often happened, who would be so bored as to set up an ambush in this kind of area? Yang Kai estimated that except for himself, no one would take this route, so he boldly stepped into the canyon. The canyon was very long. From one end to the other, it was at least a dozen miles long. It was really strange for such a landform to appear in the Luoyan Desert. The first few miles were peaceful, but when Yang Kai walked a little less than half of the way, from the cracks in the ground, bright flames immediately sprang out. These flames contained amazing energy fluctuations. As soon as these flames appeared, they attacked Yang Kai from the front and back, wriggling and transforming into different shapes of fire spirit beasts. Each one of them looked fierce, bared their fangs, and pounced on him. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. A long sword with rolling devil flames appeared in his hand, and the purple shield turned into a purple light, suspended behind him. He didn't care about the fire spirit beasts that pounced on him from behind, and just slashed at the fire spirit beasts that rushed from the front. For this situation, Yang Kai had already expected it, so he hesitated for a while before entering the canyon. Entering this place, no one would ambush him, but there were fire spirit beasts. If he didn't kill all of them, he wouldn't be able to leave the canyon. The purple shield on Yang Kai's back emitted a series of clanging sounds as the fire spirit beasts were blocked by the purple shield. At the same time, the demonic flame sword in Yang Kai's hand smoothly pierced into the eye of a lion-like fire spirit beast. With a fierce twist, the demonic flame poured into this fire spirit beast's body, causing the red light around its body to suddenly turn black. This black color quickly spread throughout its body, causing its originally brilliant red body to become a mixture of black and red, creating a strange sight. 7th step fire spirit beasts. Yang Kai could kill them with a full blow, but there were many fire spirit beasts here, so he couldn't use his full strength every time. He could only use the devil flame special characteristics to burn their bodies bit by bit. The devil flame sword was pulled out of the lion's head, and regardless of whether it lived or died, it almost didn't stop, directly chopping at the body of another fire spirit beast that was rushing in front of him. The devil flame immediately adhered to its body, and its somewhat solid body quickly burned with black flowers, gradually spreading to other parts of its body. This kind of terrain was not conducive for Yang Kai to use all of his methods, but it was also very disadvantageous for the fire spirit beasts. After the flames disappeared, Yang Kai's distressed figure appeared. At this moment, his face was extremely ugly. His clothes were torn and tattered. His neck, cheeks, and wrists were full of tiny wounds from being bitten by the fire spirit beasts. Within those wounds, a little bit of black fire poison gathered at the wounds, like a black gas that would not disperse. However, Yang Kai's Saint Chi forced out all of this fire poison and his wounds quickly healed under the powerful restorative power of his golden blood. Yang Kai stared at the space in front of him with an unprecedentedly dignified expression. Just taking a single step forward had almost caused him to fall into an irrecoverable situation. If he had broken free a moment later, Yang Kai estimated he would have suffered even more serious injuries. But after taking a step back, everything returned to normal. Yang Kai didn't have time to think about why the space in front of him was so strange and could only continue to focus on dealing with the fire spirit beasts that were attacking him from both sides. Keeping this matter in mind, Yang Kai's attacks became more ruthless. In just one day, all the fire spirit beasts in the canyon had been cleared out, allowing Yang Kai to harvest a total of 400 to 500 fire crystal stones. Such a number was quite sensational and likely more than most of the great forces that had stayed in the first layer to hunt for fire spirit beasts. After all, the number of fire spirit beasts in the first layer's flame area wasn't too high, so the value of the fire crystal stones harvested was naturally not great. Standing in place and resting for a while, Yang Kai released his divine sense again to scan his surroundings. After confirming that there was no potential danger, he took a step forward. The same experience as the previous day appeared in his mind. When he took this step, Yang Kai couldn't help letting out a groan as his tall and straight body suddenly shrank, as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making him feel unbearable. Not only that, but this space was extremely condensed and viscous, clearly different from the surrounding space. Yang Kai cultivated the Tao of space, but when confronting the fire spirit beasts before, he didn't have time to carefully examine this space, but now that he had investigated it, he immediately understood the strangeness of this space. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened here, nor did he know why this space had undergone such a change, but in this canyon, in front of him, there was a strange space that was more than 100 meters in length. If walking before was like swimming in water, then after entering this space, it was as if the water he was swimming in had suddenly turned into ice. This condensed space could bind anyone to this place, making it impossible for them to move. If Yang Kai hadn't been proficient in the Tao of space, he would have never been able to discover this. This was not a result of some kind of barrier or spirit array, but rather the power of space. Yang Kai found that even taking a breath here was extremely difficult. The air was so condensed that it took a lot of effort to suck it into his lungs. But why were the fire spirit beasts not suppressed by this space? Instead, they were able to move freely. Yang Kai didn't quite understand. With great difficulty, Kai Yang's slightly bent body straightened up. Large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead as his entire body twitched and spasmed. Despite exerting every ounce of strength in his body, he was still unable to take a single step forward. Sweat dripped from his forehead, but it didn't fall down at all. Instead, as soon as it left Yang Kai's body, it was squeezed into powder by the condensed space and dissipated into the surrounding space. Chapter 1206. As the saying went, blessings and misfortunes came hand in hand, and Yang Kai understood this very well at this moment. He hadn't expected that there would be such a strange space in the Lu Yen sand field that would allow him to comprehend the mysteries of the Tao of space. Yang Kai decided not to leave this place for the time being and instead stood in place, constantly condensing his space force and resonating with everything around him, allowing the wisps of enlightenment to flow into his mind and be engraved into the depths of his soul. The Tao of space was extremely difficult to cultivate because there were very few people who understood this Tao of space. There was no clear way to cultivate it, and no one could impart any insights to it. When Yang Kai first began cultivating the Tao of space, he relied on tearing space and entering the void's turbulence to deepen his understanding of the Tao of space. However, this kind of cultivation only lasted for a short time before it became useless. As Yang Kai's comprehension of the Tao of space deepened, he was able to walk through the void's turbulence as if he was walking on flat ground, so naturally, he was unable to comprehend anything. Later, however, he began absorbing the energy of space spirit crystals. This kind of cultivation was a wasteful act, but Yang Kai had no choice but to do it. Fortunately, the space spirit crystal lode discovered by the stone mongoose was rich in space spirit crystals, enough for Yang Kai to squander for a long time, but once the space spirit crystals were used up, it would not be easy for him to find more. If one did not consider the future, one would have immediate worries. Space spirit crystals were a rare resource no matter where one went because they could be used to forge space rings, and space rings were essential storage artifacts for every cultivator. Now that there was a place here that was very suitable for cultivating the Tao of space, Yang Kai naturally wanted to take advantage of it. Moreover, cultivating here seemed to be more effective than simply absorbing space spirit crystals, and the harvest was much greater. After realizing this, Yang Kai immediately made up his mind to not leave for the time being. The Luoyan sand field would not close for another 4 months, which was enough time for Yang Kai to find a suitable place to refine the profoundine sunflower water, so there was no need to rush. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai slowly sat down. In this strange space, even though Yang Kai was proficient in the mysteries of the Tao of space, he was still as slow as a turtle crawling. If an outsider were to see this scene, they would definitely think it was strange and wonder what kind of trick Yang Kai was playing, because the strangeness of this space could not be detected with one's divine sense. Only by entering it personally would one be able to discover it. After sitting down, Kai Yang calmed the tumbling blood qi in his heart, his eyes shining brightly as he stretched out his hand and gently waved it forward. A simple wave of his hand consumed a great deal of Kai Yang's strength and time, but as he waved his hand, a black crack as thin as hair suddenly appeared, but disappeared without a trace in the next instant. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai was not surprised and instead grinned happily. Since he had decided to use this rare environment to cultivate his space force, naturally he would use his space blade to do so. In the stone room on Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai had comprehended the space blade technique, but at that time, no matter how hard he tried to cultivate it, the power of his space blade was not great and could not be used against real enemies. Against weak enemies, he did not need to use his space force, but against powerful enemies, this method was useless. As such, Yang Kai wanted to cultivate this unique divine technique, but he had not been able to find the right conditions and environment to do so. This place was definitely the best place to cultivate it. Yang Kai could foresee that once he could condense his space blade in this place, once he left this place, his space blade would be able to exert a certain amount of power. After trying it out just now, Yang Kai had a plan in his heart. The space here was thick and viscous, so tearing it was not easy. Cultivating his space blade here would not only enhance his understanding of the mysteries of space force, but it would also allow him to quickly perfect his attack. Unhurriedly and calmly, Yang Kai tore space again and again, casting his space blade. Every time the hair-thin space crack appeared, it would immediately disappear without a trace under the huge pressure here. Yang Kai cultivated for an entire day, consuming all of his spiritual energy but making no progress. However, he didn't panic at all because he could already feel that he was much more proficient in using space force than before. Naturally, he also had many methods to tear through space. He believed that as long as he continued cultivating, he would definitely make a breakthrough. With his spiritual energy exhausted, Yang Kai could no longer cultivate and could only take some pills to supplement his soul and meditate to restore himself. Although the soul-warming lotus was in the process of evolving, its ability to restore and nourish Yang Kai's soul had not weakened at all. In fact, it was even stronger than before. It only took Yang Kai 2 hours to replenish his dried-up knowledge sea. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and was about to use his space blade again when he suddenly saw a streak of spark-like light flying towards him from a very distant location. This streak of light followed the narrow canyon passage and approached Yang Kai like a bolt of lightning. Lu Yen flying fire! Yang Kai exclaimed. He had seen Lu Yen flying fire once before in the first layer flame area, so now that he saw it again, Yang Kai naturally recognized it at a glance. The last time he saw it, Lu Yen flying fire quickly passed through Yang Kai's divine sense. Yang Kai chased after it for a long time but was unable to catch it, causing him to feel extremely disappointed. This Lu Yen flying fire was exactly the same as the one he saw last time. It was incredibly fast, even faster than the spread of his divine sense. Yang Kai had only just discovered it a moment ago at the end of the canyon when it had already arrived in front of him. Yang Kai instinctively wanted to avoid it. He no longer had any hope of harvesting this kind of thing because the speed of Lu Yen flying fire was simply not something he could catch up with. However, as soon as he moved, he suddenly remembered that the space he was in was not ordinary. It was solidified and sticky, making it impossible for him to move. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and his eyes widened as he stared at the Lu Yen flying fire that was quickly flying towards him, secretly looking forward to it. Chi, with a soft sound, when the streak of light rushed into this strange space that covered an area of more than 100 feet, just as Yang Kai had expected, its speed suddenly slowed down countless times. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Just now, he had been wondering whether this solidified space would be useful in blocking Lu Yen flying fire. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he immediately knew that his guess was correct. This solidified space could not stop the movement of the fire spirit beast, but it could stop the abnormal speed of Lu Yen flying fire. At least, Yang Kai could now see what Lu Yen flying fire looked like. It was like a spark sputtering from a red-hot charcoal, burning with a fiery red light. Although it was very small, it contained an amazing amount of energy. After falling into the strange space, Lu Yen flying fire was not frozen, but slowly broke through the encirclement at a human's natural walking speed. Yang Kai made a little calculation and soon found that if he did nothing and stayed in place, he would definitely miss this rare Lu Yen flying fire, because according to its flight trajectory, it would fly away from him. How could Yang Kai tolerate such a thing? Hurriedly using his space force, he slowly and painstakingly moved closer to the Lu Yen flying fire's path. Little by little, inch by inch, Yang Kai felt like an old man on the verge of death, trying to move his hands and feet when his life force was running out. Every inch of movement consumed a lot of Yang Kai's strength and spiritual energy. In just a moment, his body trembled violently, and his flesh was in incomparable pain. As for the flowing flame flying fire, it was still flying towards them at a leisurely pace. A moment later, it flew to a spot not far from Yang Kai. Yang Kai was anxious, he stretched out a trembling hand, trying to catch the Lu Yen flying fire, but the other party was about 3 inches away from his fingertips and slowly drifting away. Yang Kai's nose was crooked with anger. He felt that if this Lu Yen flying fire had a mind of its own, it must have mocked him for overestimating himself just now. Turning his head with difficulty, Yang Kai helplessly watched as this thing brushed past him, his face filled with annoyance. He still failed. Since it had already flown away, Yang Kai knew that it was impossible for him to catch it. Sure enough, a moment later, Lu Yen flying fire rushed out of the blockade of this strange space, once again restoring its previous abnormal speed, flashing out of sight and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Just a little bit more and he would have been able to obtain this treasure that could mutate his spiritual energy. It was impossible to say that he didn't feel regret, but Yang Kai quickly adjusted his state of mind, no longer thinking about Lu Yen flying fire, and instead began to focus on tempering his space blade. Not only did he fail to catch Lu Yen flying fire, but the most important thing right now was to cultivate the Tao of space. Sending out a space blade, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised to find that the power of the space blade seemed to have increased a little. Although it was still as thin as hair, and although it only appeared for a moment before disappearing, its duration was obviously longer than yesterday. Yang Kai's heart was greatly shaken, and he quickly put the matter of Lu Yen flying fire to the back of his mind and began to concentrate on comprehending the mysteries of space. 3 days later, Yang Kai watched as a half-inch wide space blade flew out less than a foot before disappearing, a satisfied and excited expression appearing on his face. This damned place was indeed the best place to cultivate the mysteries of space. He had only been cultivating here for 3 days, but he already felt that his understanding of the Tao of space had become somewhat comprehensive. With his understanding of the Tao of space, the power of his space blade was countless times stronger than it was 3 days ago. Whether it was the size of the space blade, the length of time it could exist in this strange space, or the distance it could tear apart, all of it had grown tremendously. At this rate of growth, Yang Kai estimated that he would be able to use his space blade to fight enemies in just 1 more month. At that time, he might even be able to contend with the Shur of an origin returning realm master. After all, although Shur was a power unique to origin returning realm masters, the space blade was also unpredictable and impossible to guard against. It was a killing move that no one other than Yang Kai could use. Chapter 1207. The reason why Yang Kai was willing to delay here was firstly because the environment here was rare and he didn't want to miss it, and secondly because he felt a sense of crisis deep in his heart. With his current strength, Yang Kai had no problem dealing with Saint Kings, but dealing with an origin returning realm master was beyond his ability. Even the indifferent man he had met in the stalactite cave was not someone Yang Kai was confident he could defeat. On Shadowed Star, in its territory, Yang Kai had no one to rely on and could only rely on himself for everything. Qian Tong had been good to him, but it was also because of the fake artifact refining grandmaster behind Yang Kai's back that Qian Tong had opened the door for him. If Qian Tong learned that this so-called grandmaster of his didn't exist, Yang Kai didn't know if he would immediately change his attitude. Therefore, Yang Kai had to make himself as strong as possible so that when dealing with others, he wouldn't be in a passive position and be led by the nose. He wasn't alone in this world and had many concerns in his heart. At the end of the canyon, a red light flashed and Yang Kai, who was tempering his space blade, instantly sensed it. Looking up, he couldn't help being stunned. It was another Lu Yen flying fire. Just like 3 days ago, the Lu Yen flying fire was flying towards him from the end of the canyon at an extremely fast speed. When Yang Kai discovered it, it fell into the strange space's seal. The abnormally fast speed of the flowing flame flying fire instantly slowed down and the flowing flame flying fire slowly floated across the several dozen meter space. With the experience from a few days ago, Yang Kai immediately took action, moving his body with difficulty while trying to determine where the Lu Yen flying fire would pass. This time, his luck didn't seem to be very good. The flowing flame flying fire that appeared now was flying a meter away from him, so Yang Kai had to reach that position before it flew past him in order to have any hope of catching it. Although Yang Kai had become familiar with the stickiness and solidification of this strange space and was gradually becoming more proficient in using space force, it was still extremely difficult for him to move around here. When he finally got close to the fixed position, Lu Yan's flying fire had already flown over again. Yang Kai furrowed his brow as he looked at the treasure he had missed out on for the 3rd time, a thoughtful look on his face. According to what Wei Guchang said before, Lu Yan's flying fire was very precious, but it was also very rare in the Lu Yan desert. Many people who entered the desert didn't even have the chance to encounter it. In fact, this was indeed the case. When Yang Kai was walking in the first layer flame area, he had only seen Lu Yan's flying fire by chance. If it weren't for his strong divine sense, he probably wouldn't have noticed it even if Lu Yan's flying fire flew past him. But Wei Guchang's words only targeted the first level. Now that Yang Kai was in the heat zone of the third layer, would there be more Lu Yan's flying fire here? Was the two Lu Yan's flying fire the same? Is it flying in a fixed flight path? If it was the same, then its flight path was very likely fixed. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai see it again 3 days later? If it was not the same, then was there something strange about this canyon that could attract Lu Yan's flying fire to fly in and pass through it? All kinds of questions intertwined in Yang Kai's mind, and Yang Kai's expression also changed constantly. For a time, he didn't cultivate his space force. Soon, Yang Kai shook his head. Whether the two Lu Yan's flying fire he saw were the same or not, and whether this canyon was the only way for Lu Yan's flying fire to fly through, he should be able to verify the results in a few days. Once again, Yang Kai began to temper his space force, but he also began to pay attention to the movements at the end of the canyon, intentionally or unintentionally, wanting to know which of his conjectures was correct. Time flew by, and 3 days later, because he was worried about Lu Yan's flying fire, Yang Kai turned his eyes to the end of the canyon early, waving his space blade while paying attention to the movements there. But to his surprise, after observing for half a day, there was still no movement at the end of the canyon, and there was no trace of Lu Yan's flying fire at all. This made him very annoyed. But in this way, he could be sure that the two Lu Yan's flying fires he saw before were not the same. If they were the same, they wouldn't be so irregular and should have flown over from that side a long time ago. Since there was no pattern, they shouldn't be the same. On the fourth day, Yang Kai suddenly felt something and immediately looked towards the end of the canyon. The scene he saw made him both excited and surprised. He was excited because one of his conjectures was correct. That was, this canyon was indeed the only way for Lu Yan's flying fire, because at this moment, there was a red light at the end of the canyon. What surprised him was that there was not one red light, but two, one after the other, almost at the same time, and then their speed decreased greatly and they slowly floated towards this side. Yang Kai immediately took action. The previous 2 failures had given him enough experience, and he was sure that he wouldn't fail again this time. But what made him hesitate was that there were 2 Lu Yan's flying fires this time, and there was a distance of more than 10 feet between them. It was impossible to catch them at the same time. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai moved closer to the Lu Yan's flying fire that was closer to him, and at the same time, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Wei Guchang had only told Yang Kai about the wonders and strangeness of Lu Yan's flying fire, but he hadn't told him how to collect it, so it was likely that Yang Kai didn't know either. Yang Kai could only try using this jade bottle first, and if it didn't work, he would think of another way. After so many days of familiarization and tempering, Yang Kai was now much faster than before. Before the Lu Yan's flying fire floated over, Yang Kai had already blocked its path. Staring at this Lu Yan's flying fire, Yang Kai secretly circulated his Saint Chi, and when it was close enough, he suddenly pushed forward with his palm. The Lu Yan's flying fire, which was not fast to begin with, was hit by this blow and became even slower. Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly raised the jade bottle he had prepared and pointed it towards the Lu Yan's flying fire. The whole process went extremely smoothly, and the Lu Yan's flying fire fell directly into the jade bottle, but in the blink of an eye, the jade bottle was burned to ashes by the scorching heat. But before Yang Kai could throw it into the black book space, a soft cry suddenly sounded behind him, followed by the sound of clothes fluttering. It seemed that several cultivators were quickly approaching. Yang Kai frowned and immediately threw the black fireball into the black book space before turning around to look at the newcomers. At first glance, Yang Kai's brow couldn't help flashing a look of disgust, because the newcomers were actually several cultivators from Heaven Battling Union. With a smile on his face, he spoke as if he didn't care at all, as if he wasn't asking to check Yang Kai's space ring, but rather an old friend looking for Yang Kai to borrow something insignificant. "You want to see my space ring?" Yang Kai suddenly grinned. "Indeed." The middle-aged man gently nodded, his smile still like a spring breeze. "This one's brother, and I don't mean any harm, we just want to confirm what this friend received just now. If it weren't for the Lu Yen flying fire, we wouldn't have coveted this friend's belongings and would have returned your space ring. What does this friend think?" "Good." To his surprise, Yang Kai actually agreed, causing the middle-aged man's brow to furrow slightly, seemingly quite surprised. In his heart, he was secretly wondering if he had been too cautious. Yang Kai really didn't have any ability, otherwise, how could he have agreed so easily? Just as he was feeling surprised though, he saw Yang Kai take off his space ring from his finger and gently toss it up and down. 4 pairs of eyes immediately followed this ordinary space ring up and down. "Quickly throw it over." Seeing Yang Kai so cooperative, the skinny man immediately shouted, as if he couldn't wait to examine it carefully. "There's nothing good in my space ring," Yang Kai smiled at him and said in a slightly poor tone, "It's just a piece of brilliant fire crystal essence." Suddenly, a blood-red stone the size of a human head appeared in Yang Kai's hand. A scorching hot and pure fire attribute energy was being emitted from this stone. The fire attribute energy was swimming around the stone, as if it was alive. "Brilliant fire crystal essence?" The 4 people exclaimed in unison, and even the middle-aged man who had been smiling indifferently finally wore a look of greed and desire. Brilliant fire crystal essence was an Origin King grade material, and although the piece in Yang Kai's hand was only Origin King grade low rank, it was quite large. The 4 of them had never even heard of this head-sized brilliant fire crystal essence before, let alone seen it. If such a piece of material were to be sold outside, it would definitely be invaluable and could easily sell for 20 or 30 million saint crystals. They had heard before that at the Treasure Trove Pavilion auction in Heavenly Fate City, some treasures worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of saint crystals had appeared. Unfortunately, none of them were qualified to participate at that time and were unable to witness such a shocking scene with their own eyes. But now, such a top-grade artifact refining material had appeared in front of them. Moreover, it had been possessed by a first-order Saint King cultivator. If their brothers could obtain this treasure, even if they divided it equally, each of them would be able to get a few million saint crystals, enough for them to never have to worry about cultivation resources for the rest of their lives. For a time, the 4 people's breathing became heavy as their eyes flashed with greed, seemingly ready to snatch it at any moment. As for the middle-aged man's words about not coveting Yang Kai's wealth, they had long since been forgotten. But before they could do anything, Yang Kai actually put the head-sized brilliant fire crystal essence into his space ring, causing the 4 of them to feel both angry and disappointed. There's also this fire crystal stone, it's not much of a good thing." Yang Kai sighed faintly, as if he didn't know what it meant to not show off one's wealth before taking out a dark red crystal the size of a millstone. Although this crystal was the same as the brilliant fire crystal essence, exuding a scorching heat, the 2 were obviously not the same material. The former was a type of ore, while the latter was very similar to the fire crystal stone the 4 Heaven Battling Union Masters had obtained along the way. "Impossible!" The skinny man screamed as he pointed to the huge fire crystal stone Yang Kai was holding and shook his head. "It's impossible for such a large piece of fire crystal stone to exist, no fire spirit beast would have such a thing." It wasn't that he didn't know what was good for him, but the biggest piece of fire crystal stone the four of them had obtained along the way was only the size of a pigeon's egg. Compared to the one in Yang Kai's hand, the difference was like comparing a towering tree to a small sapling. What's more, if this was really a fire crystal rock, then what level was the fire spirit beast that contained it? How big would it be? He didn't think that Yang Kai could kill such a fire spirit beast and instead thought that Yang Kai was playing a trick. Chapter 1209. After Yang Kai took out the head-sized brilliant fire crystal essence and the millstone-sized fire crystal stone one after another, the four heaven-battling union cultivators could no longer remain calm. Regardless of whether the fire crystal stone was real or not, the brilliant fire crystal essence was definitely real. For a time, greed filled the hearts of the four heaven-battling union cultivators and they already regarded Yang Kai as a dead man in their hearts. Casually taking out two priceless treasures, who knew what other good things he had in his space ring? Perhaps there really was a Lu Yen flying fire. Kill him, they had to kill him, then grab his ring and carefully examine it. As long as they could grab this cultivator's ring, they would no longer have to worry about cultivation for the rest of their lives. What else? The corners of the middle-aged man's eyes twitched. Although his heart was also full of desire and possessiveness, he was much better than the other three who wore their thoughts on their faces. At the very least, he looked calm. Only his trembling voice betrayed the excitement in his heart. There are also a dozen emerald silk grasses, 1 ancient profound tang, 3 red blood fruits. Yang Kai took out one item after another from his space ring, and every time he took out an item, the eyes of the four heaven-battling union cultivators burned with desire. Although these spirit grasses and spirit medicines were not as valuable as the previous two, they were still quite valuable, especially the dozen or so emerald silk grasses. These were spirit medicines that every sect longed to obtain, and heaven-battling union was naturally no exception. These dozen or so emerald silk grasses could be exchanged for a huge amount of contribution points, and when the time came, they could ask the elders for a reasonable request. Right, there are also 9 Lu Yen flying fires, but it's not convenient to take them out, so you won't be able to see them even if I take them out. Yang Kai chuckled and revealed all his gains after entering the Lu Yen sand field. Except for the colorless crystal that was absorbed by the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai didn't conceal anything. Are there really Lu Yen flying fires? The monkey-faced man cried out in surprise. Yes, why would I lie to you? Didn't you see them just now? Yang Kai grinned. The expressions of the four people gradually became extremely strange. Everyone had an awkward look on their faces because the four brothers had worked together and spent 3 months in Lu Yan's desert, looking for treasures everywhere. They thought that they had a good harvest and were very happy, but compared to Yang Kai's harvest, it was like a difference between heaven and earth. They didn't even have 1% of his harvest. This made them somewhat embarrassed, and their gazes towards Yang Kai became more and more heated. You liar! The skinny man suddenly rolled his eyes and coldly shouted, Boy, you've got guts, daring to deceive my brothers. Obediently give me your ring and I'll let you go. As he said this, he exchanged glances with the cultivator with a protruding mouth and a monkey-like chin. Then, they rushed towards Yang Kai from both sides. In front of so many good things, he didn't want to waste any more words with Yang Kai, so he casually found an excuse to snatch them. Although these two people were arrogant and often bullied the weak, they were still elite cultivators of heaven-battling union, so even when facing Yang Kai, a first-order Saint King cultivator, they didn't show the slightest bit of carelessness. In the past 3 months, the four of them had done a lot of killing and robbing in Lu Yan's desert, so they naturally knew that although some people didn't look like much on the surface, in fact, they had some tricks up their sleeves. A lion would use its full strength to hunt a rabbit, not to mention that Yang Kai didn't look normal at all. From beginning to end, he had a calm look on his face. They faintly felt that Yang Kai had some kind of trump card to rely on, so the moment they attacked, they condensed their Saint Chi to protect their bodies, each of them holding back their killing moves. They were on high alert, lest Yang Kai counterattacked and cause them any losses. The beardless middle-aged man and the fat cultivator stood in place without moving. Although the two of them had a strange feeling, secretly feeling that Yang Kai was deliberately luring their companions into action, with such precious treasures in front of them, even if they had doubts in their hearts, they didn't stop their companions. Anyone who saw so many good things would be willing to take a risk. After all, these were treasures worth their lives. No matter how strong a First-Order Saint King was, could he be stronger than Chu Changfeng? Even if Chu Changfeng was here, it would be impossible for him to deal with the four of them alone. So, while paying attention to Yang Kai's movements, they were ready to lend a hand at a moment's notice, lest the other party really had some kind of earth-shattering method. The thin cultivator and the monkey-faced one were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived 10 meters in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai, on the other hand, wore a look of shock, as if he had just discovered that they were rushing towards him. Hurriedly putting back all the treasures he had taken out of his space ring, his flustered appearance greatly reducing the vigilance in the hearts of the two cultivators. Without any hesitation, they pushed their speed to the limit. But soon, they saw a faint smile appear on Yang Kai's face. The moment they saw this smile, the two of them realized that something was wrong. It was a smile of someone who had succeeded in their scheme, as if he had set up some kind of trap here long ago and was waiting for others to walk right into it. Even the look in the other party's eyes was filled with disdain and ridicule, so how could there be any trace of the previous fluster? In the next moment, the two Third-Order Saint Kings who were rushing towards Yang Kai suddenly stopped in their tracks, as if they had been blocked by an invisible wall. Two muffled groans rang out at the same time as the two Third-Order Saint Kings felt their bodies shrink, as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to breathe as their bodies twitched and their bones creaked out of place. When Yang Kai first entered this strange space, he had almost been unable to break free. Yang Kai's physique was much stronger than an average cultivator's, so how could these two cultivators easily escape from this place? Although Yang Kai had been cultivating his space blade here for more than a month and had destroyed most of the viscous and dense space here, it was still possible for him to interfere with these two cultivators. As long as he had enough time, Yang Kai could easily kill them. As such, as soon as they rushed into this strange space, they had run out of luck. The two cultivators paled and their eyes filled with panic. Pushing the Saint Chi in their bodies with all their might, they finally managed to alleviate the heavy pressure around them. Just as they were about to retreat from this strange space, the middle-aged man's cry of alarm rang out from behind them. The two cultivators looked up and saw a palm slamming towards their heads. This space could hinder the movements of these two cultivators, but Yang Kai was like a fish in water here, completely unaffected. He had long since become accustomed to the dignified atmosphere of this place. Facing four Third-Order Saint Kings, one-on-one, or even two, Yang Kai wasn't the slightest bit afraid and was confident he could kill them all, but four of them were different. If he couldn't wipe them all out and even one of them managed to escape, there would be no end to his troubles in the future. That was why Yang Kai had constantly exposed his gains. He wanted to use these incredibly valuable treasures to lure these four cultivators to snatch them away. The plan was proceeding smoothly. Men die for wealth and birds die for food. This ancient truth was vividly illustrated by the performance of these four cultivators. No one could remain unmoved after seeing so many good things. Peng peng, two explosive sounds rang out as the thin man trapped in this strange space and the monkey-faced cultivator from heaven battling union burst into a bloody mist the moment Yang Kai's palm slammed into their heads, leaving not even their bones behind. The two Third-Order Saint Kings died extremely aggrieved, not even having a chance to fight back as they were directly killed by Yang Kai. Inside the bloody mist, Yang Kai stood there with a cold aura as he stared coldly towards the remaining two cultivators, his malevolent aura soaring to the heavens like that of an ancient demon god. It was only at this moment that Yang Kai revealed his white fangs and stared maliciously at the remaining two heaven-battling Union cultivator. The fat man of the two remaining cultivators had just rushed out a few meters when he saw his fellow sect brother being killed. He immediately stopped and stared at Yang Kai in shock, a look of disbelief filling his face. The moment Yang Kai attacked just now, the Saint Chi fluctuations that surged from his body were indeed at the level of a first-order Saint King. Although it was quite good, it wasn't heaven-defying. The two palms he had sent out hadn't been very fast either, seemingly very casual. The fat man couldn't understand why his two fellow sect brothers had been killed without being able to put up any resistance. This was obviously illogical. There's something strange about him, there's probably some kind of barrier around him. The beardless middle-aged man's face was gloomy to the extreme. They had always been the ones to hunt wild geese, but today, they had been pecked in the eye by the wild geese and now two of their fellow sect brothers had died. He was so depressed he almost coughed up blood. Who else wants to check my space ring? The corners of Kai Yang's mouth curled upwards as he looked at the two indifferently. As he asked this question, he actually walked straight towards them. The fat man took a step back in horror, his face extremely dignified. The beardless middle-aged man also frowned. He had just said that there was some kind of barrier around Yang Kai, which was why he could easily kill his two fellow sect brothers, but now the other party had actually taken the initiative to attack. What was the meaning of this? Why was he so confident? The middle-aged man was a cautious person, so when he saw that the situation in front of him was beyond his comprehension, he didn't even think about it and immediately retreated while calling out to the fat man, "Let's go." Then, without looking back, he flew back towards the canyon. Unable to figure out the enemy's true strength, he didn't want to stay here and risk his life. He just wanted to pass on the news that this person had a precious treasure to his fellow sect brothers and then gather more people to take revenge. It had to be said that his idea was correct and his approach was foolproof. The fat man, on the other hand, wasn't so shrewd. Although the middle-aged man had called out to him before leaving, the fat man was clearly very confident in his own strength and had also been blinded by the good things in Yang Kai's ring. Seeing Yang Kai walking towards him, instead of being surprised, he was instead overjoyed. Immediately, his fat body began to emit a green light that surrounded him. Immediately, like a deflated balloon, the fat man's body shriveled up at a visible speed, turning into a thin man in the blink of an eye. Chapter 12:10. Although his figure had undergone a huge transformation, the aura radiating from this fat man's body had increased exponentially, and the Saint Chi surging from his body was almost tangible. With a wave of his hands, a green light flew out from his palms, transforming into vines that shot towards Yang Kai. These vines were full of sharp barbs and once caught, they would pierce into a cultivator's flesh and absorb their blood essence and Saint Chi. Even a cultivator in the same realm would not be able to easily break free and would only be at the mercy of this fat man. With his unique Saint Chi and killing moves, this fat man had killed countless enemies. In Heaven Battling Union, although his fame was not as high as Chu Chang Feng or the middle-aged man, he was still a core figure. On top of that, these would attribute vines multiplied and grew extremely quickly. As long as Yang Kai was given 3 breaths of time, he would be able to use his vines to seal off the entire canyon and form a cage. At that time, this place would be his world, and even if this first-order Saint King had great ability, he wouldn't be able to escape from this vine cage. His eyes were full of confidence. However, a black flame danced in the air like a fire dragon, pouring cold water on his head. A fire attribute cultivator? The fat man was shocked. His wood attribute martial skills and martial skills were restrained by the fire attribute, so when he saw Yang Kai release these black flames, his heart sank and his expression became solemn. However, there was no turning back, and a single First Order Saint King wasn't enough to force Yang Kai to retreat. As such, Yang Kai increased the output of his Saint Chi, causing the green vines to grow even more frantically, showing signs of covering the entire canyon. Who, the intensity of the fire suddenly became ferocious, and a scene that truly shocked the fatty happened. The black flames swept over, and actually burned all the green vines he had released into ashes. No matter how many he released, he still couldn't keep up with the speed at which they were being burned. In the blink of an eye, the black flames had burned close to him. Impossible! The fat man shouted. Although his martial skills were restrained by the fire attribute, there was no flame that could have such a powerful burning ability that his vines were unable to reproduce. The greenery that filled the sky was instantly suppressed by the pitch-black flames. Within the canyon, a feeling of alternating heat and cold came, causing Fatty to feel extremely tormented. Yang Kai was like a raging flame as he rushed forward and threw a pitch-black heaven-punishing spear towards the heaven-battling Union cultivator. Yang Kai followed closely behind the heaven-punishing spear and slammed down with heaven-covering hand. He had to end the battle quickly. The middle-aged man's cautiousness was far beyond Yang Kai's expectations. After he had killed 2 of his fellow disciples, his first reaction was not to seek revenge, but to retreat without even thinking about it. His decisiveness was unimaginable. This was an extremely terrifying person who was able to suppress his greed for the various treasures in his space ring and choose the safest course of action. Now that he had already run several tens of feet away, if he continued to tangle with this fat cultivator, once that person left the canyon, it would really be too late to catch up. As such, Yang Kai attacked in anger, using almost all of his strength. The fat cultivator's reaction was not slow. Seeing the pitch-black heaven-punishing spear thrust towards him, he immediately summoned a small round shield. This small round shield rotated rapidly, its surface filled with complex runes and energy lines, as well as a tortoise pattern that swam about nimbly. With the small round shield in front of him to protect him, his figure flickered as he tried to quickly retreat. However, a giant hand that seemed to cover the sky suddenly slammed down from above, giving him the illusion that he could not avoid it. Kong, with a loud bang, the heaven-punishing spear collided with the small round shield, and a huge amount of energy burst out. Accompanied by a cracking sound, a crack appeared on the small round shield, but surprisingly, it didn't shatter. Although it was stained with some demonic flames, the turtle pattern on the round shield flashed and emerged from the round shield. Soon after, the turtle opened its mouth and spat out a mass of white energy, extinguishing the demonic flames in an instant. After doing all this, the tortoise pattern returned to the small round shield, but it no longer swam and became lifeless. This secret treasure had clearly lost its spirituality, unless an outstanding weapon refiner was hired to repair it, otherwise it would not be able to be used again. The small round shield blocked Yang Kai's killing blow and protected the fat cultivator's life, but the heaven-covering hand slammed down heavily at this moment. The fat cultivator let out a strange cry, his hands quickly formed a complicated seal, and then his 2 palms faced the sky and pushed fiercely. A green curtain of light rose with his movements, like a protective shield, covering him below. Another loud bang sounded and the earth trembled. When the heaven-covering hand slammed into the green light curtain, the light curtain and the huge palm print shattered at the same time and disappeared without a trace. As for the fat cultivator, although he didn't suffer any serious injuries after receiving this attack, his complexion was obviously pale. He had suffered some losses. In just a short time, he immediately recognized the gap between himself and Yang Kai. This was not a strength that a First-Order Saint King cultivator could display, even a Third-Order Saint King would not be able to display such strength. If it were not for the Saint Chi fluctuations coming from Yang Kai's body being genuine, the fat cultivator would have suspected that the other party was an origin-returning realm master in disguise. No wonder the other party had the confidence to take the initiative to attack. With such combat power, it was more than enough to compete with Chu Changfeng, so dealing with the fat cultivator would be a piece of cake. The fat cultivator had already used an artifact, but the other party did not seem to be using his full strength, only using martial skills to fight him, not even bothering to use an artifact. What the fat cultivator did not know was that Yang Kai only had 2 artifacts, one was the purple shield and the other was the 100 Mountains picture. The purple shield was a defensive artifact, and although the 100 Mountains picture was powerful, the terrain of the canyon was too narrow for it to be used. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have already summoned 20 Phantom Mountains to smash the fat cultivator to death instead of wasting time. The fat cultivator knew that the situation was bad, so after blocking the heaven-covering hand, he summoned another flying dagger-like artifact, poured his Saint Chi into it, and threw it towards Yang Kai. The flying dagger turned into a white light and flew straight towards Yang Kai's face, carrying a thick evil chi. At the same time, the fat cultivator quickly turned around and ran out of the canyon without looking back. He thought that his flying dagger artifact would buy him some time, and as long as he had a little bit of time, he might be able to escape. But how could he have known that just as he turned his back to Yang Kai, a deathly aura would strike him from behind? Looking back in horror, the fat cultivator saw that Yang Kai had already avoided the flying dagger's attack and was holding a black sword in his hand, constantly slashing down. A series of shocking black sword waves suddenly filled the canyon. The fat cultivator's heart trembled, and before he could think of anything, he was struck by more than a dozen sword waves at the same time. With a scream, he fell to the ground, his body burning with demonic flames. No matter how hard he pushed his Saint Chi, he was unable to extinguish the flames and was soon burned into a charred corpse. The canyon was only 2 or 3 meters wide, so it was really not suitable for him to dodge. If not for this, he could have at least bought some time and not died so quickly. Even at the moment of his death, he could not understand how a trivial first-order Saint King could be so terrifying. After killing the fat cultivator, Yang Kai immediately raised his head and looked towards the canyon. The last middle-aged man was running really fast. In just a short time, he was already 2,000 meters away. He seemed to have heard the screams of the fat cultivator and his figure trembled slightly as his speed increased. At this moment, he understood that his worries and cautiousness were not unreasonable. The scream of the fat cultivator had clearly announced his death. Being able to kill his fellow sect mate in just 5 breaths, no matter what method or scheme this young man used, he was not someone he could contend with. As such, he did not dare to look back and only wanted to leave this canyon as soon as possible. At the same time, he touched his space ring with a trembling hand and took out a communication artifact, wanting to inform his fellow sect mates about what had happened here. It would be best if he could inform Chu Changfeng. In his eyes, only someone like Chu Changfeng could compete with this young man. Just as he took out his communication artifact, the sound of wind and thunder suddenly rang out behind him as a terrifying divine sense enveloped him. The strength of this divine sense was no less than that of some origin returning realm masters. Not daring to neglect, he immediately poured his divine sense into his communication artifact, but before he could say anything, he felt a slight pain in his arm. It was as if he had been bitten by an ant. But when he went to investigate, he was shocked to find that his arm had been silently cut off. Not far from him, there was a dark blade-shaped crack that seemed to be able to swallow everything flying side by side with him. A void crack? This cultivator was quite experienced and knowledgeable, so he couldn't help muttering to himself. As soon as his voice fell, the thing he thought was a void crack disappeared. Intense pain came from his severed arm, causing sweat to ooze from his forehead and even his clothes to be soaked. Chi, another soft and almost imperceptible sound rang out beside his ear, and his other undamaged arm hurt again. Thinking of what had just happened, the middle-aged martial artist's face turned ashen. He turned his head to look and found that his second arm was indeed gone. The cut was neat and tidy, as if it had been easily cut off by some sharp weapon. A silhouette swiftly passed by and blocked in front of him like a bolt of lightning. The middle-aged man stopped and stared at Yang Kai in a daze, a look of despair filling his face. He could no longer care about the pain in his severed arm, nor could he stop the blood from gushing out. He could only stare at Yang Kai and the pair of wind and thunder wings behind him. Only then did he understand why his opponent was still able to easily catch up to him despite him trying his best to escape. The other party actually possessed such a strange artifact, no wonder his speed was so fast. However, he did not know what kind of attack Yang Kai had just used to cut off his arms. He did not even feel any fluctuations of Saint Chi before his arms were inexplicably cut off. Under his nervous gaze, the cone-shaped artifact, under the cover of the blood mist, scattered the black sword light and instantly arrived in front of Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai didn't seem to notice it and just stood there motionless. The middle-aged man was overjoyed, but just as a smile appeared on his face, it froze. Because he saw Yang Kai casually point his finger, and a pitch-black fissure-like attack that he had seen before appeared. When that fissure passed through his cone-shaped artifact, the murderous aura and the world energy it generated disappeared in an instant, as if they had been swallowed by a fierce beast. Not only that, when the fissure passed through his cone-shaped artifact, a portion of it strangely disappeared, while the remaining half lost its spirituality and fell directly to the ground. The middle-aged man's eyes bulged as he stared at Yang Kai in horror, muttering, "Is that really a void crack?" When Yang Kai saw it before, he only had some doubts, but seeing it again, he immediately confirmed that the method used by the other party had really created a void crack that could move. Otherwise, how could a part of his cone-shaped artifact have disappeared without a trace? It had clearly been swallowed into the void by that void crack. "Is this your last resort?" Yang Kai looked at him sarcastically. The other party was a cautious person, something Yang Kai had already experienced, so whatever he said, Yang Kai treated it like a fart and made up his mind to kill him. Naturally, he wouldn't be fooled by this little trick just now. Yang Kai didn't have the habit of underestimating his enemy. "Impossible, your cultivation is so low, how could you possibly be proficient in the Tao of space? Even Elder Mo can't create such a void crack." The middle-aged man roared hysterically, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. "Elder Mo? He understands the Tao of space?" Yang Kai raised his brow. So far, besides himself, Yang Kai had never met another cultivator who understood the Tao of space. Even an amazing character like Gui Zhu couldn't comprehend the Tao of space with his origin King Realm cultivation. Now, from this middle-aged man's mouth, Yang Kai had actually heard that someone named Elder Mo understood the Tao of space. This surprised Yang Kai greatly. Elder Mo is the chief elder of the Elder Hall and reached the third-order origin returning realm 1,000 years ago. His strength far surpasses all of Shadowed Star. "I am his." The middle-aged man mistakenly thought Yang Kai was afraid of him and quickly reported his relationship with this Elder Mo so Yang Kai wouldn't attack him. "If there is a chance, I will go to Heaven Battling Union to find him to discuss the true meaning of the Tao of space, but you won't have a chance to see it." Yang Kai didn't wait for the middle-aged man to finish speaking and casually sent out a space blade. She clearly had an exquisite, full, and perfect figure, but her pretty face was full of bumps and hollows, and some of the spots even had yellow pustules, exuding an unpleasant smell. Not only that, but the skin on her face was also dark yellow, looking like she was malnourished. This formed a sharp contrast with her white arms and pink neck. If someone with poor psychological endurance saw her face, they would probably be scared out of their wits. If she didn't have these shortcomings, her appearance wouldn't be bad. After all, her facial features were delicate and neat. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He didn't know if this woman was born with this appearance or if it was due to some other reason, but her appearance was obviously her reverse scale. The heaven-battling Union cultivator kept talking about her appearance, successfully stimulating her nerves. Otherwise, with her ability, she would have been able to kill this heaven-battling Union cultivator. The weapon she used was a kind of white thread-like artifact that was extremely sharp and quite mysterious. As she waved it, white light flashed wildly within a radius of a few dozen meters, and the sound of something being cut constantly rang out, barely managing to maintain an undefeatable situation. Originally, Yang Kai didn't want to meddle in the battle between these two. Although he didn't like the heaven-battling Union cultivator, as long as the other party didn't provoke him, he wouldn't take the initiative to attack. Those who had provoked him were all dead. Moreover, since the little beast that could only search for spirit fruits was raised by this woman, Yang Kai didn't intend to have any ideas about it. However, contrary to his wishes, the heaven-battling Union cultivator seemed to have lost his mind, and while fighting with the woman, he casually called out to Yang Kai, "Boy, tell me, isn't this woman's appearance unreasonably ugly? If you do, this uncle will reward you with something good." Obviously, he wanted to use Yang Kai to stimulate the woman in front of him more deeply. Hearing this, Yang Kai frowned and stood in place, staring at the heaven-battling Union cultivator with a funny expression. That woman, whether intentionally or unintentionally, also glanced over towards him. Yang Kai seemed to see a trace of worry in her eyes, and her red lips became pale as she bit down hard on them. Why was she so concerned about her appearance? She was obviously afraid of hearing Yang Kai agree with the heaven-battling Union cultivator's words, which was why she was so nervous. Yang Kai didn't know what this woman was thinking, but he felt that even if she was ugly, even if she was extremely ugly, there was no need to care so much, right? However, Yang Kai didn't say anything, allowing the woman to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The white artifact in her hand danced more and more fiercely, binding her opponent's halberd in an instant. The heaven-battling Union cultivator was startled and quickly tried to withdraw his artifact, but was unable to do so. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from the white silk and was even about to be taken away by his opponent. His face changing drastically, he hurriedly pushed his Saint Chi and stabilized the situation. The two sides of the battle reached a stalemate in an instant, both of them stopping in place and desperately pouring their Saint Chi into their artifacts, using them as mediums to continue fighting. "Boy, are you mute? This uncle is asking you a question, why aren't you answering?" The heaven-battling Union cultivator was caught off guard by the woman and couldn't help becoming angry out of shame as he shouted at Yang Kai. Yang Kai still looked at him with a strange grin, but after a moment of hesitation, he actually took the initiative to walk towards the two deadlocked cultivators. Both the woman and the heaven-battling Union cultivator showed a stunned expression as they stared blankly at Yang Kai, who was approaching them, not understanding what this little First-Order Saint King wanted to do. But soon, the heaven-battling Union cultivator thought of an idea and quickly shouted at Yang Kai, "Boy, whether you're mute or not, hurry up and kill this woman for me. Kill her and I'll give you enough benefits." As soon as this statement came out, the woman's expression changed drastically. She was currently in a stalemate with her opponent, but once an outsider intervened, this stalemate would definitely be broken. Although she wasn't afraid of the attack of Yang Kai, a First-Order Saint King, if he attacked her, the heaven-battling Union cultivator would take the opportunity to get rid of her white silk artifact, and the advantage she had worked so hard to regain would be gone in an instant. So, she was really nervous. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't seem to be moved and just slowly shook his head, allowing her to relax, and a look of gratitude appeared in her eyes. Yang Kai then noticed that this woman not only had an excellent figure, but her eyes were also extremely intelligent, containing an indescribable spirituality. If she covered up her face and only exposed her eyes, she would definitely be able to drive any man crazy. But her appearance, it's a pity. Yang Kai thought so in his heart, but his expression didn't change at all. Thank you. After killing her opponent, the woman exhaled heavily, her full breasts puffing out exaggeratedly before falling down in a breathtaking arc. Gently nodding to Yang Kai, she reluctantly squeezed out a smile and thanked him. Although her smile was sincere, when paired with her appearance, it wasn't flattering at all. However, her voice was extremely gentle, sweet, and pleasant to the ear. It's nothing, I just didn't like him, Yang Kai replied lightly. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about what happened this time. Also, I killed him, it has nothing to do with you. If Heaven Battling Union really wants to investigate this matter, you won't have anything to do with it. The woman took all the blame on herself, making Yang Kai have a good impression of her, feeling that his actions hadn't been in vain. Saying so, the woman took off the ring on the arm of the Heaven Battling Union cultivator that had fallen to the ground after his death and threw it directly to Yang Kai without even looking at what was inside. This is for you. Yang Kai didn't refuse her, casually catching it and stuffing it into his sleeve. The woman thought for a moment before blushing slightly, turning around and reaching into her sleeve, taking out a red fruit and tossing it to Yang Kai. You should be chasing this, right? Yang Kai caught it and smiled awkwardly. I didn't know it was your pet. The fruit in his hand was warm. He didn't know if it was because the woman had been holding it close to her bosom, or if it was because of the fruit itself, but Kai Yang could smell a faint fragrance coming from it, making him feel relaxed and happy. I understand. The woman nodded gently. Although my spirit fox can't be used to fight, it can naturally find some spirit grasses and spirit medicines, so it's normal for you to chase after it. Saying so, the woman frowned and suddenly remembered that her spirit fox was extremely fast, so it was possible for the cultivator to catch up to it outside, but inside this place, no one could fly. So how did Yang Kai chase after it? Her spirit fox should have gotten rid of him long ago. However, she didn't ask too much. Since this person was able to chase after her spirit fox, he must have his own methods, and asking too much would only make him feel annoyed. Although she wasn't very beautiful, she was a naturally intelligent woman, so she knew that there were some things that could be said and some that were better left unsaid. Spirit fox. Yang Kai raised his brow. This was the first time he had heard of this monster beast, but there were some monster beasts that could find spirit grasses and spirit medicines, and this spirit fox was probably one of them. For some reason, after suspecting that Yang Kai was a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall, the woman's attitude towards him seemed to have improved. Before, there was still a sense of estrangement, but when she spoke these words, it was extremely natural. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before looking in the direction she was pointing, and sure enough, he found a triangular symbol on the side of this communication artifact. Grandmaster Golin. Yang Kai had heard of him before. It was said that he was the only origin-grade low-rank artifact refiner in Shadow Moon Hall and one of the few grandmasters on Shadowed Star. It seemed that this triangular symbol should be the symbol of Grandmaster Golin. This kind of thing was very normal. Generally, famous artifact refiners would have their own unique symbol. After refining an artifact, they would put this symbol on it. This way, not only would the value of the artifact increase, but it would also give the owner of the artifact a lot of face. This kind of thing could not be done by an alchemist. No alchemist would be so bored as to put their own mark on the pills they refined. As for pills, they could be swallowed in a single gulp. Could it be that they wanted to show it to others before eating it? This woman's observation skills were quite sharp. Yang Kai really hadn't noticed this symbol before. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded and said, "This should have been refined by Grandmaster Golin, but I'm not a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall. This thing was given to me by Wei Guchang." "Brother Wei gave it to you?" The woman covered her mouth in surprise. How could she not know how proud Wei Guchang was? Even if he was a core disciple of Shadow Moon Hall, he wouldn't put them in his eyes. Besides Dong Xianer, no one else could enter his eyes, yet Wei Guchang had actually given Yang Kai a communication artifact. What did this mean? "You know, Brother Wei?" This time, it was Yang Kai's turn to be surprised. He didn't expect that this woman he met by chance would have some kind of relationship with Wei Guchang. I know him. I'm very familiar with Xian Er." The woman smiled sweetly, but suddenly, as if thinking of something, her face changed slightly as she hurriedly said, "Did Brother Wei send a message? Quickly take a look." The people who would be able to transmit messages here, besides the few most core disciples of the Shadow Moon Palace, could not be anyone else. It was highly possible that Wei Guchang had sent the message himself, and for him to transmit the message to others, it was highly possible that he had fallen into some kind of dangerous situation. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer had always been inseparable. If Wei Guchang was in danger, then Dong Xianer would definitely not be able to escape. Thinking of this, the woman burned with anxiety and hurriedly urged Yang Kai. The woman's nervous appearance surprised Yang Kai. He didn't know where this woman came from, but she was actually very familiar with Dong Xianer. This thing itself was extremely sturdy and had to be melted with Saint Chi in order to extract the silver star ore, which was not something that could be done in a day or two. If only he had brought the stone mongoose with him, it would have been much easier, but unfortunately, before they set off, the stone mongoose had been left behind by Yang Inflammation, so there was no point in thinking about it now. Yang Kai stared at the huge piece of silver star ore with some reluctance before calmly withdrawing his gaze. "That's the one." The woman who was leading the way pointed in front of her and called out. Yang Kai nodded, "It's 100 kilometers to the west." Saying so, Yang Kai took out his Yuan magnetic compass, determined the direction, and led the way. If he hadn't been wandering in the outside world all this time, and had been like these fellow disciples, cultivating behind closed doors in the sect all day long, his mental endurance wouldn't be so strong. Sure enough, only plants that had been exposed to wind and rain would grow strong and healthy. These so-called core elite disciples, when they were in the sect, their performance was remarkable. Every one of them was favored by the heavens, and were worshipped by countless junior brothers and junior sisters. Usually, they were very fierce in sparring, but when they came out, all kinds of problems were immediately exposed. If there was a chance to go back, he should talk to his master and elder Qian. If the disciples of Shadow Moon Hall continued like this, they would definitely be destroyed in the hands of the next generation. Wei Guchang secretly made up his mind. With just him and the protection of the tortoise shell couldn't support them. Forget it. Being able to die under this strange barrier was not a disgrace to his wisdom, but Wei Guchang turned his head to look at Dong Xianer and happened to meet her gaze. As their eyes met, the two of them smiled faintly, not needing to say anything. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa, asterisk a couple of unusual sounds were emitted. It seemed that there was some kind of energy shooting over from a great distance away. Immediately, many shields that appeared to be agglomerated from black flames suddenly appeared around the tortoise shell. They appeared one after another in a densely packed manner, directly covering the space around the five of them. The lava pillars continued to attack, but they were all blocked by the shields. One shield after another was shattered, but even more shields were formed, completely protecting the space around the tortoise shell. Immediately after, numerous pitch-black sword rays shot over from the distance, sweeping away many of the lava pillars that were charging over. Having narrowly escaped death, the five people on the tortoise shell all revealed looks of pleasant surprise as they turned their heads to look at the source of the sword chi. Brother Yang. Wei Guchang couldn't help laughing when he saw that the person who had saved him at the critical moment was actually Yang Kai. At this moment, Yang Kai was standing on the shore of the lava lake, holding a jet-black demon sword in his hand, like an ancient demon god who had descended, constantly slashing out black sword chi. Catch! Yang Kai took out his purple shield from his space ring while reducing the pressure on Wei Guchang and the others, throwing it over with all his strength. The shield was his artifact and only he could display its full power, but it was incomparably sturdy, refined from the hard shell of a ninth-order monster beast, so it had a certain degree of defensive ability. It was fine to give it to Wei Guchang for a while. The purple shield turned into a streak of purple light and smoothly fell into Wei Guchang's hands. After catching the shield, Wei Guchang immediately used it to block the most concentrated lava pillars. At the same time, he shouted at Yang Kai from afar, "Brother Yang, I can't thank you enough. After this calamity, I'll have a good talk with you. And there's also this. Take it." Yang Kai nodded and threw over a jade bottle. This time, Dong Xianer reached out and caught it. She opened the bottle cap and immediately exclaimed in surprise, "It's a snow pill." The three junior brother and junior sister of Shadow Moon Hall were overjoyed when they heard this and hurriedly said, "Senior sister Dong, quickly give me one." The five of them had already consumed all their pills, so the arrival of the snow pill could be said to be a timely help. Taking one would greatly reduce the pressure on them. Dong Xianer nodded and poured out the snow pill one by one, giving one to each of them. They had thought that they could be easily rescued, so they had great confidence in Dai Yuan, but now that they saw that Dai Yuan didn't seem to be able to do it, their hearts immediately sank. Separated by a distance of more than 300 meters, Dai Yuan and Dong Xianer stared at each other, Dong Xianer's eyes filled with worry. She wasn't worried about her own safety, but rather that Dai Yuan would do something that would greatly damage Yuan Qi. Sure enough, Dai Yuan grit her teeth and a look of determination flashed across her face as she bit down on the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood onto her snow silk. The pure white snow silk immediately turned a deep red and an ice-cold aura burst forth from it, spreading all the way to the end of the path. The ice path that was originally showing signs of melting was once again frozen solid and the snow silk that had stopped moving finally began to move forward, once again sealing the magma along its path. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he paid close attention to Dai Yuan's movements. After she spat out a mouthful of blood essence, Yang Kai also moved. He could see that even if Dai Yuan sacrificed her blood essence to control the snow silk, she wouldn't necessarily be able to deliver it to Wei Guchang and the others. Moreover, even if she delivered it, with the current state of Wei Guchang and the others, they wouldn't be able to hold on to the snow silk and save themselves. This snow silk was extremely sharp and cold, not something that Wei Guchang could resist in his current state. As such, he had to make a trip over. Taking advantage of the frozen path created by the snow silk, Yang Kai was confident that he could run over smoothly. The frozen path quickly spread towards the turtle shell, and Yang Kai's figure flashed like a bolt of lightning as he quickly ran over. Seeing this scene, Wei Guchang's eyes couldn't help showing a trace of emotion. With his shrewdness, how could he not understand what Yang Kai was trying to do? Without wasting any time, Wei Guchang quickly reminded, "Brother Yang, don't underestimate this snow silk artifact. Even if junior sister Dai Yuan doesn't target you, the cold and sharp nature of it won't be easy to resist." "I know." Yang Kai responded faintly as he ran to the end of the frozen path. At this moment, the frozen path was only about 5 meters away from the turtle shell, and although it was still extending forward, its speed had once again decreased. Yang Kai didn't wait for Dai Yuan to control this artifact and instead condensed a layer of demonic flame around his hand before grabbing towards the end of the frozen path. With a kacha sound, Yang Kai dug a hole in the frozen path, and when Yang Kai withdrew his hand, he was holding a red snow silk. Everyone was dumbfounded, and even Dai Yuan was stunned by Yang Kai's crazy actions, her beautiful eyes filled with amazement and disbelief. Chapter 12:18. What made Dai Yuan feel relieved though was that before she could even ask, Yang Kai had already taken the initiative to return, allowing her to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that this person's friendship with Wei Guchang was quite good, otherwise, why would he take such a risk to save them? After a brief struggle, Dai Yuan finally managed to bring the remaining 3 people ashore. Strangely enough, when there was no one left on the lava lake, the originally tumbling huge bubble, like the boiling lava lake, suddenly sank rapidly. In just a short span of a dozen breaths, the lava lake that had trapped Wei Guchang and the others for a month strangely disappeared from everyone's sight. All that was left was a tortoise shell with many cracks, which had been roasted red, and the dark red ground that could be seen everywhere. It was as if everything and all the tribulations that he had experienced before were just an illusion. This kind of barrier stunned even Yang Kai, thinking to himself that it was no wonder Wei Guchang and the others had been trapped there, unable to escape. If it had been him, he would definitely have been trapped there as well. However, Yang Kai was certain he wouldn't have been trapped there for so long. In terms of Saint Chi density, Wei Guchang and the others were inferior to him, so he could have taken the risk of using the Grand Heavenly Shield as a support point to break out of the lava lake. However, the Saint Chi in Wei Guchang and the others' bodies couldn't accomplish this. After the lava lake disappeared, the force that had been restraining the tortoise shell also disappeared, allowing Dai Yuan to easily drag it back from the distance. This tortoise shell aroused Yang Kai's great interest. He had personally experienced the lethality of lava, but this seemingly ordinary tortoise shell had actually been able to float above it for so long, so it was definitely not ordinary. While Wei Guchang and the others were restoring themselves, Yang Kai was studying this tortoise shell. The tortoise shell was full of crisscrossing ravines and was obviously quite old. Moreover, this tortoise was definitely a long-lived monster beast, having lived for at least several thousand years. The tortoise shell was full of traces left behind by the flowing time Great Emperor. This is the shell of a 10th-order monster beast, the black water tortoise. Just as Yang Kai was studying this thing, a pleasant voice suddenly reached his ear. He didn't need to turn around to know that it was Dai Yuan. "You know?" Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. "Yes, I've seen it in some ancient books." Dai Yuan squatted down, stretched out her jade white hand, and touched the patterns and grooves on the tortoise shell, a trace of sadness flashing across her face. I just don't know who killed it. This tortoise shell seems to have been refined by someone, otherwise, Sister Xian, and the others wouldn't have been able to display the water attribute power contained within it. I really didn't expect there to be a 10th grade monster beast in a place like this. Looks like I'll have to be more careful in the future. A 10th order monster beast was equivalent to an Origin King Realm Master. Forget about a 10th order, even a 9th order monster beast was a rare existence on Shadowed Star. If a 10th order monster beast were to appear in the outside world, it would definitely be an invincible existence that would bring a huge catastrophe to all of Shadowed Star. Maybe there isn't a 10th order monster beast here, or maybe it existed a long time ago and is gone now, Yang Kai said thoughtfully. How can you be so sure? Dai Yuan looked at him strangely. I'm just saying, Yang Kai chuckled but didn't explain. He had obtained the soul-cleansing divine water in Lu Yen Sand Field and knew that an Origin King Realm Master had died here before. Since an Origin King Realm Master had died here, it wasn't strange for a 10th order monster beast to die here as well. However, after experiencing so much, Yang Kai faintly felt that this Lu Yen Sand Field was not simple and was definitely not an ordinary forbidden zone. There must be some kind of secret hidden inside it. This time, the threat to the third layer had been greatly reduced, allowing many elites to enter. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of accident had caused this. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't want to say more, Dai Yuan didn't continue to ask and simply smiled before turning to Yang Kai and saying, "Let me introduce myself again, my name is Dai Yuan, from Colored Glass Sect." Colored Glass Sect? Yang Kai was taken aback. Who is Yin Su Dai to you? Hearing Yang Kai mention Yin Su Dai, a trace of disgust flashed across Dai Yuan's brow, but she quickly recovered and said lightly, "She is my junior sister." For some unknown reason, her tone had become inexplicably cold, seemingly because Yang Kai's first reaction after hearing about Colored Glass Sect was Yin Su Dai. Yang Kai couldn't be blamed for this, as the only person he knew about Colored Glass Sect was Yin Su Dai. He hadn't been on Shadowed Star for long and wasn't a native cultivator, so how could he know anything about Colored Glass Sect? That woman is actually your junior sister? Yang Kai seemed to be re-examining Dai Yuan, looking her up and down with a strange expression. Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of Yin Su Dai, but he also didn't have any ill feelings towards her. He just felt that this woman was a bit slick and charming, an existence on par with Fang Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, and Wei Guchang. Yang Kai didn't know how much real talent she possessed, but her beauty definitely added a lot to her fame. Now that Dai Yuan said that Yin Su Dai was actually her junior sister, Yang Kai was quite surprised. Dai Yuan was a good person and always kept a low profile, unlike Yin Su Dai who was always the focus of attention wherever she went. On top of that, the two of them had very different appearances, so it was naturally strange that these two women were actually senior sister. The surprise only lasted for a moment before Yang Kai quickly realized that he had lost his composure and quickly smiled. "No wonder you're so strong, it turns out you're from Colored Glass Sect. You're also not bad." Dai Yuan stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to peer into the depths of his soul. This First Order Saint King young man's performance had always surprised her. What's wrong? Big brother Yang didn't know that little sister Dai Yuan was from Colored Glass Sect? Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer walked over together. Looking at their appearances, it seemed that they had recovered quite a bit. After all, Yang Kai had just given them some pills. These recovery pills were all personally refined by Yang Kai, and their restorative effects were far superior to those sold on the market. "I didn't know, the two of us just happened to meet halfway and happened to receive a message from you, so we rushed over together." Yang Kai stood up and smiled at Wei Guchang. "On behalf of junior brother and junior sister, this Wei thanks the two of you for your great kindness." Wei Guchang walked over and immediately bowed to Dong Xianer respectfully. Yang Kai quickly helped them up, but before he could speak, Wei Guchang sternly said, "Big brother Yang, this time, if you and little sister Dai Yuan hadn't arrived in time, even if it had been just a quarter of an hour later, Xian, and I would have already gone to the Yellow Springs together. There's nothing else to say, but if there is anything this way can do for you in the future, feel free to ask. Even if there is a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, this way will not hesitate to help." It seemed that it wasn't until this moment that Wei Guchang really wanted to make friends with Yang Kai. Previously, he had gotten along well with Yang Kai largely because of Qian Tong's orders and also because he appreciated Yang Kai. But after this life-saving grace, Wei Guchang had lowered his posture. If it was only his life, it wouldn't be enough to make him lower his head, but Yang Kai had also saved Dong Xianer, a woman he regarded as more important than his own life. This was a great kindness. Glancing over at him, Yang Kai nodded gently. Wei Guchang then turned to Dai Yuan and said, "As for little sister Dai Yuan, I will arrange for Xian, to visit Colored Glass sect some other day to express my gratitude. I hope little sister Dai Yuan won't drive us away." Dai Yuan snorted lightly and didn't pay him any attention, simply pulling Dong Xianer's hand and whispering something to her. Wei Guchang smiled bitterly and shook his head. Glancing over at his junior brothers and junior sisters who were still recovering, he wasn't in a hurry and simply began chatting with Yang Kai. Through his narration, Yang Kai learned about the hardships they had experienced in Shadow Moon Hall. If he had to describe it in one word, it would be that their luck wasn't good enough. A total of more than 70 people had come to Shadow Moon Hall this time, of which nearly 50 remained in the first layer flame area while the remaining 20 entered the second layer treasure area and split up into several teams to search for spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Through communication artifacts, they were able to communicate with one another peacefully and had a bountiful harvest. When news of the weakening of the third layer spread, Wei Guchang immediately gathered some of the most elite members, gathering a total of 7 people, and rushed to the third layer. However, as soon as they entered the third layer flame area, they were surrounded by a group of fire spirit beasts. After a long battle, 2 of them fell. Wei Guchang brought up the rear, saving the lives of the others. Without waiting for them to recover from the grief of losing their companions, he stepped into the ancient restriction. They had been trapped for more than a month and were only rescued today. When Wei Guchang spoke of this, his face was full of annoyance. Of course, bad luck played a part in this, but it was also because they were not strong enough. Forget about this ancient barrier, even if an origin returning realm master came here, they wouldn't be able to see through it and would be trapped inside. However, the group of fire spirit beasts they encountered was really because they weren't strong enough, resulting in the loss of their companions. Compared to these encounters, Yang Kai found that his luck was simply off the charts. When she heard that Yang Kai had come to Shadowed Star from the outside world, Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes lit up and her tender body couldn't help trembling, the look of expectation in her eyes becoming more and more obvious. Since others could come to Shadowed Star from the outside world, why couldn't she leave Shadowed Star and go to the outside world? Like Wu Yi, Dai Yuan also wanted to leave Shadowed Star, but their starting points were different. Wu Yi wanted to experience the wonders of the outside world while Dai Yuan had other reasons. Although she really wanted to ask Yang Kai which alchemy grandmaster had refined that bottle of vitality restoration pills, Dai Yuan still restrained herself. She wasn't familiar with Yang Kai and had only met by chance, so if she rashly asked him these questions now, if it involved someone else, it would only annoy him. How could she do such a stupid thing? However, she was already considering whether she should improve her relationship with Yang Kai and wait until the time was right before asking him. Time passed by little by little. Dai Yuan and Dong Xianer had not seen each other for a long time, so naturally, they had a lot to say to one another. Yang Kai and Wei Guchang were also chatting happily, constantly chatting about various things. From Wei Guchang, Yang Kai learned many interesting stories and secrets about Shadowed Star. Yang Kai had no intention of staying behind to act with them, but now that they had just escaped danger, it would be somewhat inappropriate for him to leave them alone, so he decided to wait for everyone to recover. When the time came, he would say goodbye and continue deeper into the third layer to find a suitable place to refine the profound Yin sunflower water. A day later, the remaining 3 people in Shadow Moon Hall finally recovered and came to Yang Kai and Dai Yuan to sincerely thank them. This time, the 3 of them didn't dare to underestimate Kai Yang anymore. When Lu Yen opened the sand field, these 3 people had been waiting in line behind Wei Guchang. At that time, Wei Guchang proposed that Yang Kai act with them, but the 3 of them were very reluctant, secretly feeling that bringing Yang Kai along would definitely be a burden and would only drag them down. If they found any benefits, they would have to share some with him. Never had they thought that this young man, who they considered a burden, would actually save their lives in the third layer flame area. Recalling the thoughts that flashed through their minds at that time, the 3 of them couldn't help feeling ashamed and wished they could find a hole to crawl into. The 3 of you, return to the second floor the way you came from. Fortunately, we haven't gone too far. If you return the way you came from, with your strength and means, you should be able to protect yourselves. Don't take any risks in the third floor. This is not a place you should be able to enter. Wei Guchang waited for the 3 of them to finish thanking him before directly speaking. Then what is it? Brother, have you ever seen such a scene? Dong Xianer leaned her tender body slightly towards Wei Guchang, a faint uneasiness and tension spreading from the depths of her heart. I've never seen it before. After Wei Guchang finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Yang Kai, wanting to hear his opinion, but how could he have known that Yang Kai had a thoughtful expression on his face at this moment, apparently having no time to pay attention to him. With no other choice, Yang Kai turned his gaze to Dai Yuan. Although he did not think that Dai Yuan was more knowledgeable than him, perhaps she knew something. To Wei Guchang's surprise, Dai Yuan showed the same expression as Yang Kai. What are these 2 doing? Wei Guchang muttered to himself. In the end, she couldn't bring herself to ask, causing Yang Kai to frown. However, since the other party didn't ask, he didn't need to take the initiative to inquire. If he ended up causing some unnecessary trouble, the gains would not make up for the losses. A few 100 kilometers was a distance the group of 4 could cover in a moment, but in the Lu Yen desert, such a distance would take a lot of time. However, the further they went, the stronger the fruity fragrance that permeated the air became. On top of that, the rising red sun was gradually rising higher, reaching a height of several hundred meters. We need to pick up our pace. When the red candle fruit ripens, the 3 suns rising sun phenomenon will appear. Only after the 3 suns rising sun phenomenon will it truly ripen, so before that happens, every bit of time is precious. The sooner we arrive, the sooner we can comprehend the benefits, Dai Yuan urged softly. On the side of Colored Glass sect, Yin Su Dai's expression became a little strange after seeing Dong Xiener, as if she hadn't expected that her senior sister would be traveling with someone else, but after recognizing her, a look of relief appeared on her face and she didn't ask anything, nor did she show any intention of greeting Dong Xiener. Wei Guchang swept his eyes around before pointing to a small hill that no one was paying attention to and saying, "Let's go there." After a while, the four of them arrived at the top of this hill and, like everyone else, turned their eyes to the mountain valley below and observed. "Where's the red candle fruit?" Wei Guchang swept his eyes around but didn't find any trace of a spirit fruit. All he could see was countless dead trees, causing him to be stunned. "The red candle fruit can't be seen before it matures," Dai Xiener slowly shook her head. Dai Yuan slowly shook her head, "but it is definitely somewhere in this mountain valley. Once it matures, it will naturally surface." "So that's how it is." Wei Guchang gently nodded. "Oh, Brother Li Yunan of Medicine Pill sect is coming over, I wonder what he wants to do." Dong Xiener let out a light cry of surprise and turned her gaze to a spot not too far away. Over there, a middle-aged scholarly-looking cultivator wearing blue robes and a jade belt was galloping towards them. Before this person had even arrived, he had already waved his hand towards them with a smile. Medicine Pill sect, Yang Kai had heard of it before. In any place, there were sects or forces that specialized in alchemy. The central capital had Medicine King's Valley, Tongxian Realm had the Alchemist Guild, and on Shadowed Star, Medicine Pill sect was the most famous. Such an existence was not one that ordinary people would easily offend, because there was no telling when they would have to beg for their help. In Medicine Pill sect, there were as many as 5 origin-grade low-rank alchemists, a number that far surpassed all of Shadowed Star. Each of these 5 was a famous grandmaster on Shadowed Star and was respected by all. No matter where they went, they would be treated as honored guests. Since this guy named Li Yunan could penetrate deep into the 3rd layer of Lu Yen Sand Field, he must also be an elite of Medicine Pill sect. It seemed that he also knew Wei Guchang, Dong Xiener, and the others, but Yang Kai didn't know what their relationship was. After a while, the middle-aged scholar named Li Yunan arrived at the mountain where the 4 of them were standing and cupped his fists to Wei Guchang with a smile. "Brother Wei, you really came." Wei Guchang returned the courtesy and laughed, "Of course I'm here to join in on the fun." To the side, Dong Xiener and Dai Yuan also greeted Li Yunan. Li Yunan responded with a smile, appearing very gentle and refined. He then asked about Yang Kai's origins and name, but Wei Guchang simply brushed it off. Although Li Yunan was a little curious as to why a first-order Saint King like Yang Kai would come here, since he was brought here by Wei Guchang, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask. "Brother Li, why have you come looking for this way?" Wei Guchang narrowed his eyes and asked straightforwardly. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity before the red candle fruit ripened to clarify this vague idea. Once he could realize it, his combat power would increase greatly. Time passed by little, and just as everyone was trying to figure out what to do, a roar suddenly rang out from a nearby mountain. "Bastard, you dare secretly arrange a spirit array." This roar awakened many cultivators who were meditating and comprehending. Looking towards the source of the roar, they saw a man from heaven battling Union waving a huge fan angrily. The energy contained within this fan wasn't low, so it was obvious at first glance that it was a good artifact. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.